in that beauty, and an anger in her soul. I told myself she was ridding herself of that shadow with wasp sting. "You pray for her, father," I said dismissively, "and I'm going to look at the ship that will take us home." I led Finan into the early sunlight. Gunnald's screams had faded, and the loudest noise came from the gulls fighting over a carcass stranded on the mud at the far side of the Thames. A small breeze, too small to be of any use to a sailor, rippled the river. Gunnald, while he still lived, owned 2 wharves, both protected by walls of wooden staves. His ship was on the left-hand wharf, a long, big-bellied ship, made for distant voyages. She looked heavy. Her timbers were dark, almost pitch-black, and weed was thick at her waterline. A sail was furled on the yard, but its ragged cloth was crusted with bird droppings. I walked down the wharf, then stopped. Finan stopped with me, swore, then began to laugh. "Taking her to Bebbanburg, are we?" he asked. There was water in the ship's wide belly. The dark of her timbers was not pitch, but rot. There were a half-dozen oars, good only for firewood, their looms warped and their blades cracked. A girl screamed at me. I stepped down onto a bench that creaked alarmingly and prodded the hull with serpent breath, and her blade's tip went into the wood as though it were fungus. This ship could not cross the river, let alone take us home to Bebbanburg. I had captured a wreck. Finan was grinning. "It would be quicker to swim to Bebbanburg." "We might have to," I answered sourly. "It's my fault. I should have sent Oswy to take a look, not the boy." "I think it's aground," Finan said. I climbed back to the wharf and gazed across the useless ship at the further berth, which was empty. "Benedetta said he had 2 ships." Finan followed my gaze and shrugged. "A second ship isn't much use if it's not here," he said. I made no answer. "Maybe he sent some slaves to Francia," Finan suggested. "They say prices are higher there." That would explain the empty berth. "How many slaves have we got?" "A dozen women, 4 children, and 3 half-starved young men." I expected more. "So maybe his second ship will be back in a day or 2? "Maybe," I grunted. I looked beyond the empty wharf and saw there were 4 guards watching us from the high parapet of the bridge that was a long bowshot away. I waved to them, and after a moment's hesitation, one waved back. I doubted they had heard the commotion as we captured the yard, and though they could probably hear Gunnald's desperate shrieks of pain, they would surely not think such sounds unusual coming from a slaver's warehouse. "So what do we do?" Finan asked. "We think," I said sharply. But in truth I had no idea what we should do. My father, I thought, had been right. I was impetuous. I had been goaded by the attacks on my ships, and with the excuse of my oath to Ethelstan I had come south thinking to find Athelhelm and kill him. Now Spear Havoc was gone, and I was trapped in an enemy-held city. We wait for the second ship, I suppose. A pity we can't ask Gunnald where it is. We can ask his men. They'll know. Benedetta was coming down the wharf, her hood still pushed back, so that the sun glinted on her long dark hair that had come loose. To my eyes she looked like a Valkyrie, one of the messengers of the gods who take slain warriors to the feast hall in Valhalla. She was unsmiling. Blood had splashed onto her grey robe, while wasp sting was coated to the hilt with gore. I looked quickly up to the bridge parapet, wondering what the guards would make of a blood-covered blade, but they had all turned their backs. "I will wash it for you, lord," Benedetta said, showing me the sword. "Give it to one of the boys to wash," I said. "Tell Aldwyn to scrub it." "And thank you, lord." I looked into her grey-green eyes. "Father Oda says I encouraged you to commit a sin." "That is what I am thanking you for, Lord." "Did you make the bastards suffer?" Finan asked. "They will have heard his screams in hell," she said. "Then you did well, so you did," the Irishman said happily. "I did what I have dreamed of doing for over 20 years. I am happy." She turned to look into the wreckage. "Is this the boat?" "No," I said. "That is good," she said gravely, making both Finan and me laugh. "It's not funny," Finan said. "It's not," I agreed, still laughing. Then someone began hammering on the outer gate, and a moment later Aldwin came running. "Lord, Lord, there are soldiers outside! Soldiers!" "God help us," Finan said. Someone had to. The hammering started again. I had run through the warehouse and into the yard where I opened the small hatch in the gate. 2 soldiers only, both wearing mail and both looking bored, and with them were 2 men, evidently servants, who were standing by a handcart that was loaded with 2 barrels. "I'm opening the gate," I called. "Take your time," one of the mailed men answered sourly. Finan and Vidar were with me. There were also 2 dead men and 2 slaughtered dogs sprawled on the stones. I pointed at them, then at the stable, and Finan took one corpse, Vidar the other, and began dragging them out of sight. "Hurry!" a voice called from beyond the gate. "I'm hurrying," I called, and lifted the first locking bar. I dropped it noisily and saw Vidar was dragging the dogs into the stable. I lifted the other bar, taking my time, waiting till Finan had closed the stable, then I pulled open the gates. One of the 2 men I'd supposed were servants took a backward step, evidently surprised by my appearance. "Who are you?" he asked. "Who are you?" I responded harshly. "I am the under-steward from the palace," he answered nervously. "Delivering the supplies, of course. But where's Aelfrin?" "Sick," I said, suddenly realizing that I was wearing my hammer amulet openly. The man who was questioning me saw it too and looked back to my eyes warily. "Sick?" "Fever. Most of the lads are sweating like pigs," Finan added to my story. "And the slaves too. A couple of them are already dead." The man took another backward step, as did the 2 soldiers. Both of the mailed men looked strong and confident, but even the most confident warrior who'd experienced the hell of Shield Wall fears the plague. Finan feared it too, and doubtless, remembering the rumours of sickness in the north, made the sign of the cross. "Did Lord Varin send you?" I asked. "Of course," the understeward said. "We couldn't send any in the last 2 weeks because the Pretty Boys' men were in charge, but things are normal again now." "For Christ's sake, hurry!" one of the soldiers growled. "So Gunnald hired you?" the understeward asked me. I gestured towards the warehouse. "Go and ask him." "He's sweating too," Finan said. "God preserve him." 4 shillings, the man said, evidently tired of the conversation. He beckoned at the handcart. "Just pay and take the barrels." "I thought it was just 2. Finan had the wit to bargain. "Gunnald said 2 shillings. One of the soldiers stepped towards us. 4 shillings, he snarled. "They hired the 2 of us to keep your damned food safe, so the price has gone up. 4 shillings. I felt into my rapidly diminishing pouch, gave the understeward 4 shillings, and helped Finan and Vidar carry the 2 barrels into the yard. They stank. "Next week," the understeward said. He gave a shilling each to the 2 soldiers, kept 2 for himself, then all 4 walked away. I closed and barred the gates. "What was that about?" I asked. Finan made a noise of disgust. He had levered the lid from one barrel that was 2/3 full of cloudy ale. He dipped a finger and tasted. Sour, he said. Tastes worse than badger piss. You'd know? Vida asked. Finan ignored that, opening the second barrel and recoiling as the stench in the yard worsened. Sweet Jesus! We paid silver for this! I crossed to the two barrels and saw that the second one was half full of meat, which I thought was pork, though this pork was riddled with rancid fat and crawling with maggots. Gunald did say he fed them meat, I muttered. Is that tree bark? Finan was bending over the barrel and poking the rotten meat with a finger. The bastards mixed this with bark! I rammed the lid back into place. Where do they get this filth? The answer was given by one of the captured guards, who told us that Gunald had an arrangement with the palace steward, who sold unused ale and food to feed the slaves. The women cook it in the kitchen, he said. They won't cook that, I said, and ordered the barrel's contents to be pitched into the river. The captured guard told us more, that Gunald's son had taken slaves to Francia and that the ship had been gone now for 3 days. Did he go to buy slaves too? I asked. Just to sell them, lord. The captured man's name was Deagul. He was younger than the other 3 captives and eager to please. He was a West Saxon who had lost a hand fighting when Edward had invaded East Anglia. I couldn't work at home, he had explained, lifting the stump of his right arm, and Gunald gave me work. A man has to eat. So Gunald's son is selling slaves. War isn't good for trade, lord. That's what they say. Prices are low in London, so he's selling the best across the water. All except for... He paused. Decided to say nothing, but I saw him glance to where the stairs began. Except for the girls who were upstairs, I asked. Yes, lord. Why isn't he selling those? They look valuable to me. There is girls, lord, Deagul said miserably. His father's girls, really, but they share them. Gunald Gunaldson and his son, I asked, and Deagul just nodded. What's the son's name? Liffing, lord. Where's his mother? Dead, lord. And who rows his ship? Slaves, lord. How many? Just 20 oars, Deagul said. 10 aside. So a small ship. But it's fast, he said. That old one, he jerked his head towards the wreck on the wharf, needed twice as many men, and she was always a pig. So Gunald had bought a smaller, lighter vessel that needed fewer men on the oars, and if our captive was right, was fast enough to escape most Frisian or Danish raiders looking for easy prey. And that lighter ship might return any day. But meanwhile, I had 19 freed slaves, 4 captive guards, a dozen children, my 7 men, a priest, Benedetta, and the 2 horses in the stable to feed. Luckily, there were a dozen sacks of oats in the kitchen, a mound of firewood, a stone hearth that still had glowing embers, and a great cauldron. We would not starve. But it's a pity about the mouse droppings, Finan said, looking at a handful of oats. We've eaten worse. Benedetta, the bloodstains dry on her gown, found her way to the kitchen that was a grimy shed built alongside the wharf. She brought Elena, an arm around the girl's shoulder. She's hungry. We'll boil some oats, I said. I can make oatcakes, Elena said brightly. Then we need some lard, Benedetta said, starting to hunt through boxes and jars stored on a shelf. And some water, salt, if there is any. Help me search. I like oatcakes, Elena said. I looked at Benedetta questioningly, and she smiled. Elena's doing well, she said. She's a good girl. And you'll find my mamma? Elena asked me earnestly. Of course he will, Benedetta answered for me. Lord Uhtred can do anything. Lord Uhtred, I thought, would need a miracle to find the child's mother, let alone escape from London, but for the moment all I could do was wait for the slave ship to return. I ordered the dead bodies brought to the wharf and heaped against the western wall, where they were hidden from any inquisitive guard on the bridge. The dead would all be tipped into the river after dark. Gunnald's fat, pale, and blood-streaked corpse was dragged down the stairs, his grimacing, eyeless head bumping on each step. I searched his attic lair and found a sturdy box full of money. There were West Saxon and Mercian shillings, Danish hacksilver, and Northumbrian gold, besides Frisian, Frankish, and other strange coins, some inscribed with letters of an alphabet and language I had never seen before. "They are from Africa," Benedetta told me, fingering a big, round silver piece. "They are Saraceni coins. We use them in Lupiae." She put it back with the rest of the money. "How safe are we?" she asked. "Safe enough," I said, trying to reassure her and hoping I told the truth. "The East Anglians will think we all escaped on Spear Havoc. They won't be searching for us." "And Spear Havoc," she stumbled over the unfamiliar name, "is where?" "Well on our way home by now, I hope." "And will your people send help?" "They won't even know whether we're alive," I said, "so if they've any sense they'll shut the fortress doors, guard the ramparts, and wait for news. That's what I'd do." "And what do we do?" "We capture Gunnald's second ship," I said, "and follow Spear Havoc home." "So we stay here till then?" "Better that than the cellar next to the cesspit." "Lord!" Beanoth called from the foot of the stairs. "You'll want to see this." I went back down to the wharf and followed Beanoth to the end of the westernmost pier where Finnan was waiting. The Irishman jerked his head downstream. "Enough of the bastards," he said. 4 ships were being rowed upriver. They looked to be Saxon ships, big and heavy, and all 4 had crosses on their prows. The tide was ebbing, which made the water seethe through the spaces between the bridge piers, but none of these ships was trying to go upstream, because all 4 had masts crossed by spars on which sails were furled, and none of their crews was trying to lower those masts. They began to turn towards the downstream wharves, their oarsmen struggling against tide and current, and as they turned, I saw the ship's big bellies were crammed with men, and many of those men wore the dark red cloak that was Athelhelm's mark. "The reinforcements," I said bleakly. "Enough of the bastards," Finnan said again. My only consolation, as I watched my enemy bringing more men to the city, was that Spear Havoc was not being towed or rowed with them. Not that 4 such heavily loaded ships would have had a chance of outrunning and capturing my ship, but it suggested Berg and his crew had slipped past them and were on their way north. That thought made me wonder about Bebbanburg and the rumours of plague. I touched my hammer amulet and said a prayer to the gods that my son was safe, that his prisoners were securely held, and that Eadgifu and her children would not sicken. I had saved her sons from Athelhelm's spite, but had I sent them instead to an agonizing death from the plague? "What are you thinking?" Finnan had seen me touch the hammer. "That we hide here," I said. "We wait, and then we go home." Home, I thought wistfully. I should never have left it. All we could do was wait. The ship commanded by Gunnald's son could return at any moment, which meant I had to have men watching on the wharf, and other men guarding the courtyard gate, and still others in the warehouse, where we had chained the captured guards in one of the slave pens. The slaves themselves were neither chained nor penned, but forbidden to leave because I dared not risk one of them betraying our presence. We had tipped the naked corpses into the river at night. The falling tide and the current would have taken them eastwards, though I did not doubt the bodies would be stranded on a mudbank long before they reached the distant sea. No one would take note. There would be enough corpses this summer as men struggled to take the throne of Wessex. More ships brought more men to London. They brought reinforcements for Jarl Varin, who still commanded the garrison on Athelhelm's behalf. We knew that because after 2 days there was a proclamation bellowed throughout the old city that folk could walk safely after dark, and, despite Finnan's dour warning, I went that night to a big riverside alehouse called Uhtred's Tavern, though everyone called it the Dead Dane, because a falling tide had once revealed a Danish warrior impaled on one of the rotting stakes of an old wharf. For years the dead man's hand had been nailed to one of the tavern's doorposts, and everyone who entered would touch a finger. The hand had long gone, though a crude picture of a corpse still decorated the sign hanging above the door. I pushed inside, followed by Father Oda and Benedetta. Oda had suggested he accompany me. "A priest commands respect," he had claimed, "not suspicion, and Benedetta should come too, as my wife." I had almost bridled when he spoke of Benedetta as his wife, but had the sense to hide my irritation. "It's not safe for women," I said. "Women have walked the streets all day," Oda said calmly. "Benedetta should stay here." "The East Anglians," Oda said patiently, "must suspect there are fugitives still hiding in the city. They will be looking for young men, not for a priest and his wife. You want news, yes? So let us come. Strangers will trust the priest." "Suppose you're recognized?" He'd shaken his head. "I left East Anglia as a beardless youth. No one will know me now." I was swathed in a big, dark cloak. I had ransacked both Gunnald's attic and the room beneath where his son lived, and discovered the cloak with its hood. I wore it and belted the cloak with a length of rope, then borrowed a wooden cross from Gerbrut and hung it around my neck. I carried no sword, only a knife, concealed beneath the big cloak. "You look like a monk," Finnan had said. "Bless you, my son." We found a table in a dark corner of the tavern. The room was almost full. There were some local people, women as well as men, sitting at tables to one side of the large room, but most of the customers were troops, almost all wearing swords, who watched us with curiosity, but looked smartly away when Father Oda sketched the sign of the cross towards them. They were here to drink, not to hear a sermon. Some were here for more than a drink, and climbed the wooden staircase that led to the rooms where the tavern's whores did their trade. Everyone who climbed the stairs received a chorus of cheers and jeers from their companions, raucous sounds that earned frowns from Father Oda, though he said nothing. "The men going upstairs?" Benedetta began. "Yes," Oda said curtly. "They're young men," I said, "far from home." A drab girl came to our table, and we asked for ale, bread, and cheese. "Is Uhtred still alive?" I asked her. She peered at me, seeing nothing under the deep shadow of my hood. "He died, father," she said, evidently mistaking me for another priest. "Pity," I said. The girl shrugged. "I'll bring you a rushlight," she said. I made the sign of the cross towards her. "Bless you, my child," I said, and earned a disapproving intake of breath from Oda. The East Anglians began singing as the evening wore on. The first song was in Danish, a lament by seafarers for the women they had left behind, but then the Saxons in the alehouse drowned the Danes with an old song that was plainly intended for our ears, and Father Oda, hearing the words, frowned into his ale. Benedetta took longer to understand, then gazed at me, wide-eyed. "It's called The Tanner's Wife," I said, beating my hand on the table in time with the song. "But the song is about a priest?" Benedetta asked. "No?" "Yes," Father Oda hissed. "It's about a tanner's wife and a priest," I said. "She goes to him for confession, and he says he doesn't understand what she's confessing, so he tells her to show him." "To do it with him, you mean?" "To do it with him," I said, and to my surprise she laughed. "I thought we were here to learn news," Father Oda growled at me. "The news will come to us," I said, and sure enough, a moment later, when the rowdy troops had moved to a new song, a middle-aged man with a cropped grey beard brought an ale-jug and a beaker to our table. He wore a sword with a well-worn hilt and had a slight limp that suggested a spear thrust taken in a shield wall. He looked quizzically at Father Oda, who nodded permission, and the man sat on a bench opposite me. "I apologize for that song, Father." Oda smiled. "I have been with soldiers before, my son." The man, who looked old enough to be Oda's father, raised his beaker. "Then your good health, Father," he said. "I pray God it is good," Oda answered carefully. "And yours too." "You're Danish?" the man asked. "I am Danish," Oda confirmed. "Me too, Jorund." He introduced himself. "I am Father Oda. This is my wife and my uncle." Oda was speaking Danish now. "What brings you to London?" Jorund asked. He was friendly, with no suspicion in his voice, but I did not doubt that the East Anglians had been warned to look for enemies in the city. But just as Oda had claimed, a priest and his wife looked the most unlikely of enemies, and Jorund seemed merely curious. "We seek a ship to carry us across the sea," Oda said. "We are going to Rome," I put in, telling the tale we had agreed on. "We are pilgrims," Oda explained. "My wife ails." He reached out and put a hand over Benedetta's hand. "We seek the blessing of the Holy Father." "I'm sorry for your wife, Father," Jorund said sincerely, and watching the priest's hand, I felt another pulse of jealousy. I looked at Benedetta and she looked back, her eyes sad, and for a moment we held each other's gaze. "It's a long way you have to travel," Jorund went on. "A long journey indeed, my son," Oda answered, looking suddenly startled because Benedetta had drawn her hand sharply away. "We seek a ship here," the priest went on, "to cross to Francia." "There are plenty of ships," Jorund said. "I wish there weren't." "Why?" Father Oda asked. "That's our job, searching them before they leave." "Searching them?" "To make sure no enemy escapes." "Enemy?" Father Oda pretended surprise. Jorund took a long drink of his ale. "There was a rumour, Father, that Uhtred was in London. You know who he is?" "Everyone knows." "Then you know that they don't want him as an enemy. So find him, they tell us. Find him and capture him." "And kill him?" I asked. Jorund shrugged. "Someone will kill him, but I doubt it will be us. He's not here. Why would he be here? It's just a rumour. There's a war coming, and that always means rumours." "Isn't there already a war?" Father Oda asked. "There was fighting here, I'm told." "There's always fighting," Jorund said morosely. "I mean a proper war, Father, a war of shield walls and armies. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be." "Shouldn't be?" Oda inquired gently. "It's not so far off harvest time, Father. We shouldn't be here. Not now. We should be at home, sharpening sickles. There's real work to be done. Wheat, barley, and rye don't harvest themselves." The mention of barley made me touch my hammer, only to find the wooden cross. "You were summoned here?" I asked. "By a Saxon lord," Jorund said, "who won't wait for harvest." "Lord Athelhelm?" "Cornwell," Jorund said, But he holds land from Athelhelm, so yes, it's Athelhelm who summoned us, and Cornwell has to obey." He paused to pour ale from the jug. "And Cornwell summoned you?" I asked. "Didn't have much choice, did he? Harvest or no harvest." "Did you have a choice?" Oda asked. Yoren shrugged. "We swore fealty to Cornwell when we converted." He paused, perhaps reflecting on how the Danish settlers of East Anglia had lost their war to keep a Danish king. "We fought against him, and we lost, but he let us live. He let us keep our land, and he lets us thrive. So now we have to fight for him." He shrugged. "Maybe it'll be all over by harvest." "I pray so," Oda said quietly. "Maybe there'll be no war," I suggested. "When two men want one chair," Yoren asked scathingly, "good men will have to die just to decide which royal arse warms the damned thing." He turned as angry voices sounded, then a woman's shriek made me shiver. "Oh, God," he groaned. The angry shouts had come from the upper floor. There was a yelp, and then a man was hurled down the stairs. He was a young man who crashed against the steps, bounced and collapsed on the floor. He did not move. Men stood either to help him or to protest against the violence, but then all of them went very still. They went still because a man was coming down the stairs. A big man. The first we saw were his boots, then massive thighs, and then he came into view, and I saw it was Waymond. He was bare-chested, his clothes over his arm. He carried a sword belt with a sheathed sword. A big blade for a big man. There was not a sound in the tavern except for those heavy boots on the stairs. He paused after a few steps, and his harsh face, blank-eyed and scarred, looked around the room. Benedetta gasped, and I put my hand over hers, warning her to keep silent. "Scum!" Waymond snarled at the room. "Little Danish bastard thought to use my woman. Told me to hurry. Anyone else in a hurry to use her?" He waited, but no one made a sound. He was terrifying. The width of that muscled chest, the sneer on his face, and the size of the heavy sword had cowed the room into submission. Benedetta was clutching my hand beneath the table now, her grip tight. Waymond came down the last steps. He paused again, looking down at the youngster who had offended him. Then, very deliberately, he kicked him. Kicked him again and again. There was a yelp from the boy, then no sound except for Waymond's massive boot crashing into the prone body. "East Anglian pussies!" Waymond snarled. He looked around the tavern again, plainly hoping someone would defy him, but still no one spoke or moved. He looked at our corner, but just saw two hooded people and a priest. The rushlight was weak, the room shadowed, and he ignored us. "Danish goddamn pussies!" He was still trying to provoke a fight, but when no one responded, he picked an ale-pot from the closest table, drained it, and stalked into the night. Benedetta was crying softly. "I hate him," she whispered. "I hate him." I held onto her hand beneath the table. Men were helping the fallen youth, and conversation was starting again, but subdued now. Yoren, who had stood when the boy was thrown down the stairs, had gone to see what damage had been done, and came back a moment later. "Poor boy, broken ribs, crushed balls, lost half his teeth, and he'll be lucky to keep an eye." He sat and drank some ale. "I hate that man," he added bitterly. "Who is he?" I asked. "Bastard called Waymond, Lord Athelhelm's mastiff." "And it seems he doesn't like Danes," I said mildly. "Danes?" Joran said wryly. "He doesn't like anyone, Saxon or Dane." "And you?" Father Oda asked. "You fought against the Saxons, yet now you fight alongside them." Joran chuckled. "Saxon and Dane, it's a forced marriage, father. Most of my lads are Saxons, but maybe a third are Danes, and I'm always having to stop the silly bastards from hammering each other senseless. But that's young men, isn't it?" "You lead men?" I asked, surprised. "I do." "A Dane leading Saxons?" I explained my surprise.
"The world changes, doesn't it?"
Joran sounded amused.
"Cornwell could have taken my land, but he didn't, and he knows I'm the most experienced of all his warriors."
He turned to look at the room.
"And most of those lads need experience. They've never seen a proper fight. God help them. They think it's a tavern brawl with spears. Still, I hope to lead every last one of them home, and soon."
Joran was a good man, I thought. Yet fate, that most capricious bitch, might demand that I face him in a shield wall one day. "I hope you lead them home very soon," I said, "and that you gather your harvest in safety."
"I pray the same," Joran said, "and I pray never to see another shield wall as long as I live. But if it is to be a real war, then it won't take long."
"It won't?" I asked.
"It's us and the West Saxons against the Mercians, 2 against 1, see?"
"Maybe the Northumbrians will fight alongside the Mercians," I suggested mischievously.
"They'll not come south,"
Joran said scornfully. "Yet you say there's a rumour that Uhtred of Bebbanburg is already here," I said.
"If he was here," Joran said flatly, "he'd have his army of northern savages with him. Besides, there's plague up north."
He made the sign of the cross.
"We hear tales," he went on, "and they say Jorvik is a city of corpses."
"Jorvik?" I asked, unable to keep the alarm from my voice.
"So they say,"
Joran said. I felt a cold shiver. My hand went to touch my hammer amulet, and again found Gebrut's wooden cross. Father Oda saw the gesture.
"I pray God that's just another rumour," the priest said too hurriedly. "You leave the city soon?" he asked Joran, evidently trying to move the conversation beyond the fear of plague. "God knows, father," Joran said, "and God isn't telling me. We stay here, or maybe we don't stay here. Maybe the Mercian lad will make trouble, and maybe he won't. He won't if he has any sense."
He poured the last of the jug's ale into our beakers.
"But I didn't come here to bore you with talk of war, father," he said, "but wondered if you'd be kind enough to give us a blessing."
"With pleasure, my son," Father Oda said.
"I hope you recover, mistress,"
Joran said to Benedetta. She had not understood the conversation in Danish, but smiled her thanks to Joran, who now called the room to silence. Father Oda gave the blessing, enjoining his God to bring peace and to spare the lives of all the men in the tavern. Joran thanked him, and we left, walking the riverside street in silence for a while.
"So they're searching all the ships that leave," Oda said.
"But they don't have men in Gunnell's yard," I said. "Once we get the new ship, we'll leave at dawn, hope for an ebbing tide, and row hard." I made it sound easy, but I knew better, and again went to touch my hammer and found the cross. We walked a few paces more, then Father Oda chuckled.
"What?" I asked. "Northern savages," he said, amused.
Was that our reputation? If so, it pleased me. But the northern savages, or a handful of them, were trapped, and our savagery would win us nothing unless we managed to escape. We needed a ship. And next morning, she came. Part 3. The Field of Barley. Chapter 8. It was late morning, and Immer was standing as sentry on the western wharf. Or rather, he was sitting in the summer sunlight on the western wharf with a pot of sour ale and with 2 small boys, both from Aldwyn's tribe of orphans, sitting at his feet and listening awestruck to whatever tall tales he told them. Immer was a young Mercian whom I'd saved from being hanged the previous year, though he had been forced to watch his father dancing the rope death on my orders. Despite that experience, he had sworn loyalty to me, and now wore mail and carried a sword. He had learned his sword skill remarkably quickly, and had proved to be a ferocious fighter on 2 cattle raids, but he had yet to be tested in a shield wall. Still, the 2 small boys were captivated by his stories, as was Elena, who had wandered to join them and now listened just as keenly. "Nice little girl," Finan said. "She is," I agreed. Finan and I were sharing a bench on the landward wharf, watching Immer and idly discussing the chances of having a west wind instead of the persistent but gentle southeasterly that had blown all night and morning. "You think our mother is alive?" Finan asked, nodding towards Elena. "Mother's more likely to be alive than her father." "True," he allowed. "Poor woman." He took a bite of an oatcake. "Be nice for Elena if we could find her." "It would," I agreed. "But she's a tough little girl. She'll survive." "She made these oatcakes?" "She did." "They're horrible," Finan said, throwing the rest of his oatcake into the river. "It's the mouse shit in the oats," I pointed out. "We need better food," Finan grumbled. "What about those 2 horses in the stable?" I suggested. "They don't mind eating mouse crap. It's probably the best food they've had in years. Poor beasts. They need a month or 2 on good pasture." "I don't mean that," I said. "I mean, why don't we kill the 2 beasts, skin them, butcher them, and stew them?" Finan looked at me aghast. "Eat them? Must be enough meat on those 2 horses to last us a week." "You're a barbarian," Finan said. "I'll let you persuade Father Oda." Father Oda would disapprove of eating horse meat. The church had forbidden its followers to eat the flesh of horses because, the clerics insisted, that flesh only came from pagan sacrifices. In truth, we pagans are reluctant to offer Odin a sacrificial horse. The beasts are too valuable, though when times are desperate, the gift of a prize stallion might placate the gods. I had made just such sacrifices, though always with regret. "Father Oda doesn't have to eat the stew," I pointed out. "He can live on mouse shit." "But I can't," Finan said firmly. "I want something decent." "There must be fish for sale." "Horse meat tastes good," I insisted, "especially an older horse. My father always swore that an older horse's liver was a meal fit for the gods. He once made me kill a foal just so he could taste the liver, and he hated it, and after that he always insisted on an older horse. But you mustn't overcook it. It's best while it's still a bit bloody." "Oh, dear God," Finan said. "And I thought your father was a Christian." "He was, so every time he ate horse liver he added it to the other sins he confessed, and there were enough of those." "And you'll find your Benedetta won't eat horse meat," Finan said slyly. "She's a good Christian." "My Benedetta?" I asked. He just chuckled, and I thought of Edith in far-off Bebbanburg. Was there really plague in the north? And if there was, had it reached my fortress? Jorund had heard a rumour that it was ravaging Jofawick, where 2 of my grandchildren lived with their father, and I touched my hammer amulet and sent a wordless prayer to the gods. Finan saw the gesture. "Worried?" he asked. "I should never have left Bebbanburg," I said. I knew Finan agreed with me, but he had the decency to say nothing of that. He just stared at the glitter of sunlight on the river, then stiffened and put a hand on my arm. "What's happening?" I came out of my reverie and saw Emma was standing and staring downriver. Then Emma turned and, looking at me, pointed eastwards, and I saw a mast, crossed with a yard on which a sail was furled, showing above the eastern palisade. "Come back!" I shouted at Emma, "and bring the boys! Elena, come!" We had planned to present Gunnald's son with a small mystery when he arrived. Usually, the captive guards had told us, there would be at least one man on the wharf to take the arriving ship's lines.
"They think Gunnaldson needs help, Lord,"
Dagle, the one-handed captive, had told me.
"He can't handle a ship like his father, and if there's no one on the wharf he sounds a horn and we'll run to help him."
"And if no one helps him?" I had asked. Dagle had shrugged.
"He'll get ashore somehow, Lord."
I was insisting that the arriving ship must find the wharf deserted, and that no one should help leaving Gunnaldson tie up. If he saw strangers on the wharf, he would be suspicious, and he would likely draw off until he saw a familiar face, and I dared not risk it. Better to let him think the guards were lazy and let him moor the ship himself. I was not even sure that the approaching ship was the one we wanted, but she did have a mast, and no ship with a mast could get under the bridge, so any that did come this far upriver were trying to reach one of the very few wharves that lay this close to where the Thames foamed and fell between the bridge piers. Finnan and I went back into the warehouse, where Benedetta was playing with the smaller children. Their laughter, I thought, was a rare sound in this grim place, and it was a pity to interrupt it. I clapped my hands. "Everyone be quiet now. Not a sound. Be enough. If any of those bastards makes a noise, you can kill them." I meant the 4 captured guards who were shackled inside the smallest cage. Beanoff would keep the captives quiet, while Father Oda and Benedetta would make sure that none of the children or freed slaves made any noise. Finnan and I stood just behind the half-open door that led to the wharf. 5 men, all in mail and all with swords, waited behind us. I took a pace forward, still in shadow, and saw the mast coming closer, and then the ship's bows came into sight. A small wooden cross was mounted on her prow. The ship was making painfully slow headway against the tide and the fierce current. "They're tired," Finnan said of the oarsmen. "They've come a long way." "Poor bastards," he said, remembering our own time chained to the benches, when we had hauled on oar-looms with calloused hands and tried not to catch the eyes of the men carrying whips. "But that's our ship," Finnan added grimly. It was plainly a slave-driven ship, because 2 men with whips were stalking between the benches. 3 more men stood at the stern, where one, a fair-haired man wearing high boots and a white jerkin, handled the steering oar. The other 2 crewmen were standing at the prow. One was holding a horn, the other had a looped berthing line. "7 men," Finnan said. I grunted, watching as the ship turned towards the empty wharf. The river was flowing through the bridge arches with violent speed, heaping up on the far side, then churning white as it seethed through the gaps. The speed of the current caught the steersman by surprise, and the ship was being swept back downriver. "Pull, you bastards!" the steersman shouted, and the 2 men with whips lashed the rowers' backs. They were too late. The ship drifted out of sight behind the wall, and it was a minute or 2 before it came back into view. The slaves were pulling harder now, encouraged by the whips, and the steersman had the sense to aim his prow well up-river of the wharf. "Pull!" he shouted. "Pull!" The horn sounded, demanding help, but we stayed in the doorway's deep shadow. The whips cracked, the rowers heaved on their long oars, and the ship surged towards the wharf, but even so it was being driven downstream. "Pull!" the steersman screamed. The oar blades dipped, they hauled, and the ship came into the gap between the wreck and the empty wharf, but again the steersman had misjudged. and he was now too far from the empty wharf, and the current was driving him back towards the wrecked ship. "Bring in the oars!" he bellowed, not wanting his precious blade splintered against the wreck. Finnan chuckled. The Irishman was no seaman, but he recognized a clumsy display of ship-handling when he saw it. The slaving ship drifted and struck, pinned against the wreck, and with no one on the wharf to take the lines. "Aelfrin!" the steersman shouted towards us. "Aelfrin, you lazy bastard! Come here!" Aelfrin, we had learned, had commanded the guards left at the yard, and was the first man I had killed. By now his body was somewhere downriver, presumably stranded on a mud bank where the gulls would be feasting on his bloated corpse. One man had to struggle across the half-sunken wreck, taking the bitter end of a line, then walk around to the empty wharf, where he hauled the ship's bow into the western wharf. He tied off the line, then caught a second line hurled from the stern, and so pulled the ship into its berth. The oarsmen were slumped on their benches. I could see blood on some backs. My own back still carried the scars. "Aelfrin!" the steersman bellowed towards us, and again there was no answer. I heard a muttered curse, then the clattering sound of heavy oars being stowed amidships. One of the crewmen was unshackling the rowers on the two benches nearest the prow, and I remembered my days on the Trader, the slave-driven ship where Finnan and I had been chained to a bench, and how cautious the crew was when it came time to unshackle us. We were released 2 at a time, and escorted by men with whips and swords to whatever hovel would be our home. It seemed Gunnald's son was just as cautious. Another crewman made sure the 2 berthing lines were well secured, then added a third. "Let's go," I said. I had deliberately waited until the ship was firmly tied to the wharf, so it could not back out into the current when the crew saw us. Now, with 3 lines lashed down, it was too late for them to escape. Nor did they even try. The fair-haired man who had made such a mess of docking the ship just stood at the stern and stared at us. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Lord Varin's men," I called back, strolling down the wharf. "Who in God's name is Lord Varin?" "The man who captured the city," I said. "Welcome to East Anglia." That confused him, and he still just gazed at us as we came closer. Our swords were sheathed, and we seemed to be in no hurry. "Where's my father?" he asked, finding his voice again. "Is he the fat fella?" "Yes." "He's somewhere," I said vaguely. "What are you carrying?" "Carrying?" "What cargo?" "Nothing." "We were told you sold slaves in Francia. Did you give them away?" "Of course not." "So you got paid?" I asked, standing by the ship's stern. Leifing Gunnaldson saw where the questions were leading and looked uncomfortable. "We were paid," he muttered. "Then your cargo is money," I said cheerfully. "Bring it ashore." He hesitated, looking at his crewmen, but those men were not wearing mail, and we were. They had either short swords or a mariner's knife, and we all carried long blades. Leifing still hesitated. Then he saw me put a hand on Serpent Breath's hilt, and he stepped off the steering platform, reached beneath it, and pulled out a small wooden chest which, from the effort he needed to lift it, was plainly heavy. "It's just customs dues," I said reassuringly. "Bring it ashore." "Customs dues," he said bitterly, but still obeyed. He clambered up from the ship and dropped the box on the wharf. There was a happy sound of coins. His face, reddened by wind and sun, was soured by resentment. "How much do you want?" "Open it," I ordered. He bent to unclasp the iron latch, and I kicked him hard in the ribs, drawing serpent breath as I did. I stooped and pulled his seax from her scabbard and tossed the sword into the boat, where she fell at the feet of an oarsman who looked scared. One of the men with whips drew his arm back. "Use that whip," I shouted at him, "and I'll strangle you with it." The man glared at me and bared his teeth. He only had two that I could see, while his scarred face was framed by black, greasy ringlets and a beard that fell to his waist. "Drop the whip," I snarled at him. He hesitated, then reluctantly obeyed. Leifing Gunnlaugsson was trying to get to his feet. I kicked him again and told Immer to stand guard on him. "Kill him if he tries to stand." "Yes, lord." It was simple after that. We went on board, disarmed the crewmen, and prodded them up to the wharf. There was no fight in them, not even in the black-bearded man who had wanted to defy me. They still believed we were East Anglians who had taken over their city. One wanted to know when he would get his sword back, and I just snarled at him to be silent. "And you all stay where you are," I called to the slaves on the rowing benches. "Vida?" "Lord?" "Make sure they stay." The rowers were shackled with iron rings about their ankles, the rings threaded by long chains that ran from the prow to the ship's stern. The two chains had already been freed from their prow staples, and the slaves could have escaped easily enough, but they were weary, they were frightened, and so they stayed. I left 2 men to make sure the rowers remained quiet, locked our new captives in the same cage as the other guards, then stood at the warehouse door and gazed at the ship. She looked new. Her rigging was taut, and her furled sail unfrayed. I touched my hammer and sent a wordless prayer of thanks because I could take my men home. "Now what?" Finnan had joined me. "We get the oarsmen off the ship," I said, "and wait for dawn tomorrow." "Dawn tomorrow?" Finnan asked. "Why not go now?" We were standing in warm sunlight. It was a calm day with no wind to speak of, certainly not the west wind I wanted, but the river was running fast, helped by an ebbing tide, so that even with tired rowers it would be a quick passage to the estuary, and the afternoon could well bring a breeze to take us northwards. And, like Finnan, I wanted to go home. I wanted to smell Bebbanburg's sea and rest in Bebbanburg's hall. I had thought to leave in the dawn, shrouded from curious eyes by the remnants of darkness and a river mist. But why not leave now? The city seemed quiet. Jorund had told us the previous night that ships wanting to leave the docks were searched, but no East Anglian soldiers were taking any interest in our wharf. "Why not go now?" I repeated. "Let's just go home," Finnan said forcibly. So we told everyone. The freed slaves, the children, Father Oda, and Benedetta to board the boat. We had cooked more shit-speckled cakes with the last of the oats, and they were carried on board with whatever plunder we wanted from Gunnald's yard. Among that plunder were 4 good large shields, a dozen mail coats, 2 boxes of coins and hack silver, 10 leather jerkins, and a heap of other clothing. The last cask of ale was loaded. The ship was crowded. There were children crammed in the stern, the freed slave girls huddled at the prow, and all of them staring fearfully at the oarsmen who were ragged-haired, filthy and frightening. "I am your new master," I told those oarsmen, "and if you do what I ask, you will all be freed." There must have been men from several races, because I heard muttering as my words were translated. One man stood. "You'll free us?" He sounded suspicious. "Where?" He had spoken in Danish, and I answered in the same language. "In the north." "When?" "This week." "Why?" "Because you are saving my life," I said. "So as a reward I will give you your life back. What's your name?" "Irenmund." I stooped to the deck and picked up one of the short swords we had taken from the ship's crew, then walked the passage between the slaves. Irenmund watched me suspiciously. He was still shackled, but he was a formidably strong young man. His hair, blonde and ragged, hung to his shoulders. His blunt face was fearful, but still defiant. He looked at the sword in my hand, then back to my eyes. "How were you captured?" I asked him. "We were driven ashore in Frisia." "We?" "I was a crewman on a trading ship.
3 of us, the master and 2 seamen. We managed to get ashore and were captured.
And were sold?
We were sold, he said bitterly.
You were a good seaman.
I am a good seaman, he said defiantly.
Then catch, I said, and tossed the sword hilt first to him. He caught it and looked at me in bemusement. That's my pledge that I'll free you, I said, but first you have to get me home. Finan? Lord? Release them all. Are you sure, Lord? I looked back to the slaves and raised my voice. If you stay here in London, you will remain slaves. If you come with me, you'll be free men, and I swear I will do my best to send you home. There was the sound of iron links rattling on the deck and clanking through the fetters as the long chains were pulled back. We'll need a smith to knock those manacles from their ankles, Finan said. Remember ours? We had sores for weeks afterwards. I never forget, I said grimly, then raised my voice. Ironmund, are you released?
Yes.
Yes, Lord, Finan corrected him. Come here, I called. Ironmund came to the steering platform, the heavy metal rings attached to his ankle fetters clinking as he walked.
Lord?
He said the word uncertainly. I am a Jarl, I told him, and I want you to tell me about this ship. He sneered.
She's stern heavy, Lord, and she yaws like a bullock.
They didn't move the ballast? He spat over the side.
Leifing Gunnelsson knows nothing about ships, and I wasn't going to tell him.
Does the ship have a name?
Brimweaser,
he said, with another sneer. The name meant sea monarch, and whatever else she was, this ship was no ruler of the waves.
One more thing, Lord,
Ironmund said hesitantly. What? He hefted the short sword.
5 minutes ashore?
I looked into his eyes. Blue eyes in a face hurt by cruelty, and I was about to deny him, but then remembered my own feelings when I had been released from the shackles. How many of them?
Just the one, Lord.
I nodded. Just the one. Gebrut, Oswe, Vidar, go with this man. Let him do what he wants, but make sure he does it quickly. I moved the children into the bows to help balance the ship, and when Ironmund returned, still holding the sword, though now it was red with blood, we cast off the mooring lines, and the tired oarsmen backed the ship gently into the river's current. The stern was immediately swung downstream, so that we were pointing westwards instead of downriver, but a few strokes of the steerboard oars turned the hull until our cross-decorated prow pointed towards the distant sea. "Slowly now," I called. "Take her gently. We're in no hurry." Nor was I in a hurry. It was better to leave slowly, raising no suspicion that we had cause to flee the city. The wind was of no help to us, so we rowed only enough to keep our headway, carried more by the ebbing tide and the river's current than by the sweep of oars. Finan came to stand by me. "I've been in some mad places with you," he said. "Is this mad? A ship of slaves in a city of enemies? Yes, I'd say it was mad," he grinned. "So what do we do?" "We get out of the estuary, we turn north, and we pray for a good wind. We should make Bebbanburg in 3 days, maybe 4. I paused, watching swans on the sun-touched water. "But it means I've failed." "Failed? You're getting us home." "I came to kill Athelhelm and his rotten nephew." "You'll kill them yet," Finan said. The sun was warm. Most of the oarsmen were young, stripped to the waist, sunburned and sinewy. Word of Ironmund's revenge had spread through the benches, and the rowers were grinning even though they were tired. I had assumed Ironmund had wanted to kill Leifing Gunnelsson, But instead it had been the burly, black-ringleted man whose screams had reached the wharf.
"He made a mess of him, lord,"
Vidar had told me with indecent relish.
"but he was quick."
Now Ironmund was back on his bench, hauling the oar, but slowly. The current would carry us till the tide turned, then the hard work would begin unless the gods sent a friendly wind. Father Oda had been talking to the oarsmen and now joined us.
"Mostly Saxons," he said, "but 3 Danes, 2 Frisians, a Scot, and 2 of your countrymen, Finan, and all of them,"
he added pointedly, looking at me, "Christians."
"You can pray with them, father," I said cheerfully.
We were passing the wharves on the northern bank. Shipping was thick there, though to my relief there were few warriors visible on the wharves. The day seemed lazy and quiet. Even the river's traffic was scanty. Nothing was coming upriver against the tide, but we passed a handful of smaller boats that ferried goods to the southern bank. The air smelled cleaner out in the river's centre, though the London stench of smoke and shit was still there. But by tonight, I thought, we would be in the open sea beneath the stars. I was going home, and my only regret was that my oath was unfulfilled, but I consoled myself that I had done my best. Athelhelm still lived, and his vile nephew was now called King of Wessex, but I was taking my people home. We passed the dead Dane, and came in sight of my old home, the Roman house on its stone wharf at the river's edge. Gisela had died there, and I touched the hammer at my neck. In my heart I believed she was waiting for me somewhere in the realms of the gods.
3 days, do you think?
Finan interrupted my thoughts.
To get home? Yes, maybe 4.
We'll need food. We'll call into a harbour in East Anglia, take what we need.
There'll be no one to stop us,
Finan said with amusement.
The bastards are all here.
He was staring at the house, my old house where we had taken refuge when we first arrived in London. A ship was moored there, a long, low ship moored to face upstream, with a high prow on which a cross was mounted. Her mast was raked, giving her a predatory appearance. I guess she was twice as long as the Brimweser, which made her a much faster ship, and for a heartbeat I was tempted to steal her, but rejected the idea when I saw men come from the house onto the terrace. There were a dozen men, half of them in mail, and they watched as we slid past. I waved to them, hoping the gesture would convince them that we were no threat. Then one man, taller than the others, came from the house and pushed through his companions. He stood at the edge of the stone wharf and stared at us. And I cursed. It was Wayamund. I stared at him, and he stared at me, and he recognized me. I heard his bellow of rage, or perhaps of challenge, and then he was shouting at the men around him, and I saw them running towards the lethal-looking ship. I swore again.
"What?"
Father Oda asked. "Speed the rowers," I told Finan.
"Speed them?"
"We're being pursued," I said. I looked up at the sky and saw that darkness was still many hours away, and we were no longer safe. The ebbing tide was nearing low water, which meant it was running faster and gave us some help, as with the river's current it swept us downriver. Finan was hammering the time with a stave, and he quickened it, but the oarsmen were too tired after rowing upriver against the ebb. The current, of course, would help our enemy as much as it helped us, but I hoped it would take Wayamund a long time to assemble sufficient oarsmen. But hope is never something to rely on in warfare. My father had always said that if you hope the enemy will march east, then plan for them marching west. We passed the old Roman fort that marked the eastern extremity of the old city, and I looked back and saw my father had been right. The ship was already pulling away from the wharf, her rowers turning the long, sleek hull to follow us.
"It's not a full crew," Finan said.
"How many?" Maybe 24 oars? They'll still catch us, I said grimly. That's a big ship for just 24 oars. They'll catch us. Finan tucked the cross at his neck. I thought someone said this was a fast ship. For her size, she is. But the longer a ship, the faster she is, Finan said unhappily. He had heard me say that too many times, but had never understood why that was true. I did not understand it either, yet I knew the pursuing ship must inevitably catch us. I was steering Brimweaser to follow the huge horseshoe bend in the river that would sweep us southwards before curving north. I was using the outside of the bend, which was a longer row, but there the current was fastest, and I needed all the speed I could find. There are men at our prow, Finan said, still staring behind. They're the ones who'll board us, I said. So what do we do? Go ashore? Not yet. The current was racing us southwards. The river was low, with wide stretches of glistening mud on each bank, and beyond them little but desolate marshland where a few hovels showed where folk made a living from trapping eels. I turned and saw our pursuer was gaining on us. I could see the mailed men in the prow, see their shields with Athelhelm's leaping stag, and see the afternoon sun glinting from spearheads. Those men planned to jump down onto the Brimweaser's deck. How many in the prow? I asked Finan. Too many, he said grimly. I reckon he has 40 men at least. So Waymond had roughly half his men rowing, and the other half armed and ready to overwhelm us. They'll ram us, I said, and board us. And what do we do? Die? We outrun them, of course. But you said they'll catch us. They will. I could feel the water vibrating through the loom of the steering oar. That meant we were going fast, but we needed to be faster. If you want to be free men, I shouted at the oarsman, then row as you've never rowed before. I know you're tired, but row as if the devil is at your heels. Which he was. Row! They put their feeble strength into the oars. 4 of my men had taken the places of the weaker oarsmen, and they called the time as the strokes quickened. We had gone around the vast southern bend and were heading northwards now. The pursuing ship was a little more than 300 paces behind us, and her rowers, fresher than ours, were pulling faster. I saw the river break white at our cutwater, saw how each pull of the oars surged her a pace nearer. If we go ashore, Finan began nervously, they'll hunt us in the marshes. It won't be pretty. So we don't go ashore, I said, deliberately confusing him. But yet, I finished. He gave me a weary look. So tell me. We won't reach Bebbanburg, at least not for a while. Because? See those trees ahead? I pointed. About a mile ahead of us, the river turned east again towards the sea, but on the northern bank was a prominent clump of trees. Just beyond those trees is a river, I went on, the Legan, and it takes us north into Mercia. It takes them north, too, Finan said, nodding astern. Half a lifetime ago, I went on, the Danes took their ships up the Legan, and Alfred built a fort to block the river. They lost all their ships. That was a fight we missed. We didn't miss many, Finan said grumpily. I turned to look behind and saw that the big ship was now a little more than 200 paces away. I could see Waymond, too, looming above the other men in the prow. He turned and evidently shouted at his oarsmen to row faster. That ship may be longer than ours, I told Finan, and she's certainly quicker, but she draws more water. The Legan is shallow, so if we're lucky, and I touched the hammer, she'll go aground. And if we're unlucky, we die. I had never sailed the Legan. I knew the river was tidal for a few miles upstream, and deep enough beyond the tidal head to take boats almost as far as Hereford. But I also knew it was a difficult river. The Legan's last few miles flowed through dense marshland, where the river divided into a dozen shallow streams that changed their courses over the years. I'd seen ships using those channels, but that had been years before. And we were very close to the tide's ebb, when the water would be at its shallowest. If I was unlucky, we would go aground, and then there would be blood in the Legion. Our rowers were weakening, our pursuers were nearer, and once we turned into the Legion we would be rowing against the current. "Pull!" I shouted. "Pull! Your lives depend on it! You can rest soon, but pull now!" I could see that the freed slave girls, crouched in the bows with the children, were crying. They knew just what they could expect if the bigger ship caught us. We were close to the end of the northern reach, but Wehrmann's ship was now only 100 paces behind. I prayed he had no bowmen on board. I watched the river's northern bank appear as we began the eastwards turn. Trees grew in the marshes, and the Legion's channels threaded those trees. "Poplars," I said. "Poplars? Just hope the mast doesn't catch on a branch." "Mary, Mother of God," Finnan said, and touched his cross. "Pull! Pull! Pull!" I shouted, and heaved the steering oar over, and the Brimweser turned across the river's current and headed for the Legion. She slowed immediately, no longer helped by tide or river, and I bellowed at the oarsmen again. The big ship was following us, close enough now for a man to try throwing a spear that fell into our feeble wake just a few paces short. "Pull!" I bellowed. "Pull!" And we slid out of the Thames into the clearer water of the Legion, and the oarsmen were grimacing, hauling on the looms, and still I bellowed at them as we turned into the widest of the Legion's channels. To the left, driven deep into the river's margin, were 4 giant stakes. I wondered if they were markers, or perhaps the remnants of a wharf, then forgot them as the steerboard side oars touched bottom, and I hauled the steering oar towards me and shouted at the oarsmen to keep rowing. There was a small island of reeds ahead. Did I go to the left of it or to the right? I felt panic. It would be so easy to go aground, but just then a small ship nosed into view behind a screen of poplars. The ship was little more than a barge loaded with hay, and she was aiming towards the easternmost channel. I touched my hammer again and thanked the gods for sending a sign. "Row!" I shouted. "Row!" The helmsman of the barge would know the river, and know just which channels had enough depth to float his heavily laden barge. He was using the ebbing tide to carry his cargo down the Legion, and once at the river's mouth he would wait for the flood tide to float him and carry him up the Thames to London. He had 4 oars, scarce enough to move the vast load, but the tides would do most of his work. Our rowers could clearly see Wehrmann's ship, and see the mailed and helmeted men crowded into her prow. The oarsmen were bone-weary, but they pulled hard, and we slid up the easternmost channel, passing the hay barge, and again our steerboard oars struck the riverbed, and I screamed at those rowers to keep pulling. Another spear was thrown and hammered into our stern post. Finnan plucked it loose. The men on the hay barge watched us open-mouthed. The barge's 4 oarsmen were so astonished at our sudden appearance that they had stopped rowing to stare at us, while the steersman just gaped, and his ship slewed across the river. There was a bellow of anger from behind, as Wehrmann's ship slammed into the barge and veered into the eastern bank. Men lurched forward as the big hull grounded. And we rowed on, struggling against the current and the last of the ebb. I let the oarsmen slow, content just to make a walking pace as we slid between the marshes. Wehrmann's ship was aground, but men were already leaping overboard to shove her back into the channel. The hay barge had gone ashore on the other bank, and its crew had been sensible enough to leap overboard and flee through the marshes. "So we're safe?" Finnan asked. "They'll be afloat soon." "Jesus," he muttered. I was gazing ahead, trying to pick a course through the tangled waterways. Our oars touched the river's bed every few strokes, and once I felt the shudder of mud beneath the keel and held my breath till we had slid into deeper water. The branch of a poplar brushed our furled sails yard and scattered leaves on the rowers. Birds fled from us, their wings white, and I tried to discern an omen in their flight, but the gods had given me the gift of the hay barge and offered me nothing more. An otter slid into the water, looked up at me for an instant, then dived out of sight. We were still rowing through marshes, but ahead of us the land rose almost imperceptibly. There were small fields of wheat and rye, and I thought of Uhtred, whom we had met in the Dead Dane, and how he wanted to be home for the harvest. "Bastards are coming," Finan said. But the bastards were having a more difficult time than the Brimweaser. Their oars were fouling more often, and their pace was slowed by the river's depth. They had a man in the prow who was watching for the shallows and shouting directions. "They'll give up soon," Finan added. "They won't," I said, because ahead of us the river twisted like a serpent. It flowed south on its way to the Thames, then turned sharply northwards, before another tight bend brought it south again to where we struggled against the current. We would be well ahead of Wayamund when we reached that first bend, but as we rowed south his ship would be just 40 or 50 paces away on the northward reach. "Ironmund!" I shouted. "Lord?" "I want you here. Vidar, take his oar." I waited for Ironmund to reach me. "You can steer a ship?" I asked. "Been doing it since I was 8 years old," he said. I gave him the steering oar. "Stay on the outside of that bend," I said. "Then keep her in the middle of the river." He grinned, happy to be given the responsibility, and I pulled on my old, battered helmet with its boiled leather cheekpieces. Finan pulled on his own helmet and gave me a quizzical glance. "Why that fella?" he asked softly, nodding at Ironmund, "and not Gebrut?" "Because we'll be fighting soon," I said. Gebrut was a fine seaman, but he was also an immensely strong man who was pulling an oar, and we needed all the strength we could find. "Or we will be fighting," I went on, "if Wayamund has half a brain." "He's got tripe for brains," Finan said. "But sooner or later he'll see his chance." That chance was caused by how closely the southern reach lay to the northern. Just a narrow strip of marsh separated the two, which meant that Wayamund could send men across the intervening marsh to assail us with spears. Ironmund was already taking us into the bend, keeping to the outside where the water would be deepest, but the current was also fastest there, and our progress was painfully slow. Most of our rowers were at the end of their endurance, their faces grimacing as they hauled on the heavy oars. "Not much longer now," I shouted as I made my way forward to where the children, the women, and Father Oda were sitting on the deck beneath the small prow platform. Benedetta looked up at me anxiously, and I tried to reassure her with a smile. "I want the smallest children under the platform," I told Benedetta, pointing to the small space at the prow, "and the rest on this side of the deck." I was on the backboard side because once we rounded the sharp bend, that side would be facing the enemy ship as it rowed northwards. "Immer!" I shouted. "Come here!" He scrambled back to me, and I handed him one of the big shields we had discovered in Gonald's yard. "The bastards might be throwing spears," I explained, "and your job is to stop them. Catch them on the shield." Finan, Immer, Oswy, and I had shields. Finan would protect the steering platform. Immer would try to defend the women and children huddled beneath the ship's rail, while Oswy and I must somehow keep spears from striking the rowers. "It would be a long throw," Oswy said dubiously. He was gazing at the enemy ship that was nearing the first bend just as we struggled out of it. "They won't throw from the ship," I said, "and maybe they won't throw at all." I touched the hammer, hoping I was right. The helmsman on the enemy ship stayed too close to the inner bank of the curve, and I saw the big ship lurch as she ran aground again. For a few heartbeats it just stayed there. Then a dozen men leapt overboard. I thought they were about to attempt to push the big ship off the mud, but instead they carried spears and began running towards us. "Pull!" I shouted. "Ironmund, keep to the right!" The steerboard oars began fouling the riverbed again, but they also found purchase, and the Brimweaser kept moving. The rowers on the backboard benches looked anxiously at the enemy who were stumbling through the marsh's reeds and tussocks. "Just keep rowing," I called. "Why?" a bare-chested man with a spade beard challenged me. He stopped hauling his oar, stood, and looked at me truculently. "They're your enemy. They're not ours." He was right, of course, but there was no time to argue with him, especially as some of the oarsmen muttered sullen agreement. I just drew serpent breath, stepped over the next bench, and thrust hard. He had time to look astonished, then his calloused hands closed on the long blade that had glanced off a rib and driven deep into his chest. He made a gasping noise. Blood bubbled at his open mouth and spilled down his beard as his eyes stared at me beseechingly. I snarled, wrenched the blade sideways, and so toppled him over the side. Blood spread on the water. "Does anyone else want to argue?" I asked. No one did. "Those men," I pointed the blood-streaked blade at our pursuers, "will sell you. I will free you. Now row!" The death of one man spurred the others to renewed effort, and Brimweaser surged forward against the river's swirling current. "Folkbold," I shouted, "take this oar. Aldwyn!" The boy ran to me, and I gave him serpent breath. "Clean it." "Yes, lord." "Dip the blade in the river," I told him. "Then wipe off every drop of blood and water. Bring it back when it's dry, really dry." I had not wanted to kill the man, but I had sensed resentment among the bone-weary oarsmen who had been trapped in a struggle that was none of their business. The dead man, whose body now floated belly down towards our pursuers, could have roused that resentment into outright refusal. Even now, as the oarsmen pulled desperately on their looms, I saw the distrust on their faces. But then Ironmund, standing proud at the stern, called out, "Lord Uhtred is right. We just have been sold again, so row!" They rowed, but even with the new energy born of fear, they could not outpace the men hurrying across the marsh. I counted them. 12 men, carrying 2 spears each. Waymond was not among them. He was still on board the pursuing ship that was being heaved off the mudbank. I could just hear him bawling orders. Then the leading spearman decided to chance his arm. It was a long throw, but he hurled his spear, and it soared across the river, aimed at Ironmund, and I heard it thump into Finnan's shield. The other men kept coming, then 2 stopped and threw their spears. One fell short, plunging into the river. The other struck Brimweaser's hull and quivered there. Waymond had been clever enough. He had realized that spearmen on foot could catch us and cripple us by slaughtering enough oarsmen, but he had not been clever enough to tell them that their best chance was to throw their spears together. A man can dodge a spear or catch it on his shield, but a shower of spears is far more deadly. One by one the men threw the heavy blades, and one by one we either stopped them or watched them fly high or low. Not every spear missed. One oarsman was hit in the thigh, the blade gouging a deep cut that Father Oda hurried to bandage. Another glanced off the iron rim of my shield and scored a long, shallow wound across a man's naked back. But most of the spears were wasted, and still we rode on, nearing the next bend that would take us north again. North into Mercia. Waymond had freed his ship and had his men hauling on their oars again, but Ironmund was already taking us into the sharp curve. I saw Beornoth readying to hurl a spear back at the frustrated men who could only watch as we rode away from them. "No!" I called to him. "I can skewer one of the bastards, lord," he called back. "And give them a chance to throw it back? Don't throw." Waymond's men had used all their spears, and his only chance now was to row faster. But the deeper draught of his big ship was turning against him, and the tide was blessedly low. We turned the bend and headed north, and saw our pursuer shudder to another stop. We rode on, gaining distance with every stroke, still threading the wide marsh, but ahead of us now there were low wooded hills and the smoke from cooking hearths. The river was becoming dirtier, with streaks of foul-smelling brown water. There was a village, I remembered, built where the Roman road from London to Colchester forded the Legan, and I feared that the East Anglians might have left men there to guard the crossing. We were rowing now between thick willow trees that snagged on our mast and yard, and I could see the small smoke from the village smearing the sky. Benedetta had come aft to join me as we passed between the village's first small cottages. She wrinkled her nose. "The stink." "Tanners," I said. "Leather?" "They cure the hides with shit." "It is filthy." "The world is filthy," I said. Benedetta paused, and then, in a lower voice, "I have to say something." "Say it." "The slave girls," Benedetta said, nodding towards the bow, where the girls we had freed from Gunnell's warehouse were huddled. "They are frightened." "We're all frightened," I said. "But they have been kept from the men. It is not your enemy they fear, but the other slaves. I am frightened of them too." She paused, and then, more harshly, "You should not have freed the men with oars, Lord Uhtred. They should all be chained still." "I'm giving them freedom," I said. "Freedom to take what they want." I gazed at the women. All were young, and the 4 who'd been kept for Gunnell's use were undeniably attractive. They stared back at me with fear on their faces. "Short of killing the rowers," I said, "the best I can do is protect the women. My men won't touch them." "I'll kill any man who does," Finan put in. He had been listening to our conversation. "Men are not kind," Benedetta said. "I know." We passed a wooden church, and beyond it a woman was pulling weeds from a vegetable garden. "Are there soldiers here?" I called to her, but she pretended not to hear, and walked towards her thatched hovel. "Can't see any troops," Finan said. "And why would they have an outpost here?" He nodded ahead to where a ripple of water showed where the road forded the river. "Isn't that the road to East Anglia? They can't be expecting enemies on that road." I shrugged and said nothing. Ironman still steered us. A dog chased us along the bank, barking frantically, then gave up the pursuit as we reached the ford. Our keel touched the bottom again, even though we were keeping to the middle of the river, but the ominous scraping died, and the slight grounding hardly checked our small speed. "He won't get past that," I told Finan. "Wehrmund. That ford will stop him dead. He'll have to wait hours." "God be praised," Benedetta said. Aldwyn brought me serpent breath. I checked that the blade was clean and dry, slid the sword into a fleece-lined scabbard, and patted Aldwyn's head. "Well done," I said, then looked behind and could see no sign of our pursuer. "I think we're safe." "God be praised," Benedetta said again, but Finan just nodded westwards. And on the road to London, at the village's western end, were horsemen. The sun was low, dazzling my eyes, but I could see men hauling themselves into saddles. They were not many, perhaps 8 or 9, but 2 of them wore the distinctive dull-red cloaks. "So they did leave sentries here," I said bitterly. "Or maybe a forage party," Finan said dourly. "They don't seem interested in us," I said, as we rode on northwards. "You hope," Finan said. Then the horsemen disappeared behind an orchard. The sun might have been low, but it was summer, and a long evening lay ahead, which could yet bring us death. Chapter 9. It should have been a pleasant evening. The day was warm but not too hot. The sun slanted across a green land, and we rowed slowly, almost gently. The oarsmen were near the end of their strength, but I did not demand more effort. We were travelling at a walking pace, content that no one pursued us. True, we had seen a small group of Athelham's men at the village by the Legan's ford, but it seemed they had taken no interest in us, and no horsemen appeared in the fields to our left, and so we went slowly northwards between willows and alders, past meadows where cattle grazed, and by small steadings marked by smoke that rose into the windless air. We kept rowing as the shadows lengthened into the long summer evening. Hardly anyone spoke. Even the children were quiet. The loudest noises were the creaking of the oars and the splashes of the blades that left ripples which the current swirled downstream. I relieved Iridmund on the steering oar, and he took the oar of a youngster who looked on the point of collapse. Finan squatted beside me on the steering platform, and Benedetta perched on the rail with one hand on the sternpost. "This is Mercia?" she asked me. "The river is the frontier," I explained, "which means that is East Anglia," I pointed to the right bank, "and that," I pointed to the setting sun, "is Mercia." "But if it is Mercia," she went on, "then we surely find friends?" Or we would find enemies, I thought, but I said nothing. We were rowing up a long, straight river stretch, and I could see no sign of any pursuit. I was certain Wayman's ship should not have been able to pass the ford, at least not until the tide rose, and his men, tired from rowing and burdened by mail and weapons, could never catch us on foot. My fear was that Waymond would find horses, and then he would be onto us like a stoat slaughtering leverets. But as the sun blazed its last in the west, we saw no sign of any horsemen. We passed by 2 more villages. The first was on the western bank, and was surrounded by the rotting remnants of a palisade and by a ditch that was half filled in. That fallen palisade was a reminder of how peaceful this part of Britain had become. It had been a wild frontier once, the border between the Saxons of Mercia and the Danes of East Anglia. King Alfred had signed a treaty with those Danes, ceding them all the land to the east, but his son had conquered East Anglia, and the river was peaceful again. Now Edward's will, that divided his kingdom between Ethelstan and Elfweard, might mean that the palisade would need to be repaired and the ditch deepened. The second village was on the eastern bank, and had a wharf fronting the river where 4 barges, each about the size of Brimweaser, were tied. None of the barges had a mast stepped, but all were equipped with stout tholes for oars, and one had a deck heaped with sawn timbers. Beyond the wharf were felled trunks that 2 men were splitting with wedges and mauls. "Timber for London," I said to Finan. "London? The ships don't have their masts stepped," I said, "so they can get under the bridge." The Saxon city beyond London's Roman walls was where the hunger for timber, for new houses, for new wharves, and for firewood was unending. The 2 men splitting the trunks paused to watch us pass. "There's a ford up there," one shouted, pointing north. He spoke in Danish. "Careful now." "What's this place called?" I called back in the same language. He shrugged. "A timber yard." Finan chuckled. I scowled, then looked behind, but still saw no pursuing horsemen. At best, I thought, Waymond would return to London and set out in the morning with sufficient men to slaughter us. He would search the river till he found Brimweaser, and, if she was deserted, scour the nearby countryside. For a moment I even thought of turning the ship and rowing downstream, hoping to reach the Thames and then the open sea, but it would be a night-time journey against the tide, with an exhausted crew in a shoaling river, and if Waymond had a shred of sense he would leave his ship with sufficient men to block the Legan and so trap us. We crossed the ford north of the timber yard without scraping the shingle, though some of the oars faltered as they struck the riverbed. "We must stop soon," Benedetta insisted. "Look at the men." "We keep going while there's light," I said. "But they are tired," she said. I was tired too. Tired of trying to escape a predicament all of my own making, and anxious because of the horsemen we had seen. I wanted to stop, and I feared to stop. The river was wide here, wide and shallow, and Benedetta was right. The oarsmen were near the end of their strength, and we were barely making progress against the sluggish current. The sun was low now, touching the crests of distant hills, but outlined against that burning sun, I could just see a high thatched roof above a stand of elms. A hall, I thought, and a chance to rest. I pulled the steering oar towards me and ran Brimweaser aground, her bows just nudging the bank. Finnan glanced at me. "Stopping?" "It'll be dark soon. I want a place to shelter." "We could stay on the boat." "We've come about as far as we can," I said. The river was increasingly shallow, and for the last few minutes we had been rowing through sinuous waterweed, and our oars and keel had been constantly scraping the river bed. I decided it was time to abandon the Brimweaser. "We could wait for the flood tide," I told Finnan, "and make a few more miles, but we'll be waiting for hours. Better to walk now." "And rest first?" "And rest first," I assured him. We went ashore, taking with us the captured weapons, clothes, food, mail, and money. I distributed the food, letting everyone take what they could carry. The last things I took were the 2 long chains that had linked the shackles of the rowers. "Why these, Lord?" Immer asked me after I draped one of the heavy coiled chains around his neck. "Chain is valuable," I said. Before we left the river, I had Gebrut and Biernoth, the only 2 of my men who could swim, take off their boots and mail, then take Brimweaser's bowline across the river. Once there, they hauled the ship to the East Anglian bank, tied her to a willow, then half waded and half swam back. It was a small and probably useless precaution, but if Waymond did follow us, then he would discover the ship on the eastern bank and might perhaps lead his men across the river and so away from us. It was twilight as we walked across a lush river meadow that was thick with buttercups, through the elms and so to a large steading, which, like the villages we had passed, had no palisade. 2 tethered dogs greeted us with frantic barking. There was a large hall from which smoke rose into the evening, a newly thatched barn, and some smaller buildings which I took to be granaries and stables. The 3 dogs barked more urgently, straining at the thick ropes that held them to the hall, and only stopped when the door was thrown open and 4 men were outlined against the glow of the fire inside. 3 of the men carried hunting bows that had arrows notched on their cords. The 4th held a sword. It was that man who bellowed at the dogs to stop their damned noise, then looked at us. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Travellers," I called back. "Jesus! Enough of you!" I gave my sword-belt to Finnan, and, accompanied only by Benedetta and Father Oda, walked towards the hall. As I got closer, I saw that the man holding the sword was elderly, but still hale. "I seek shelter for a night," I explained, "and have silver to pay you." "Silver is always welcome," he said guardedly. "But who are you, and where are you going?" "I am a friend of King Ethelstan," I answered. "Maybe," he said cautiously, "but you're not Mercian." My accent had told him that. "I am from Northumbria." "A Northumbrian is a friend of the king?" he asked scornfully. "As I was also a friend to the Lady Ethelfled." That name gave him pause. He stared at us in the fast-fading light, and I saw him look down at the hammer amulet hanging from my neck. "A Northumbrian pagan?" he said slowly,
"who was a friend to the Lady Ethelfled."
He looked back to my face as he lowered the sword.
"You're Uhtred of Bebbanburg."
He spoke in a tone of amazement. "I am."
"Then you are welcome, lord."
He sheathed his sword, gestured for his companions to lower their bows, then took a few paces towards us, stopping just a sword's length away.
"My name is Radwell Radwilson."
"You're well met," I said fervently.
"I fought at Farnham, lord."
"A bad fight, that," I responded.
"We won, lord. You won."
He smiled.
"You are indeed welcome."
"I might not be so welcome if you know that we're being pursued."
"By those bastards who captured London?"
"They will come," I said, "and if they find us here, they'll punish you."
"East Anglians,"
Radwell said angrily.
"They've already sent men to raid our storehouses and steal cattle."
"We have food," I said, "but we need ale and a place to rest. Not in your hall. I can't endanger your household." He thought for a moment. An elderly woman, I assumed she was his wife, came to the door and watched us. The first bats were leaving the barn, dark against the sky in which the first stars were showing.
"There's a place a short mile south of here," Radwell said, "and you can rest there safe enough."
He looked past me at the motley collection of slaves, children, and warriors.
"But you lead a mighty strange army, lord," he went on, amused. "So what in God's name are you doing?"
"You have time for a story?"
"Don't we always, lord?"
It had been the mention of Ethelfled that had unlocked Radwell's generosity. The Mercians had loved her, admired her, and now mourned her. It was Ethelfled who had driven the Danes from Mercia, who had endowed churches, monasteries, and convents, and who had built the burhs that defended the northern frontier. She was the Lady of Mercia, a ruler who had fiercely defended Mercia's pride and Mercia's wealth, and all Mercians knew I had been her friend, and a few even suspected I had been her lover. Radwell talked of her as he led us south around the flank of a wooded hill, then listened as I told him of our escape from London.
"If the bastards come looking for you," he assured me, "I won't say a word. Nor will any of my people. We've no love for East Anglians."
"The man leading the search," I said, "is a West Saxon."
"We haven't much love for them either. Don't worry, lord, none of us have seen you."
The night was bright with moonlight. We were walking the river meadows, and I worried that Waymond might have sent men north on foot to find Brimweaser. I saw her mast above the shadowed willows as we went south, but saw no sign of an enemy. "If you want that ship," I said to Radwell, "she's yours."
"Never did like ships, lord."
"Her timbers might be useful."
"That's true. A good ship's timbers will build a couple of cottages. It's careful here."
We had come to a reed-fringed ditch, and once across, Radwell led us west towards low wooded hills. We followed a track that wound through ash and elm to a clearing where an old decaying barn stood gaunt in the moonlight.
"This was part of my father's steading," Radwell explained, "and part of mine too, but the old fellow who owned the river meadows died 10 years back, and I bought the land from his widow. She died 4 years after her old fellow, so we moved into their hall."
He pushed open a half-collapsed door.
"It's dry enough in there, lord. I'll send ale to you and whatever food the wife can spare. There's cheese, I know."
"You mustn't go hungry because of us," I said. "We just need ale."
"There's a spring back and beyond."
Radwell nodded towards the higher ground to the west.
"And the water's safe."
"Then all I need is shelter." I felt in my pouch. Radwell heard the chink of coins.
"It don't seem right taking money from you, lord. Not for a night's shelter in an old barn."
"I stole the money from a slave trader."
"In that case—"
He grinned and held out a hand.
"And where are you going, lord, if you don't mind me asking?" "Further north," I said, deliberately vague. "We're looking for King Athelstan's forces." "North?" Radwell sounded surprised. "You don't need to go north, Lord. There's a fair few hundred of King Athelstan's men in Worlemchester. Both my sons are there, serving Lord Meerwalla." It was my turn to sound surprised. "Worlemchester?" I asked. "Is that close by?" "The good Lord love you, Lord," Radwell said, amused. "No more than 24 miles from here." So Meerwalla, my friend, was close, and with him were the hundreds of men he had so foolishly marched out of London. "Meerwalla's still there?" "He was a week ago," Radwell said. "I rode there to give the boys some bacon." I felt a sudden surge of hope, of relief. I touched the hammer. "So where are we?" I asked. "God love you, Lord, this is Chesterhunt." I had never heard of the place, though plainly Radwell considered it notable. I felt in my pouch again, and brought out a piece of gold. "Do you have a reliable servant?" "I have 6, Lord." "And a good horse?" "6 of those too." "Then can one of your servants ride to Worlemchester tonight," I said, holding out the coin, "and tell Meerwalla I'm here, and that I need help?" Radwell hesitated, then took the coin. "I'll send 2 men, Lord." He hesitated again. "Is there going to be a war?" "There already is," I said bleakly. "There was fighting in London, and once a war starts, it's hard to stop." "Because we have 2 kings instead of 1? "Because we have 1 king," I said, "and a vile boy who thinks he's a king." Radwell heard the bitterness in my voice. "Elfweird?" "Him and his uncle." "Who won't stop till they've swallowed Mercia," Radwell said sourly. "But what if Mercia swallows Wessex and East Anglia?" I asked. He thought about that, then crossed himself. "I'd rather there was no war, Lord. There's been too much. I don't want my sons in a shield wall, but if there has to be war, then I pray young Ethelstan wins it. Is that why you're here, Lord, to help him?" "I'm here," I said, "because I'm a fool." And I was. I was an impetuous fool. But the gods had brought me close to Ethelstan's forces, so maybe the gods were on my side. The morning would tell. I would not allow a fire. If Waymond had sent men to follow us through the night, then a fire, even inside the old barn, would betray us. We ate stale oatcakes and dried fish, drank the water from the spring that Radwell had said was pure, and then I ordered the oarsmen to sleep at one end of the old barn, the women and children at the other, while I and my men would stay between them. I put our plunder, the spare clothes, mail coats, money, and spears with the women. Then I made all my men draw their swords. A small moonlight leaked through the barn's splintered roof, just enough light so that the oarsmen could see the glint of swords. "I'm chaining you," I told them. There was silence for a couple of heartbeats, then a growl. "I'm freeing you too," I quietened them. "I promised it, and I keep my promises, but this night you wear the chains, maybe for the last time. Immer, Oswy, do it." That was why I had brought the chains. The oarsmen were bone-tired, and that might be enough to keep them sleeping all night, but Benedetta's warning had stayed with me. Men whose ankles were linked by chain would find it impossible to move silently, and any attempt to remove the chain would surely alert us. Benedetta and the women watched as Oswy and Immer threaded the links. There was no way of stapling the chains, so they just tied clumsy knots in their ends. "Now sleep," I told them, then watched as they sullenly settled on the rancid straw before I took Finnan out into the moonlight. "We're going to need sentries," I said. We were gazing across the meadows to where the moon-touched river slid silver between the willows. "You think the bastards are following us?" They might be, but even if they're not, we need sentries, he interrupted me. I'll take the first part of the night, I said, and you the second. We each need 3 men with us. Out here? He asked. We were standing just outside the barn. 1 man out here, I said, and you or me inside with the other 2. Inside? Do you trust the slaves? I asked. They're chained, he said. And desperate. They know we're being pursued. Maybe they think it's better to run now than wait for Wayman's troops to capture us. And they know we have money, women, and weapons. He thought for a heartbeat, then, Jesus, he said quietly. You really think they'll dare attack us? I think we should be ready if they do. And there's near 30 of them. If they all attack us... His voice trailed away. Even if only half, I said. Or maybe I'm imagining it. And if they do attack? Put them down hard and fast, I said grimly. Jesus, he said again. And warn all our men, I added. We went back inside. Moonlight came through the ragged holes in the shattered roof. Men were snoring. I could hear a child crying, and Benedetta singing softly to her. After a while the crying ended. An owl hooted in the woods beyond the barn. I put Oswy outside the barn, and sat inside with Beanoth and Gebrut, the 3 of us leaning against the wall in dark shadow. None of us spoke, and my thoughts drifted as I fought against sleep. I remembered the London house where I had lived with Gisela, and I tried to conjure her face in my memory, but it would not come. It never did. Stiora, my daughter, had resembled her mother, but Stiora was dead too, and her face was just as elusive. What I could remember was Raven, the blind skald, who was father to Ragnar the Fearless. It had been Ragnar who had captured me when I was a child, who had enslaved me and then made me his son. Raven had been a great warrior till a Saxon sword took his eyes, and so he had become a skald. He had laughed when I said I did not know what a skald was. You would call a skald a skop, he had explained. A shaper? A poet, boy. A weaver of dreams, a man who makes glory from nothing and dazzles you with its making. What use is a poet? I had asked. None at all, boy, none at all. Poets are quite useless, but when the world ends, folk will remember our songs, and in Valhalla they will sing those songs, and so the Middle-earth's glory will not die. Raven had taught me about his gods, and now that I was as old as Raven had been when I knew him, I wished I had asked him more, but I did remember him saying that he believed there was a place in the afterworld for families. I will see my wife again, he'd told me wistfully, and I had been too young to know what to say and too foolish to ask him more. All I'd wanted to hear was his tales of battle. But now, in the moonlit barn, I clung to those few words spoken so long ago, and dreamed of Gisela waiting in some sunlit hall to welcome me. I tried to summon her face, her smile. I saw her in my dreams sometimes, but never when I was awake. "Lord!" Beanoth hissed, elbowing me. I must have fallen half asleep, but woke abruptly. Serpent breath was drawn, lying hidden in the straw beside me, and I instinctively took a hilt. I looked to my right, where the rowers had bedded down. I could see none moving, and could hear nothing but snoring, but after a moment I also heard low muttering, and assumed that sound had alerted Beanoth. I could make out no words. The muttering stopped, then started again. I heard the filthy straw rustling and the clink of the chains. That sound had not stopped all night,
but sleeping men moved their feet, and I dismissed it. The moon was low in the sky, and so little light leaked through the barn's broken roof, but all the rowers appeared to be sleeping. I listened, trying to distinguish the noise a chain might make if it were being slowly drawn through the ring of an ankle fetter, but all I heard was snores. An owl called. One of the children at the other end of the barn cried in her sleep and was hushed. A chain clinked again, stopped, and then sounded louder. The straw rustled, then went quiet. I waited, tense, my hand tight on Serpent Breath's hilt. Then it happened. A big man, little more than a shadow in the darkness, stood and charged towards me. He bellowed a challenge as he lunged at me. The chain clattered behind him. I shouted too, a wordless shout of rage, and I lifted Serpent Breath and let the big man run onto the blade. I was trying to stand, but the weight of the man pushed me against Birnoth, and we both fell back. Serpent Breath had gone deep. I had felt her punch through layers of muscle, but the man, still roaring, swung at me with a seax, which must have been the blade I had given to Ironmund, and I felt my mail rip and a sharp pain score across my left shoulder. I had been driven down to the barn's floor. I was still gripping Serpent Breath and was suddenly aware of warm blood soaking my right hand. Birnoth was shouting, children were screaming. I heard Finan curse, but I could see nothing because I was still trapped beneath the big man who was breathing gutturally, gasping into my face. I heaved him off me, managed to get to my knees, and ripped Serpent Breath up. I should have been using Wasp Sting because there was no room to wield the long blade, but before I could free the sword, 2 more men came at me, their faces distorted by fear and rage. The big man was dying, but had my left leg in his grip. I twisted Serpent Breath in his guts, just as one of the 2 men lunged at my belly, and in the moonlight I saw a small knife in his hand. I twisted away, and the dying man's grip tripped me, and so I fell again, and the man with the knife followed me down, snarling, the knife aimed at my right eye. I held his wrist with my left hand, the right still holding Serpent Breath, and the knife man snarled again and used his strength to drive his blade down. He had been pulling an oar, and his strength was prodigious. I wanted to slash his neck with Serpent Breath, but the second man was trying to tug the sword away from me, and I remember thinking that this was a futile way to die. The first man was inching the knife closer. In the dim, moonlit barn I could see it was not really a knife, but a ship's nail, a spike, and he was grunting with the effort of trying to push it into my eye while I was trying to thrust his hand away and still keep hold of Serpent Breath. It was a battle I was losing. The spike came nearer and nearer, and he was stronger than me. But then, quite suddenly, his eyes went wide. He stopped, snarling. His hand lost all its strength, and the long nail fell, just missing my eye. He began to vomit blood. Great gouts of blood that were black in the night, blood spurting with extraordinary force to blind me, blood warm on my face as the man choked and gurgled from the sudden slash in his gullet. At almost the same instant, the second man let go of both my arm and of Serpent Breath's crosspiece. A woman shrieked like a demon in pain. I was standing, shouting as much from fear as relief. The barn stank of blood. The man who had tried to take Serpent Breath was backing away, a spear threatening him. He had been wounded in the ribs, presumably by the spear, and I finished him by slicing Serpent Breath back-handed and so opening his gullet. The big man who had started the fight was still gripping my leg, but feebly, and I stabbed down with my blood-soaked blade and pierced his arm. Then, filled with rage, I rammed Serpent Breath through his eye and deep into his skull. There was a moan, some gasps from the women, and cries from the children, then silence. "Anyone wounded?" Finan called. "Me," I said bitterly, "but I'll live." "Bastards!" Finan spat. 10 of the oarsmen had been persuaded that their best chance lay in killing us. and now all 10 were either dead or dying in the blood-reeking barn. The rest were huddled against the far wall. Ironmund was one of them.
"We didn't know, Lord," he began.
"Quiet!" I silenced him, then stooped and plucked the seax from the dead man's hand. "How did he get this sword?" I demanded of Ironmund.
"I was sleeping, Lord."
He sounded terrified.
"He must have stolen it, Lord."
The big man had stolen the seax, and then, slowly and quietly, he had undone the knots in one of the chains. He had loosened it link by link, working through the dark until he reckoned he could move unhindered. Then he had attacked. It had been Benedetta who had shrieked like a demon in pain, not because she was hurt, but in astonishment, as she had lunged the spear into the ribs of the man trying to take serpent breath. She still held the weapon, her eyes wide in the moonlight, but her astonishment was nothing compared to mine, because beside her was little Elena, also holding a spear. And it was Elena who had thrust her blade into the throat of the man trying to stab me with his makeshift knife. She appeared quite unconcerned, but just looked up at me proudly.
"Thank you,"
I said hoarsely. 2 of the other girls had seized spears and helped my men woken by the sudden fight. The freed slaves should have overwhelmed us, but the chain had hindered them, and they had only the 1 sword and 2 makeshift knives, and my men were given just enough time to seize their own weapons. "That was too close," I told Finan as the dawn showed a sullen grey in the east.
"How's your shoulder?"
he asked. "Cut deep, feels stiff, but it'll mend. The women saved us."
"And a child."
"She's a little wonder," Finan said. I nearly died that night, and it was a child with a spear who saved me. I have been in too many battles and stood in too many shield walls, but that night I felt the despair of death come as close to me as ever I felt it. I still remember that spike getting inexorably nearer to my eye, still smell the man's rancid breath, still feel the terror of losing serpent breath and thus being denied my place in Valhalla. But then a child, a 7-year-old girl, had driven death away. Weird bith full arad. There was no sign of any pursuit in the dawn, but that did not mean our enemies had given up the chase. There was a mist over the river meadows, and that mist, together with the trees on the higher ground and the hedgerows in the fields beyond, could have hidden a dozen scouts who were looking for us. Radwal came with the rising sun, riding a big grey mare and bringing a gift of hard cheese and bread.
"I sent 2 men to Worlemchester last night, Lord," he told me. "They haven't come back."
"Did you expect them to?"
"Not if they've any sense, Lord."
He stared towards the river mist.
"We've seen no East Anglians for a couple of weeks, so they should have had no trouble. I dare say they'll be coming back with Meerwaller's men. And you, Lord, what will you do?"
"I won't stay here," I said. Radwal looked at the children who were wandering around the door of the old barn.
"You won't get far with those little ones?"
"With a spear up their backsides?" I asked, which made him laugh. "And I've left you a problem," I went on.
"A problem, Lord?"
I led him into the barn and showed him the slaughtered oarsmen. He grimaced.
"Aye, that's a problem."
"I can drag the corpses into the wood," I offered. "Let the beasts have at them."
"Maybe better in the river,"
he suggested, and so I ordered all 10 corpses to be stripped naked and dragged down to the river. Then we walked towards Worlemchester. Radwal had given me directions to follow a wagon track until we reached the Great Road, then to keep on westwards. "The Great Road?" I had interrupted him.
"You must know it, Lord,"
he said, sounding astonished at the possibility that I did not.
"The road from London to the north."
I did indeed know that road. It had been made by the Romans, and it led from London to Uhtred, and beyond that to Bebbanburg. I had ridden that road more times than I could remember. "Is it close?" I asked.
"Close?" Radwell had laughed. "You could spit on it from the other side of these woods. You only need to reach the road," he had continued, "then walk 2 or 3 miles north and you'll come to a crossroads."
"I don't want to spend any time on the road," I had interrupted him.
"Not if you want to stay hidden," he had noted shrewdly.
My curious group of warriors, freed slaves, women and children would be noticeable, and travellers would talk. If our pursuers came from London, then they would use the old Roman road and would question everyone they met, so the fewer people who saw us, the better. So I crossed the road.
"You cross the road and keep going westwards. You'll find plenty of woodland to hide in, and if you go a small way north, you'll find a good track that leads all the way to Worcester."
"Is it busy?"
"Maybe a few drovers, Lord, maybe some pilgrims."
"Pilgrims?"
"St. Alban is buried in Worcester, Lord."
Radwell had made the sign of the cross.
"He was executed there, Lord, and his killer's eyes popped out, and quite right, too."
I had given Radwell another gold coin, and then we had left. The sky was almost cloudless, and as the sun rose, so did the warmth. We went slowly and cautiously, pausing among trees to wait for the Roman road to be empty before we crossed, then following hedgerows and ditches that led us westwards. Elena insisted on carrying the spear which she had used to kill the man trying to pierce my throat. The weapon was far too big for her, but she dragged the hilt along the ground with a stubborn look on her face. "You'll never take it off her now," Benedetta said with a smile. "I'll put her in the next shield wall," I said. We walked on in silence, dropping into a shallow valley filled with trees. We followed a forested track that led through thick stands of oak, ash, and coppiced beech. A black scar showed where a charcoal maker had burned his fierce fire. We saw no one and heard nothing except our own footfalls, the song of birds, and the clatter of wings through leaves. The woodland ended at a dry ditch beyond which a field of barley climbed to a low crest. Barley. I touched my hammer and told myself I was being a fool. We had passed 2 other such fields, and I'd told myself I could not spend the rest of my life avoiding barley fields. Finnan must have known what I was thinking. "It was only a dream," he said. "Dreams are messages," I said uncertainly. "I dreamed you fought me over ownership of a cow once," he said. "What sort of message was that?" "Who won?" "I think I woke up before we found out." "What dream?" Benedetta asked. "Ah, just nonsense," Finnan said. We were following a blackthorn hedge that marked the field's northern boundary, a hedge dense with bindweed and bright with cornflowers, with poppies and pink bramble blossom. North of the hedge lay a field that had been cut for hay. The stubble dropped gently to the road that led to Worcester. We saw no travellers. "Wouldn't it be easier to walk on the road?" Benedetta asked. "Yes," I said, "but that's where the enemy will look for us." She thought about that as we climbed the last few paces to the low crest. "But they are behind us, yes?" "They're behind us," I said confidently, then turned and pointed east to where the road came from the woods. "We'll see them come from there." "You sure now?" Finnan asked. "I'm sure," I said, and then suddenly I was not sure at all. I still stared at where the road came from the stunted beeches, but I was thinking of Wayamund. What would he do? I despised the man, knew him to be cruel and brutal, but had that opinion made me think him stupid? Wayamond knew we had escaped up the River Legan, and he knew, too, that we could not have gone too far upriver on the low tide before our ship grounded. But when we had abandoned the Brimweaser, I had not known how close we were to Worlimchester. I had left the ship on the eastern bank, hoping to mislead Wayamond, but now I doubted that he had even bothered to search upriver for us. It did not need a clever man to work out where we would be going. Wayamond knew we needed allies, and he knew, too, that I could not expect to find any in East Anglia, but westwards. Scarcely a morning's walk from the river lay an army of Ethelstan's men. Why would Wayamond bother to follow us when he could lay in wait for us? I had been searching the eastern and southern ground for any sight of a scout, looking for the glint of sunlight glancing off a helmet or spear point, but I should have been staring westwards. "I'm a fool," I said. "And is that supposed to surprise us?" Finnan asked. "He's ahead of us," I said. I did not know why I sounded so certain, but the instinct of too many years, of too many battles and of too much danger was convincing me. Or perhaps it was simply that of all the possibilities, the one that scared me most was to have Wayamond readying an ambush ahead of us. "Prepare for the worst," my father had liked to say, though on the day of his death he had ignored that advice and been cut down by a Dane. I halted. To my right was the hedgerow, to my left the big field of barley that was almost ready for harvest, while ahead was a long, gentle slope that dropped to another belt of woodland. It all looked so peaceful. Buntings flew among the barley, a hawk soared high overhead, and a small breeze stirred the leaves. Far to the north a drift of smoke showed where a village lay in a hazed hollow. It seemed impossible that death stalked this summer land. "What is it?" Father Oda had joined us. I did not answer. I was gazing at the belt of woodland that lay like a wall across our path, and I felt despair. I had 7 men, a priest, 4 women, some freed slaves, and a group of frightened children. I had no horses. I could send no scouts to search our path. I could only hope to hide. Yet here I was on the high swell of sunlit land, in a field of barley, and my enemy was waiting for me. "What do we do?" Father Oda tried a different question. "We go back," I said. "Back?" "Back the way we came." I turned to stare east at the woods where we had passed the black scar of the charcoal makers. "We go back to the trees," I said, "and look for somewhere to hide." "But—" Oda began, and was interrupted by Benedetta. "Saraceni!" she hissed. Just that one word, but a word suffused with fear. And the one word made me turn to see what had alarmed her. Horsemen. "Mirwalla's men," Father Oda said. "Praise God!" There were maybe 20 horsemen on the pilgrim track, all in mail, all with helmets, and half of them carrying long spears. They were at the place where the road disappeared into the western trees, and they had paused there, gazing ahead. "They are not the enemy?" Benedetta asked. "They're the enemy," Finnan said in a low voice. 2 more men had come from the wood, and both wore the red cloak of Athelhelm's troops. We could see them through a gap in the hedge, but it seemed that for the moment they had not seen us. "Back!" I snarled. "Back, all of you! Back to the trees!" The children just stared at me. The freed slaves looked confused, and Father Oda opened his mouth as if to speak, but I snarled again. "Run! Go, now!" They still hesitated until I stepped threateningly towards them. "Go!" They ran, too frightened to stay. "All of you, go!" I was talking to my men, who, with Benedetta, had stayed with me. "Go with me!" Too late, Finnan said. Waymond, I assumed he was one of the horsemen on the road below us, had done what I would have done in his place. He had sent scouts up through the trees, and they now appeared where the barley field ended. There were 2 of them, both mounted on grey horses, and both were staring along the hedgerow to where I stood on their skyline. One of them lifted a horn and blew it. The mournful sound faded, then came again. More men appeared on the road. There were 40 now, at least 40.
"Go," I said to my men. "You too, Finnan." "But go!"
I howled the word at him. He hesitated. I untied the heavy money pouch from my belt and forced it into his hands, then pushed Benedetta towards him.
"Keep her alive. Keep her safe. Keep my men alive. Now go." "But, Lord, they want me, not you. Now go."
He still hesitated.
"Go!"
I howled the word like a soul in pain. Finnan went. I know he would rather have stayed, but my rage and the demand that he protect Benedetta persuaded him. Or perhaps he knew that it was pointless to die while there was a chance of life. Someone had to take the news to Bebbanburg. Everything ends. Summer ends. Happiness ends. Days of joy are followed by days of sorrow. Even the gods will meet their end in the last battle of Ragnarok, when all the evil of the world brings chaos and the sun will turn dark. The black waters will drown the homes of men, and the great beamed hall of Valhalla will burn to ashes. Everything ends. I drew serpent breath and walked towards the scouts. Nothing good would come to me, but fate had led me to this moment, and a man must endure his fate. There is no choice, and I had invited this fate. I had tried to keep an oath made to Ethelstan, and I had been impetuous and foolish. That was the thought that would not leave my mind as I walked between the summer-bright hedge and the tall stand of barley. A field of barley, I thought. And I thought that I was a fool, and I was walking towards a fool's end. And maybe, I thought, this foolish decision would not save my men. It would not save Benedetta. It would not save the girls or the children. But it was the last slender hope. If I had fled with them, then the horsemen would have pursued us all and cut down every man. Waymond wanted me. He did not want them. And so I had to stay in the barley field to give Finnan, Benedetta, and all the rest their one slender hope. Fate would decide. And then I stopped beside a patch of blood-bright poppies, because the scout's horn had drawn the enemy from the road, and they were spurring up the slope towards me. I touched the hammer about my neck, but I knew the gods had deserted me. The 3 Norns were measuring my life's thread, and one of those cackling women held a pair of shears. Everything ends. And so I waited. The horsemen filed through a gap in the hedge, but rather than ride straight to me, they swerved into the tall barley, the big hooves trampling the stalks. I had my back to the hedge, and the horsemen made a wide half-circle around me. Some held spears that they pointed at me as if they feared I would charge them. And the last horseman to come was Waymond. I had met him only once before that fight in the old house beside London's river, and at that first meeting I had humiliated him by slapping his face. It was an ugly face. A flat face slashed from his right eyebrow to his lower left jaw by a battle-scar. He had a bristling brown beard, eyes dead as stone, and a thin-lipped mouth. He was a huge man, taller even than me, a man to place at the centre of a shield wall to terrify an enemy. This day he rode a great black stallion, the bridle and saddle trimmed with silver. He leaned on the pommel, staring at me, then smiled, except the smile looked more like a grimace.
"Uhtred of Bebbanburg," he said.
I said nothing. I gripped Serpent Breath's hilt. I prayed that I would die with the sword in my hand.
"Lost your tongue?"
Wayamund asked. I still said nothing.
"We'll cut it out before you die," he promised. "And cut your balls off, too."
Everything dies. We all die. And all that is left of us is reputation. I hoped I would be remembered as a warrior, as a just man, and as a good lord. And perhaps this miserable death by a hedge would be forgotten. My screams would fade, and reputation would echo on in the songs men sang in the hall. And Wayamund? He had reputation too, and his renown was cruelty. He would be remembered as a man who could dominate a shield wall, but who delighted in making men suffer, and in making women suffer. Yet, just as I was known as the man who had killed Ubba by the sea, and as the warrior who had slain Canute, so Wayamund would be known as the man who had killed Uhtred of Bebbanburg. He dismounted. He wore mail beneath the red cloak. Around his neck was a silver chain, and his helmet was ringed by silver, the symbols that showed he was one of Lord Athelhelm's commanders, a warrior to lead warriors, a man to fight his lord's battles. For a moment, I dared hope he would face me in single combat, but instead he gestured for his troops to dismount.
"Take him,"
he said. 8 long ash-hafted spears surrounded and threatened me. One blade, its edge touched by rust, was at my throat. For a heartbeat I thought to raise Serpent Breath and beat that spear away and hack at the men who faced me, and perhaps I should have fought. But fate had me in her grip. Fate told me I had come to the end, and everything ends. I did nothing. A frightened man stepped between the spears and took Serpent Breath from me. I resisted, but the rust-edged spear blade pricked my throat and I let my sword go. Another man came from my left and kicked my legs, forcing me to my knees. I was ringed by enemies. Serpent Breath was gone, and I could not fight back. Everything ends. Chapter 10. It seemed I was not to die by the hedge. Wayamund wanted reputation. He wanted to be known as Wayamund Uhtred Slayer, and a killing by a hedge would not inspire the poets to write songs about his prowess. He wanted to carry me in triumph to his master, to Athelhelm, my enemy, and he wanted the news of my death to be carried along the Roman roads till all Britain knew and feared the name of Wayamund Uhtred Slayer. Yet if my death was not to be swift, I was still to be humbled. He walked towards me slowly, relishing the moment. He said nothing, just nodded grimly to a man standing close behind me. I thought for a heartbeat that was my end, that a knife was about to slice my throat, but instead the man just lifted off my helmet, and Wayamund slapped me. That was revenge for the slap I had given him years before, but this slap was no mere insult as mine had been. It was a fearful blow that threw me sideways, as bad and painful a blow as the stone that had been hurled from Heber's high wall to split my helmet and lay me low. My sight suddenly blackened. My head spun, while my skull filled with sound, darkness, and pain. And that, perhaps, was a blessing, because I was not really aware as they ripped the hammer amulet from about my neck, unbuckled my sword belt, took Wasp Sting, stripped my mail coat, tugged off my boots, slit my shirt, then kicked my naked body. I could hear men's laughter, felt the warmth as they pissed on me, and then I was forced to my feet. My head still ringing, and they lashed my wrists in front of me and tied the rope to the tail of Wayman's horse. They wove the stallion's tail into 2 plaits that they tied into a loop of the rope to make sure I could not drag the tether loose. Wayman, towering above me, spat into my face.
"Lord Athelhelm wants to speak with you," he said, "and his nephew wants to make you scream."
I said nothing. There was blood in my mouth. One ear was pain. I was staggering with dizziness. I suppose I must have looked at him, one of my eyes half closed, because I remember he spat again and laughed.
"King Elfweird wants to make you scream. He's good at that."
I said nothing, which angered him, and he hit me in the belly, his face distorted with hatred. I folded over, breathless, and he seized my hair and dragged my head up.
"The king will want to kill you, but I'll make it easy for him first."
He reached out and forced my jaw open, paused, then spat into my mouth. That amused him. He had tossed Wasp Sting and a scabbard to one of his men, but kept my sword belt with Serpent Breath scabbard for himself. He took off his own belt and sword, tossed them to a tall warrior, then buckled my belt about his waist. He took Serpent Breath from the man who had disarmed me, and ran a finger up the blood groove in her blade.
"Mine," he said, almost crooning with joy. "Mine."
And I could have wept.
Serpent Breath.
I had owned her almost all my life, and she was a sword as fine as any in the world. A sword forged by Ealdwulf the smith and given the sorcerous spells of a warrior and of a woman, and now I had lost her. I looked at her bright pommel, where Hild's silver cross glinted, and all I could feel was despair and an impotent hatred. Waymond laid my own sword's blade against my neck, and for a brief moment I thought his anger would make him cut, but instead he just spat again, and then slid Serpent Breath into her scabbard.
"Back to the road,"
he called to his men.
"Mount up."
They would ride east to find the great road that led south to London, the Roman road I had crossed that morning. Waymond led them through a gap in the hedge, though the gap was thick with brambles, and the thorns ripped me as I stumbled after his horse.
"Tread in my horse's dung, arsling,"
Waymond shouted back at me. The stubble of the pasture cut my feet as I staggered downhill. 20 men rode ahead, Waymond followed, and another 20 rode behind us. 2 horsemen, both with spears, flanked me. It had to be near midday. The sun was high and bright, and the road rutted with dried mud. I was thirsty, but all I could swallow was blood. I stumbled, and the horse dragged me for a dozen paces, the mud and stones lacerating me until Waymond stopped, turned in his saddle, and laughed as I struggled to my feet.
"Keep up, arsling,"
he said, and kicked his feet so the stallion jerked ahead, and I almost fell again. The sudden jolt started blood from the wound in my left shoulder. The road led through the coppiced beeches. Finnan was hidden somewhere in this wood, and I dared to hope that he would rescue me, but he had just 6 men, and Waymond had over 40. Waymond must have known that I had not been alone, and I feared he would send men to find my companions, but it seemed he was content with his prize. His reputation was assured, and he would ride in triumph to London, where my enemies would watch me die in misery and pain. We passed 2 priests and their 2 servants who were walking west towards Worlemchester. They stood at the side of the road and watched me stumble by.
"Uhtred of Bebbanburg,"
Waymond boasted to them.
"Uhtred the pagan. On his way to death."
One of the priests made the sign of the cross, but neither spoke. I staggered again, fell again, and was torn by the road again. I did it twice more. Slow them down, I was thinking, slow them down, though what that would achieve, other than delaying my death, I did not know. Waymond became angry with me, but then ordered one of his men to dismount, and I was draped over the empty saddle, though still tied to his stallion's tail. The dismounted man walked beside me and amused himself by slapping my naked arse, crowing with laughter with each slap. We went faster now that I could no longer stumble, and the Roman road soon came in sight. It ran north and south through a wide and shallow valley, while far beyond it I could glimpse a silvery stretch of the river Legan. The land here was good and plump, rich with pasture land and thick crops, with orchards heavy with ripening fruit, and stands of valuable woodland. Waymond ordered his men to trot, forcing my arse-slapping guard to hold on to the empty stirrup as he ran beside the horse.
"We'll make London by nightfall," Waymond shouted at his men.
"Use the river, lord,"
a man suggested. I gave a croak of laughter to hear Waymond addressed as lord. He did not hear me, but the man whose horse carried me did, and he slapped me again.
"I hate boats,"
Waymond snarled.
"A ship might be quicker, lord,"
the man suggested.
"And safer."
"Safer?" Waymond sneered. "We're not in danger. The only troops Pretty Boy has near here are at Worlemchester, and they're useless."
He turned in his saddle to enjoy looking at me.
"Besides," he went on, "what do we do with the horses?"
I wondered how he had found the beasts. He had followed me up the river, and there had been no horses in his big ship, yet now he had mustered 40 or more. Had he somehow gone all the way back to London to find the horses? That seemed unlikely.
"We could take the horses back to Totem, lord,"
the man suggested.
"And you take the horseling to London by river?" "Those lazy bastards in Totem can piss into the wind," Waymond growled, "and we'll keep their damned horses."
I had no idea where Totem was, but plainly it was not far away. I knew that Mirwalla was in Worlemchester, and I supposed that Athelhelm had sent troops to watch him and harass his forage parties. Maybe those troops were at Totem, where Waymond had found his horses, but what did any of that matter? I was bloody, bruised, and naked, a captive of my enemy, and doomed. I closed my eyes lest any of my enemies saw tears. There was a clatter of hooves on stone as the leading horseman reached the Roman road, and there we turned southwards, going towards London. The road had no hedges here. To the right, a long slope of grassland that had been cut for hay led to a wooded crest, while to the left was another field of stubble, and beyond that was the low wooded hill where we had fought the slaves in the moonlit barn. The man slapped my arse again, and again he laughed, and I kept my eyes tight shut, as if I could blot out the pain with darkness. But I knew there was more pain to come. Nothing but pain and death in London, where Uhtred, Verthandi, and Skuld, the 3 pitiless Norns who spin our lives at the foot of Yggdrasil, would cut my thread at last. Then Finan came. Waymond reckoned that Ethelstan had no forces closer to London than the garrison at Worlemchester, which is why he rode southwards without any scouts ranging the pastures and low wooded hills either side of the Roman road. So far as he knew, this was safe ground, and all he could think of was the joy of his triumph and the sweet revenge of my death. But Radwell's 2 servants had reached Worlemchester in the night, and Mirwalla, who had fought beside me in Ethelfled's service, had sent 60 men to rescue me, and those horsemen did have scouts riding ahead. They had seen Wayerman's men, but being uncertain how many warriors the West Saxon led, they had followed cautiously. They had seen my capture, but had not known it was me, and so they had followed Wayerman further eastwards, and in the woods of Coppist Beach had found Finan and the rest of my company. Now, caution swept to the wind, they came from a wood to the west of the Roman road. They came at a gallop, the high sun reflecting off spear points, from sword blades and from shields bright painted with Ethelstan's symbol of a dragon clutching a lightning bolt. Their horses' hooves threw up great clods of pastureland, the thunder of the horses suddenly loud. Wayerman's men were tired, their horses white with sweat. For a few heartbeats they just stared in disbelief. Then men dragged swords from scabbards and turned to face the charge, but Wayerman just went on staring. I heard shouting, though whether it was bellows of surprise from the West Saxons or war cries from the Mercians I could not tell. But the shouts seemed to startle Wayerman, who suddenly turned his horse away from the attackers and spurred it towards the field of stubble that lay between the road and the tree-covered hill. His stallion, checked by my weight that was still tied to its tail, reared. Wayerman savaged the spurs back, the horse screamed, then bolted. My horse followed, but then it was my turn to scream, as I was dragged from the saddle. Behind me were other screams as the Mercian horsemen slashed into the West Saxons. I saw none of it, did not see the blood on the Roman stones, nor the men in their death throes. I was being dragged across the dry stubble, being lacerated by the short, sharp stalks, bouncing and sobbing as the horse fled, hauling on my tether in an attempt to prevent my arms being wrenched from their sockets. And as I sobbed, I half saw another horse come alongside me, saw the earth flung up by giant hooves, and saw the sword lifted above me. Then the sword sliced down. I screamed, and I saw nothing. Not far from Bebbanburg is a cave where the Christians claim St. Cuthbert's body was hidden when the Danes sacked Lindisfarne and the monks fled with the saint's corpse. Others say that St. Cuthbert lived in the cave for a time, but whichever story is true, whether St. Cuthbert was alive or dead, the Christians revere the cave. Sometimes when hunting deer or boar, I will pass the cave and see the crosses made from twisted grass or reeds that are left by people praying for the saint's help. It is a sacred place, and I hate it. We call it a cave, but in truth it is a massive ledge of rock jutting from a hillside and supported by one small stone pillar. A man can shelter from a storm beneath that ledge. Perhaps St. Cuthbert did, but that is not why I hate the place. When I was a child, maybe 6 or 7 years old, my father had taken me to St. Cuthbert's cave and forced me to crawl under that vast ledge of rock. He had 5 men with him, all warriors. "You stay there, boy," he had said, then taken a war-hammer from one of his men and struck the pillar a great ringing blow. I had wanted to scream in terror, imagining the massive rock crushing me, but I knew I would be beaten bloody if I made a sound. I cringed, but stayed silent. "You stay there, boy," my father had said again. Then, using all his strength, he hit the pillar a second time. "One day, boy," he had continued, "this pillar will crumble and the rock will fall. Maybe that day is today." He hammered it again, and again I kept silent. "You stay there, boy," he had said a third time, then mounted his horse and rode away, leaving 2 men to watch me. "Don't talk to the boy," he had ordered them, "and don't let him leave." Nor did they. Father Biocca, my tutor, was sent to rescue me at nightfall, and discovered me shaking with fear. "Your father does it," Biocca had explained to me, "to teach you to conquer your fear. But you were in no danger. I prayed to the blessed St. Cuthbert." That night, and for many nights after, I dreamed of that great lump of rock crushing me. It did not fall fast in my dreams, but came slowly, inch by ponderous inch, the stone groaning as it descended so inexorably, and in my dream I was powerless to move. I would see the rock coming, know that I was going to be slowly crushed to death, and I would wake screaming. I had not had that nightmare for years, but I had it that day. And again I woke screaming, only now I was in a farm cart, cushioned on straw and cloaks, my body covered by a dark red cloak. "All's well, lord," a woman said. She was riding in the cart with me as it lurched along the rough road to Worcester. "Finan," I said. The sun was in my eyes, too bright. "Finan." "Aye, it's me," Finan answered. He was riding alongside the cart. The woman bent over me, shadowing my face. "Benedetta," I said. "I'm here, lord, with the children. We're all here." I closed my eyes. "No serpent breath," I said. "I do not understand," Benedetta said. "My sword." "You'll have her again, lord," Finan called. "Waymond?" "The big bastard escaped, lord. Rode his horse straight into the river, but I'll find him." "I'll find him," I croaked. "You'll sleep now, lord," Benedetta said, and she laid a gentle hand on my forehead. "You must sleep, lord, you must sleep." I did sleep, and at least that was an escape from the pain that filled me. I remember little of that day after the sight of Finan's bright sword slashing down to sever the rope that had tied me to Waymond's stallion. I was taken to Worcester. I do remember opening my eyes and seeing the Roman arch of the eastern gate above me, but I must have slept again, or else the pain just drove me to unconsciousness. I was put on a bed, I was washed, and my wounds, and there were many, were smeared with honey. I dreamed of the cave again, saw the rock coming to crush me, but instead of screaming I just woke shaking to see I was in a stone-walled room lit by stinking rushlights. I was confused. For a moment I could only think about rushlights and how bad they smelled when the fat used to smear them was rancid, and then I felt the pain, remembered my humiliation, and groaned. I wanted the blessing of sleep, but someone put a damp cloth on my forehead. "You're a hard man to kill," a woman said. "Benedetta?" "It is Benedetta," she said. She gave me weak ale to drink. I struggled to sit up, and she put 2 straw-filled bags behind me. "I'm ashamed," I said. "Hush," she said, and held my hand. It embarrassed me, and I took my hand away. "I'm ashamed," I said again. "Of what?" "I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg. They humiliated me." "And I am Benedetta of Nowhere," she said. "And I have been humiliated all my life, raped all my life, enslaved all my life, but I am not ashamed." I closed my eyes to stop myself crying, and she took my hand again. "If you are powerless, lord," she went on, "then why be ashamed of what the strong inflict on you? It is for them to be ashamed." "Waymond," I said the name quietly, as if testing it. "You will kill him, lord," Benedetta said, "as I killed Gunnald Gunnaldsson." I let her hold my hand, but I turned away from her, so she would not see my tears. I was ashamed. Next day, Finan brought me my mail coat. He brought me wasp sting, with a sword belt to which he had attached wasp sting scabbard, and he brought me my boots and my old shabby helmet. All that was missing was my torn mail coat, the hammer amulet, and serpent breath. "We took all these off the dead, lord," Finan explained, placing wasp sting and the helmet on the bed, and I was glad it was not my fine war helmet, the helmet that was crested by the silver wolf, because the wolf of Bebbanburg had been humiliated. "6 or 7 of the bastards got away," the Irishman said. "With serpent breath?" "Aye, with serpent breath, but we'll fetch her back." I said nothing to that. The knowledge of my failure was too harsh, too strong. What had I thought when I sailed from Bebbanburg? That I could pierce the West Saxon kingdom and cut out the rot that lay at its heart? Yet my enemies were strong. Athelhelm led an army, he had allies. His nephew was king of Wessex, and I was lucky to be alive. But the shame of my failure galled me. "How many dead?" I asked Finan. "We killed 16 of the bastards," he said happily, "and we have 19 prisoners. 2 of the Mercians died, and a couple have nasty injuries." "Wayamund," I said. "He has serpent breath." "We'll fetch her back," Finan said again. "Serpent breath," I said quietly. "Her blade was beaten out on Odin's anvil, tempered by Thor's fire and quenched in the blood of her enemies." Finan looked at Benedetta, who shrugged as if to suggest my mind was wandering. Perhaps it was. "He must sleep," she said. "No," Finan answered. "He must fight. He's Uhtred of Bebbanburg. He doesn't lie in a bed feeling sorry for himself. Uhtred of Bebbanburg puts on his mail, straps on a sword, and takes death to his enemies." He stood in the room's doorway, the sun bright behind him. "Mirwalla has 500 men here, and they're doing nothing. They're sitting around like turds in a bucket. It's time to fight." I said nothing. My body ached. My head hurt. I closed my eyes. "We fight," Finan said, "and then we go home." "Perhaps I should have died," I said. "Maybe it was time." "Don't be such a pathetic fool," he snarled. "The gods didn't want your rotten carcass in Valhalla. Not yet. They haven't done with you. What is it you like to tell us all the time? Weird Bethularad?" His Irish accent mangled the words. "Well, fate hasn't finished with you, and the gods didn't leave you alive for no reason, and you're a lord, so get on your damned feet, strap on a sword, and take us south." "South? Because that's where your enemies are, in London." "Wayamund," I said, and flinched inwardly as I remembered what had happened beside the hedge in the field of barley. Remembered Wayamund and his men laughing as they pissed on my bruised, naked body. "Aye, he'll be in London," Finan said grimly. "He'll have run home to his master with his tail between his legs." "Athelhelm," I said, naming my enemies. "We're told he's there too, with his nephew." "Elf weird." "That's 3 men you have to kill, and you'll not do that while your arse is in bed." I opened my eyes again. "What news from the north?" "None," Finan said curtly. "King Ethelstan blocked the great road at Lincoln to keep the plague from spreading south. Every other road too." "The plague," I repeated. "Aye, the plague, and the sooner we're home to find out who's dead and who lives the better. but I'll not let you slink home like a beaten man. You fetch serpent breath, Lord. You kill your enemies, and then you lead us home. Serpent breath, I said, and the thought of that great blade in my enemy's hand made me sit up. It hurt. Every muscle and bone hurt, but I sat up. Benedetta put out a hand to help me, but I refused it. I swung my legs onto the floor rushes, and with an agonizing lurch stood. "Help me dress," I said, "and find me a sword," because we were going to London. "No," Mirwalla said the next day. "No, we are not going to London." There were a dozen of us, sitting just outside Worlamchester's great hall, which looked much the same as Chester's hall, which was no surprise because both had been built by the Romans. Mirwalla's men had dragged benches into the sunlight where 12 of us sat, though around us, sitting in the dust of the big square that lay in front of the hall, were close to 100 men who listened. Servants brought us ale. Some chickens scratched by the hall door, watched by a lazy dog. Finan sat to my right, while Father Oda was to my left. 2 priests and the leaders of Mirwalla's troops made up the rest of the company. I hurt still. I knew my body would hurt for days. My left eye was still half closed and my left ear clogged with scabbed blood. "How many men garrison London?" Father Oda asked. "At least 1,000, Mirwalla said. "They need 2,000. "And I only have 500 men, Mirwalla said, "and some of those are ill." I liked Mirwalla. He was a sober, sensible man. I had known him since he was a youngster, but his beard and hair had turned grey now, and his shrewd eyes were surrounded by deep wrinkles. He looked anxious, but even as a young man he had always appeared worried. He was a good and loyal warrior who had commanded Ethelflaed's household troops, and had led them with unshakable loyalty and an admirable caution. He was no risk-taker, and perhaps that was good in a man who saw defence as his deepest responsibility. Ethelstan plainly trusted him, which was why Mirwalla had been given command of the fine troops who had captured London. But then Mirwalla had lost the city, tricked by a false report that an army was advancing through Worlamchester. Now he held these walls instead of London's massive ramparts. "What are your orders now?" I asked him. "To stop reinforcements reaching London from East Anglia." "Those reinforcements don't go by road," I said. "They go by ship, and we saw them arrive. Ship after ship loaded with men." Mirwalla frowned at that, but it was surely no surprise to him that Athelhelm was using ships to strengthen London's garrison. "Mercia has no ships," he said, as if that excused his failure to stop the reinforcements. "So you just guard the roads coming from East Anglia?" I asked. "Without shipping? That's all we can do. And we send patrols to watch London." "And to watch Totem?" I pressed him. I was not sure where Totem was, but from what I had overheard it must have been between London and Worlamchester. My assumption proved to be right, because the question provoked an awkward silence. "Totem has only a small garrison," a man called Heirston finally said. He was a middle-aged man who served as Mirwalla's deputy. "They're too few to cause us trouble." "Small? Maybe 75 men?" "So the 75 men at Totem don't cause you trouble," I said caustically. "So what do they do?" "They just watch us," one of Mirwalla's warriors answered. He sounded surly. "And you just ignore them?" I was looking at Mirwalla. There was another awkward silence, and some of the men sitting in the sunlight shuffled and stared at the dusty ground, suggesting to me that they had already proposed attacking Totem, and that Mirwalla had rejected the idea.
If Athelhelm sends an army out of London to attack King Ethelstan, one of the priests spoke up, evidently trying to save Mirwalla from embarrassment, we are to follow them. Those are also our orders. We are to fall on their rear as the king assaults their vanguard.
And where is King Ethelstan? I asked.
He guards the Thames, Mirwalla said, with 1,200 warriors. Guards!
The priest stressed the word, still attempting to defend Mirwalla's inactivity.
The king watches the Thames as we watch the roads to London. King Ethelstan insists that we do not provoke a war.
There's already a war, I put in harshly. Men died 2 days ago. The priest, a plump man with a circlet of brown hair, waved as if those deaths were trivial.
There is skirmishing, Lord, yes, but King Ethelstan will not invade Wessex, and thus far the armies of Lord Athelhelm have not invaded Mercia.
London is Mercian, I insisted.
Arguably, yes, the priest said irritably, but since the days of King Alfred it has been garrisoned by West Saxons.
Is that why you left? I asked Mirwalla. It was a brutally unkind question, reminding him of his foolishness in abandoning the city. He flinched, conscious of all the men who sat listening to our discussion.
You've never made a bad decision, Lord Uhtred?
You know I have. You just rescued me from one of my worst. He smiled at that.
Breitwulf did,
he said, nodding at a young man sitting to his left.
And he did it well,
I spoke fervently, earning a smile from Breitwulf, who, on Mirwalla's orders, had led the men who had rescued me. He was the youngest of Mirwalla's commanders and had brought the largest number of troops, well over 100 men, which should have qualified him to be Mirwalla's deputy, but his youth and inexperience had counted against him. He was tall, dark-haired, strongly built, and newly wealthy, having inherited his father's estate just 2 months before. Finan approved of him. "He's got more silver than sense," the Irishman had told me, "but he's a belligerent bastard, keen to fight."
Breitwulf rescued you, Mirwalla went on, and are you now trying to rescue me from my bad judgment?
It was not bad judgment, Hjorston said firmly.
It was plain that Mirwalla's deputy supported his commander's cautious approach.
We had no choice.
Except the invading army didn't exist, Breitwulf commented savagely.
My scouts were certain of what they saw, Hjorston responded angrily. There were men on the road from—
Enough, I interrupted him with a snarl. It was not really my place to command this assembly, but if they started arguing over past mistakes, we would never agree on the future. "Tell me," I said, turning to Mirwalla, "if there's no war, what is there?"
"Talking,"
Mirwalla said.
"At Ellantone,"
the plump priest added. Ellantone was a town on the Thames, the river that was the border between Wessex and Mercia. "Is Ethelstan at Ellantone?" I asked.
"No, lord," the priest answered. "The king thought it unwise to go himself, so he sent envoys to speak for him. He is at Wickerman."
"Which is close by," I said. Wickerman was a settlement among the hills north of the Thames, while Ellantone was on the river's southern bank, both towns an easy march west of London. Was Ethelstan truly seeking a treaty with his half-brother, Elfweird? It was possible, I supposed, but at least he had shown sense in not risking capture by crossing into his half-brother's country. "So what are these envoys talking about?" I asked.
"Peace, of course," the priest said.
"Father Edwin just came from Ellantone,"
Mirwalla explained, nodding towards the priest.
"We were searching for agreement," Father Edwin said, "and praying there will be no war."
"King Edward," I said harshly, "did something stupid. He left Wessex to Elfweird and Mercia to Ethelstan, and both want the other one's country. How can there be peace without war? I waited for an answer, but no one spoke. Will Elfweard give up Wessex? Again there was silence. Or will Ethelstan agree to let Elfweard rule Mercia? I knew no one would answer that. So there can't be peace, I said flatly, and they can talk as much as they like. But undoing Edward's stupidity will be decided with swords. Men of goodwill are trying to forge an agreement, Father Edwin said weakly. I let those words fall flat. These men did not need me to tell them that Athelhelm's goodwill extended no further than his family. The warriors around Mirwalla still stared at the ground, apparently unwilling to revive an old argument about what Mirwalla should be doing with his troops. Yet it was plain to me, and it was probably plain to Mirwalla too, that he was being too cautious. "Who has the most troops?" I asked. "Athelhelm or Ethelstan?" For a moment no one responded, even though they all knew the answer. "Athelhelm," Mirwalla finally admitted. "So why is Athelhelm talking?" I asked. "If he has more men, why isn't he attacking?" No one answered again. "He's talking," I went on, "because that gives him time. Time to assemble a great army in London. Time to bring all his followers from East Anglia. And he'll go on talking until his army is so large that Ethelstan will have no chance to defeat it. You say that King Ethelstan is guarding the Thames?" "He is," Mirwalla said, "with 1,200 men, who are all scattered along the river." "They must guard all the bridges and fords," Mirwalla admitted. "And how many West Saxon guard the southern bank of the Thames?" 2,000? 3? Mirwalla suggested uncertainly, then challenged me. "So what do you think King Ethelstan should do?" "Stop talking and start fighting," I said. And there were murmurs of agreement from the men on the benches. I noticed it was the younger men who nodded first, though a couple of older warriors also muttered approval. "You say he's at Wickham? Then he should attack London before Athelhelm attacks him." "Lord Uhtred is right," Britwulf spoke. His flat statement prompted no response, and emboldened by that silence, he continued. "We're doing nothing here. The enemy isn't sending men by road, so we're just getting fat. We need to fight." "But how?" Mirwalla asked. "And where? Wessex has twice as many men as Mercia." "And if you wait much longer," I retorted, "they'll have 3 times as many." "So what would you do?" Hjorsten asked. He had not liked the way I had peremptorily cut him off earlier, and the question was almost a sneer, certainly a challenge. "I would cut off the heads of Wessex," I answered. "You say Athelhelm and his arsling nephew are in London?" "We were told so," Mirwalla answered. "And I was in London not long ago," I went on, "and the men from East Anglia don't want to fight. They don't want to die for Wessex. They want to get home for the harvest. If we cut off Wessex's 2 heads, they'll thank us." "2 heads?" Father Edwin asked. "Athelhelm and Elfweard," I said harshly. "We find them, we kill them." "Amen," Britwulf said. "And how," Hjorsten asked, still with challenge in his voice, "would we do that?" So I told him. "I was a big baby," Finnan told me later that day. I stared at him. "Big?" "So Mama said. She said it was like giving birth to a pig. Poor woman. They said she squealed horribly when she squeezed me out." "I'm fascinated," I said. "And I'm not really a big fella at all. Not tall like you. More like a weasel than a pig," I said. "But there was a wise woman at my birth." Finnan ignored my sarcasm. "And she read the blood." "She read the blood."
To see the future, of course. She looked at the blood on my wee body before they washed it away.
Your wee body, I said, and laughed. The laughter made my cracked ribs hurt. But that's sorcery, I went on, and I thought you Irish were all Christians. So we are. We just like to improve it with a touch of harmless sorcery. He grinned. And she said I'd live a long life and die in my bed. That's all she said. That's all, Finnan said, and that wise woman was never wrong. And I'm not likely to go to bed in London, am I? Stay out of bed, I said, and you'll live forever. And I should have avoided barley, I thought. I knew why Finnan was telling me of the wise woman's prophecy. He was trying to encourage me. He knew I was reluctant to return to London, that I'd pressed Mirwala to attack simply because men expected me to lead them into battle. Yet the truth was that I only wanted to go home, to ride the great road to Northumbria and so gain the safety of Bebbanburg's walls. Yet, much as I wanted the comfort and safety of home, I wanted to salvage my reputation too. My pride had been hurt, and my sword stolen. Finnan, who had wanted to go home for so long, was now pressing me to take up the fight again. Was it his reputation too? It's a huge risk, I told him. Of course it's a risk. Life is a risk. But are you going to let that bastard Wehrman boast of defeating you? I did not answer, but I was thinking that we must all die. And when we die, all that remains of us is reputation. So I must go to London whether I liked it or not. Which was why 180 of Mirwala's men were scraping their shields that afternoon. We had no lime and not nearly enough pitch, so instead of trying to repaint the shields, men were using knives and adzes to scratch off Ethelstan's symbol of the dragon and lightning strike. Then, once the willow boards were scraped clean, they used red-hot irons to burn a dark cross into the pale wood. It was a crude symbol, nothing like the triple-crown badge that many East Anglians carried, nor like Athelhelm's symbol of the leaping stag, but the best I could devise. Even I would carry a shield with a Christian cross. Because we would go to London under a false badge, pretending to be East Anglians coming to reinforce the swelling garrison. Mirwala and Hearston had opposed the plan, but their protests had become weaker as other men urged that we should attack instead of just waiting in Worlam Chester for other men to decide the conflict. 2 arguments had persuaded them, and I had made both of them, though in my heart I did not really trust either. I wanted to go home, yet the oath bound me, and serpent breath drew me. My first argument was that if we waited, then Athelhelm's forces must inevitably grow stronger, and that was true, yet already we were woefully outnumbered by his garrison in London. Mirwala had given me 180 men, and we would assault a city garrisoned by at least 1,000, and quite probably 2,000. Those odds should have dissuaded any man from following me, but I had made a second argument that had convinced them. I spoke of the East Anglians we had met in the Dead Dane Tavern, how they had been reluctant to fight. They were only there because their lord demanded their presence, I had said, and not one wanted to fight. Which doesn't mean they won't fight, Mirwala had pointed out. But for who? I had retorted. They hate the West Saxons. Which was the last army to invade East Anglia? The West Saxon? And East Anglia, I had argued, is a proud country. It has lost its king. It has been ruled by Danes, but now Wessex has imposed a king on them and they don't love him. But will they love us? Mirwala had asked. They will follow the enemy of their enemy, I had said. And did I believe that? It was possible that some East Anglians would fight on the side of Mercia, while others might refuse to fight altogether. But it is hard to persuade men to rebel against their lord. Men hold land from their lord. They look to their lord for food in hard times, for silver in good times. And even if that lord served a harsh and cruel king, he is still their lord. They might not fight with enthusiasm, but most would fight. I knew that truth, and Mirwala knew it too, yet in the end he was persuaded. And perhaps that persuasion did not come from my arguments, but rather from a passionate speech given by Father Oda. "I am an East Anglian," he had said, "and a Dane." There had been murmurs at those words, but Oda stood tall and stern. He had presence, an air of authority, and the murmurs had faded. "I was raised a pagan," he had continued, "but by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ I have come to his throne. I have become one of his priests and one of his people. I am one of Christ's people. I have no country. I fled East Anglia to live in Wessex, and there I served as a priest in the house of Athelhelm." Again there were murmurs, but low and cut short when Oda lifted a hand. "And in the house of Athelhelm," he had continued, making sure that his voice was heard throughout the whole square, "I looked upon the face of evil. I saw a lord without honour and a prince in whom the devil has found a home. Elfweird," he spat the name, "is a boy of cruelty, a boy of deceit, a boy of sin. And so I fled again, this time to Mercia, and there I found a prince of God, a man of honour. I found King Ethelstan." And then the murmurs were approving, but again Oda had held up a hand to still the crowd. "The East Anglians will fight," he had continued. "But what is East Anglia? Is it a country? Their last Saxon king died a generation ago. They have been ruled by the Danes and now by West Saxons. They are a people without a country, and they yearn for a country, and in our scripture St. Peter tells us that those who have no country belong to the country of God. And in that country God is our Lord, God is our ruler, and Ethelstan of Mercia is his instrument. And the dispossessed of East Anglia will follow us. They will fight for our God because they want to dwell in God's country and be God's people, as are we." I had just stared in amazement, because men were standing and cheering. I needed to say nothing more, because the gamble of leading a few men on a desperate mission to London had been turned into a holy duty. If men had their wish, they would have ridden for London that very moment, expecting Athelhelm's East Anglian troops to change their allegiance as soon as we showed our banners. Even Mirwala had been persuaded, but his natural caution still ruled him. "We might succeed," he allowed, "if God is with us. But King Ethelstan must know." "So tell him." "I already sent a messenger." "So Ethelstan can forbid it?" I challenged him. "If he wishes, yes." "So we must wait for his answer?" I asked, "and wait while his advisers debate?" I had sounded scornful, yet a part of me almost wanted Ethelstan to forbid the madness. But again it was Father Oda who urged boldness. "I believe God wishes us to conquer," he had told Mirwala, "even if a pagan leads us." "Even if I lead them?" I asked. "Even so." He had spoken as though there was a stench in his nostrils. "You believe it is God's will?" Mirwala had asked the priest. "I know it is God's will," Oda had said fervently. And so now men scraped shields and burned crosses onto the willow boards. And watching them, I wondered if I was again making a terrible mistake. The enemy in London was so numerous, and Mirwala had given me just 180 men, and sense told me I was being an impetuous fool. Yet, whenever I felt a temptation to abandon the foolishness, a small voice told me that success was possible. Athelhelm was gathering his troops in London because there he was safe behind sturdy Roman walls, in a city large enough to quarter his growing army. And doubtless he hoped that Ethelstan would attack him there, because there is no quicker way to destroy an enemy's army than to kill it as it assaulted stone walls. Ethelstan could hurl his men at London's Roman battlements, and they would die in their hundreds, and the survivors would be hunted and slaughtered across the length and breadth of Mercia. Elfweird would take the thrones of Wessex, Mercia, and East Anglia, and call them Engleland, before taking his new and even bigger army north to my country of Northumbria. Yet it was not just numbers. The men of East Anglia might follow Athelhelm and acknowledge his nephew as their new king, but they did not love either man. Most East Anglians had obeyed Athelhelm's summons because to disobey it would be to invite punishment. They were a conquered nation, and they harboured a sullen resentment for their conquerors. If I could pierce into the heart of London and cut out the centre of Athelhelm's forces, they would not want revenge on me. Yet half of that army in London were West Saxons, and how would they respond? I did not know. I did know that many West Saxon lords resented the power and reach of Athelhelm's wealth, that they despised Elfweird as a callow and vicious youth, yet would they welcome Ethelstan? So yes, there was a chance, if a despairingly small chance, that a sudden lunge into the heart of London would undo the damage made by Edward's will. Yet I knew that the real reason I wanted to go back was because my enemy was there. The enemy who had humiliated me. The enemy who was doubtless boasting of his triumph over Uhtred of Bebbanburg. The enemy who held my sword. I was going for revenge. Finan was not with me that afternoon as we scraped and branded the shields. I had sent him with 2 of our men and a pair of Britwulf's warriors to wait on the road to London. I had told them to hide themselves beside that road, and just 2 miles south of Worlimchester they had found a spinney of blackthorn and hazel that offered them cover. They waited and did not return until the sun was low in the west, casting long shadows from Worlimchester's ramparts. I was in the hall with Mirwalla, Hjosten, and Britwulf. The 2 older men were nervous. Mirwalla had accepted my plan after Father Oda's fiery sermon, but now he was finding nothing but difficulties. The enemy was too strong, London's walls too high, and the chance of success too low. Hjosten agreed with him, but was less certain that we must fail.
"The Lord Uhtred," he said, half bowing his head towards me, "has a reputation for winning. Perhaps we should trust him."
Mirwalla looked at me mournfully.
"But if you're defeated before I can bring my troops into the city?" he asked hesitantly.
"I die," I said curtly.
"And Britwulf and his men die with you," Mirwalla said unhappily. "And they are my responsibility too."
"We surprise the enemy," I said. "We're planning a night attack when most are sleeping, just as they surprised us when they captured the city. We get inside and we open the gate to you and your men."
"If you assault the gate," Mirwalla began.
"We don't assault the gate," I interrupted him. "They'll think we're East Anglian troops come to reinforce them."
"After dark?"
Mirwalla was intent on finding problems, and if I was honest, there were many.
"Men don't usually travel after dark, Lord. What if they refuse to open the gate?"
"Then we wait till morning," I said. "In fact, it might be even easier in daylight. We'll have crosses on our shields. We just have to persuade them that we're East Anglians, not Mercians." It was at that moment that Finan came into the hall with one of Britwulf's warriors. Both men looked hot and tired, but Finan was grinning. The four of us fell silent as the two men paced towards us. 6 men, Finan said as they reached us. Mirwala looked puzzled, but I spoke before he could question Finan. "Did they see you?" I asked. "They were riding too hard." Finan found a half-filled pot of ale on a table and drank, before offering it to his companion. "And they didn't say a thing."
"They didn't see us,"
Britwolf's man confirmed. His name was Uhtred, and he was a lean, dark-faced man with a long jaw and just one ear. The missing ear had been sliced off by a Danish axe in a skirmish, and the puckered scar left by the axe was half hidden by long, greasy hair. Britwolf, whom I liked, had told me Uhtred was his best and most vicious warrior, and looking at the man I believed it. Mirwala was frowning. 6 men? He asked, confused by the brief conversation. "An hour or so ago," Finan explained, "we saw 6 men riding south, and all of them from this garrison." Mirwala looked indignant. "But I ordered no patrols, certainly not this late in the day." "And all 6 were Hjorsten's men," Uhtred added menacingly. We had sent 2 of Britwolf's men with Finan, because they would recognize any horseman from Mirwala's forces. "My men?" Hjorsten took a backward step. "Your men," Uhtred said. "Your men," he repeated, then named the 6. He spoke the names very slowly and very harshly, all the while staring into Hjorsten's bearded face. Hjorsten looked at Mirwala, then gave a weak smile. "I sent them to exercise the horses, Lord." "So the 6 have returned?" I asked. He opened his mouth, found he had nothing to say, then realized silence would condemn him. "I'm sure they've returned," he said hurriedly. I slid Wasp Sting from her scabbard. "So send for them," I growled. He took another backward step. "I'm sure they'll return soon," he began, then fell silent. "I'm counting to 3, I said, "and if you want to live, you will answer my next question before I reach 3. Where did they go?" 1. I paused. 2. I drew Wasp Sting back, ready to lunge.
"Totem!"
Hjorsten gasped.
"They went to Totem."
"On your orders?" I asked, still pointing Wasp Sting towards his belly. "To warn Athelhelm's troops?" I pressed him.
"I was going to tell you,"
Hjorsten said desperately, now looking beseechingly at Mirwala.
"Lord Uhtred's plan is madness. It will never work. I didn't know how to stop our men being slaughtered in London, so thought I would warn Athelhelm and tell you afterwards. Then you'd have to abandon this madness."
"How much money has Athelhelm been paying you?" I asked.
"No money," Hjorsten gabbled. "No money. I was just trying to save our men." He looked at Mirwala. "I was going to tell you."
"And it was your scouts that drew the garrison out of London," I accused him, "with false stories of an army approaching Worlimchester."
"No," he protested. "No."
"Yes," I said, and touched Wasp Sting's sharp tip to his belly. "And if you want to live, you'll tell us how much Athelhelm paid you." I pressed the Sayax against him. "You do want to live? You'll live if you tell us."
"He paid me,"
Hjorsten said, now in terror.
"He paid me gold."
3, I said, and drove Wasp Sting into his belly. Hjorsten half-folded over the short blade, and then, ignoring the agony in my shoulders, I used both hands to rip the Sayax upwards, and he made a mewing sound that turned into a choking scream which faded as he collapsed slowly, his blood reddening the floor rushes. He stared up at me, his mouth opening and closing and his eyes full of tears.
"You said I could live,"
he managed to gasp. "I did," I answered. "I just didn't say how long you could live." He lived a few painful minutes longer, finally bleeding to death. Mirwala was shocked, not by Hjorsten's death. He'd seen enough killing not to be worried by the spreading blood and choking breaths, but by the revelation that Hjorsten had betrayed him.
"I thought him a friend. How did you know?"
"I didn't know," I answered. "But if our plan was to be betrayed, we needed to know, so I sent Finan south."
"But it is betrayed," Mirwala protested. "Why didn't you stop the men?"
"Because I wanted the men to reach Totem," I said, cleaning Wasp-Sting's blade on a scrap of cloth. "Of course."
"You wanted them—" Mirwala began. "But why? In God's name, why?"
"Because the plan I told you and Hjorsten was false. That was what I wanted the enemy to hear."
"Then how do we do it?" Mirwala asked.
So I told him. And next day we rode to war. Part 4. Serpent Breath. Chapter 11. The dawn brought a mist that lingered above the meadows, drifted across the Roman walls, and was lost in the smoke from Worlemchester's hearths. Men walked horses in the town streets where a priest offered blessings outside a small wooden church. Scores of warriors knelt to receive a muttered prayer and a touch of his fingers on their foreheads. Women carried buckets of water from the town wells. No one had tried to leave the town during the short summer night. Mirwala had doubled the number of sentries who guarded Worlemchester's gates and paced its walls. Those men would stay in the town as a small garrison, while the rest of us, 180 men under my command, and 200 led by Mirwala, assaulted the enemy in London. I had long been awake as the dawn silvered the mist. I had pulled on my mail coat, buckled the sword belt with its borrowed blade, and then had nothing better to do than sit and watch the men who must fight and the women they would leave behind. Benedetta joined me on the bench, which stood in a street leading from the wide square in front of the great hall. She said nothing. Elena, who now followed Benedetta everywhere, sat on the street's far side and watched us both anxiously. She had found a kitten that she petted, though she never took her eyes from us.
"So you will go today?"
Benedetta finally said. "Today."
"And tomorrow? The day after?"
I had no answer to her implied questions, so said nothing. A crow flew down from a rooftop, pecked at something in the square, and flew again. Was that an omen? I had tried to read every sign that morning, watched every bird in the mist, had tried to recall my dreams, but nothing made sense. I drew the borrowed sword and gazed at its blade, wondering if there was some message in the dull steel. Nothing. I lay the sword down. The gods were silent.
"How are you feeling?" Benedetta asked.
"Just a bit sore," I said. "That's all." My body felt stiff. My shoulders were sore. The muscles of my arms ached. My skin's lacerations stung. The inside of my cheek was swollen. My head throbbed, and my ribs were bruised, if not broken.
"You should not go," Benedetta said firmly, and when I did not reply, repeated herself. "You should not go. It is dangerous."
"War is dangerous."
"Father Ode," she said, "was speaking to me last night. He said the thing you plan is madness."
"It is madness," I agreed. "But Father Odo wants us to attack. He was the one who persuaded Mirwala to attack."
"But he said it is the madness of God, so you will be blessed."
She sounded dubious. The madness of God. Was that why my own gods had sent me no sign? Because this was the madness of the Christian God, not of my gods? Unlike the Christians who insist that all other gods are false, even insisting that they do not exist, I have always acknowledged that the nailed God has power. So perhaps the Christian God would give us victory? or perhaps my gods, angered that I harboured that hope, would punish me with death. "But God is not mad," Benedetta went on, "and God will not want you dead. Christians have been praying for my death for years." "Then they are mad," she said with great certainty, and when I smiled she became angry. "Why are you going? Tell me that, why?" "To fetch my sword," I said, because I did not really know the answer to her question. "Then you are mad," she said with finality. "It doesn't matter if I go," I said, speaking slowly, "but I should not be taking other men with me." "Because they will die?" "Because I will lead them to their deaths, yes." I paused and instinctively touched my hammer, but of course it was gone. "Or perhaps to a victory?" I added. She heard the doubt in my last few words. "In your heart," Benedetta pressed me, "which do you believe?" I could not admit the truth, which was that I was sorely tempted to tell Mirhuala that we should abandon the assault. The easy course was to let Athelhelm and Ethelstan battle out their quarrel, while I went north, went home, went to Bebbanburg. Yet there was a chance, a slight chance, that what we planned could end the war almost before it had begun. Mirhuala was to lead 200 horsemen south to attack Athelhelm's small garrison at Totem, then ride on towards London. He would be close to the city by nightfall and would doubtless encounter forage parties who would flee to tell Athelhelm's men that an enemy force was approaching. Then, as dark fell, his men would light fires, as many as they could, on the heaths that lay some 3 miles north of the city. The glow of those fires would surely convince the city's garrison that a besieging force had come, and, in the dawn, they would be gazing northwards, readying to send patrols to discover the enemy's strength and ensuring that the walls were fully manned. And it was then that I planned to lead the smaller force into the city and give the enemy a gut-stroke like that which had killed Hyosten. But just as flesh closes around a sword, sometimes making it almost impossible to drag the trapped blade free, so Athelhelm's men would close on us and outnumber us. It was Father Oda's conviction that the East Anglians would change sides, but I reckoned that would only happen if we had first killed and captured Athelhelm, or his nephew King Elfweird. That was why I was going. Not just to retrieve serpent breath, but to kill my enemies. "The enemy knows you're coming," Benedetta protested. I smiled at her. "The enemy knows what I want them to know. That's why we let Hyosten's men ride south yesterday, to mislead the enemy." "And that will be enough?" she asked. "To mislead them? You will win because of that?" She was scornful. I said nothing. "You lie to me because you are not well. Your ribs, you are hurting. You think you can fight? Tell me what you believe." And still I said nothing, because lurking in my heart was the temptation to break my oath to Ethelstan. Why kill his enemies, even if they were mine? If a great war broke out between Wessex and Mercia, then my country would be safer. For all my adult life, I had watched Wessex grow stronger, defeating the Danes, subduing Mercia and conquering East Anglia, and all in pursuit of King Alfred's dream that there should be one country for all the folk who spoke English, the language of the Saxons. But Northumbria also spoke that language, and Northumbria was my land, and Northumbria was ruled by the last pagan king in Britain. Did I want to see Northumbria swallowed into a greater land, a Christian land? Better, I thought, to let Ethelstan and Elfweird fight it out, to let them weaken each other. And all that was true, except I had given my oath, and I had lost my sword. Sometimes we do not know why we do the things we do.
We are driven to it by fate, by impulse, or by mere stupidity.
"You're not speaking," Benedetta said accusingly. "You're not answering me."
I stood and picked up the sword that I would carry to the fight, and felt the sharp loss of the sword I wished I was carrying. I pushed the blade into its scabbard. "It's time to go."
"But you—"
she began. "I swore an oath," I interrupted her harshly, "and I lost the sword."
"And what of me?"
she asked, almost crying.
"What of Elena?"
I stooped and looked into her beautiful face. "I will come for you," I said, "and for the children. When it's over, we'll all go north." I thought of Edith in Bebbanburg, and thrust that uncomfortable thought away. For a heartbeat I was tempted to touch Benedetta's cheek, to assure her I would come back, but instead I turned away. Because it was time to fight. Or it was time, rather, to ride the pilgrim road again, to cross the great road and so to the river Ligon, and that meant passing the hilltop where Wayamund had humiliated me. I could barely bring myself to look up the slope to the hedgerow, nor look at the dried ruts in the road that had lacerated me. I hurt. Finan rode to my right, with his battered helmet hanging from his saddle-pommel, and a broad-brimmed rye straw hat shading his eyes from the rising sun. Witgar, with whom Finan seemed to have struck up a friendship, rode beyond Finan, and the two were arguing about horses, Witgar maintaining that a gelding could outrun a stallion any day, to which Finan, of course, retorted that the horses of Ireland were so swift, so brave, that no horse in the world could outrun them, though he allowed that Sleipnir might. Witgar had never heard of Sleipnir, so Finan had to explain that Sleipnir was Thor's horse, and ran on 8 legs, to which Witgeir retorted that Sleipnir's dam must have been a spider, which made them both laugh. In truth, I knew Finan was talking to distract me. He had deliberately said Sleipnir was Thor's horse when he knew full well he was Odin's stallion, and he was thus inviting me to correct him. I kept silent. Mirwala had ridden first, but he and his 200 men had turned south on the great road, and were long out of sight when we crossed and kept riding eastwards. We numbered 180 men, of whom 60 were Breitwulf's troops, led by Breitwulf himself, and by Witgar, who was his most experienced warrior. A dozen servants, brought to take the horses back to Worlemchester, accompanied us with pack-horses, on which we had loaded barrels of ale and boxes of oatcakes. My few men, all on captured West Saxon horses, rode behind me, but the rest of the troops were Mercians, who had wanted to come with us, inspired or convinced by Father Oda's sermon. The priest was also with us, though I had not wanted his company. "You're a priest," I'd told him, "and we need warriors." "You need the living Christ at your side," he had responded fiercely, "and you need more." "More gods?" I had needled him. "You need an East Anglian." He had ignored my taunt. "You're pretending to be Athelhelm's men, and you know nothing of his eastern estates, nothing of his tenants. I do." He had been right. And so he rode with us, though he refused both a mail-coat and a weapon. I carried a long plain sword with an ash handle. The blade, which Mirwala had given me, had no name. "But it's a fine sword, lord," he had assured me. And so it was, but it was no serpent breath. Once at the Ligon we turned south. Witgar had sent scouts ahead who came back to say there were no red-cloaked troops at the village where the ford crossed the Ligon. "No ship either," one of the scouts reported. I had supposed that the ship in which Wayamund had been pursuing us would be grounded at the ford, and so it probably had been, but she was evidently gone. "Did you cross the ford?" I asked. "No, lord. We did what we were told to do. Look for the enemy in the village. We were told they left 2 days ago."
that, if true, was a relief. I did not mind if Mirwalla's 200 men were discovered by Athelhelm's forces. Indeed, we wanted them to be discovered. We wanted the troops garrisoning London to be watching northwards, watching Mirwalla, while my smaller force went southwards. But to go southwards we needed ships, and we needed to stay unseen. We splashed across the ford to the Legan's East Anglian bank, then turned south again, riding to the big timber yard where, on our voyage upriver in Brimweasa, I had seen 4 barges being loaded with split timbers. 3 of the barges were still there. They were flat-bottomed, made for river work, with a wide beam, a blunt prow, and a steering oar with a blade the size of a small barn door. All 3 possessed masts, but the masts were stepped, lying lengthwise in the wide flat bellies of the craft, along with their shrouds, a sail-yard each, and 3 neatly furled sails. There were no benches for oarsmen. Instead, the rowers stood and used the dozen tholes on each side for their long, heavy oars. They were horrible, clumsy-looking boats, but they would get us to London. I dismounted, flinching because of the pain in my ribs, and walked towards the barges. "You can't take them!" An irate elderly man stormed out of a house built next to a vast open shed where timbers were seasoning. He spoke Danish. "You can't take them," he repeated. "Are you going to stop us?" It was Whitgar who snarled that response, and in Danish too, which surprised me. The man took one look into Whitgar's scarred face, and all defiance fled. "How do I get them back?" he pleaded. I ignored the question. "Lord Athelhelm needs them," I said, "and doubtless he'll return them." "Lord Athelhelm?" The elderly man was confused now. "I'm his cousin, Athelwulf," I said, using the name of Athelhelm's younger brother, who I hoped was still a prisoner in Bebbanburg, then had an impulse to touch my hammer to ward off the thoughts of plague in the north. I had no hammer, but I did have my pouch of money that Finnan had returned, and so I gave the man hack-silver. "We're joining my cousin in London," I told him, "so look for your ships there." I saw a thin silver chain under his jerkin, reached out to free it, and found he was wearing a silver hammer. He edged back, alarmed. Our shields were burned with crosses, and he plainly feared Christian vengeance. "How much?" I asked. "Much, lord?" "For the hammer." 2 shillings, lord." I gave him 3, then hung the hammer around my neck and touched it with a forefinger. It was a consolation. One of the barges was half-loaded with stacks of split timber, and we unloaded it, then waited for the tide to turn. I sat on a thick oak trunk, gazing across the river, which swirled slow and sluggish. 2 swans drifted upstream on the flood tide. I was thinking of Edith and of Benedetta, when a voice interrupted my thoughts. "You said we were Lord Athelhelm's men, lord." Whitgar was standing over me. I didn't want him complaining to Athelhelm, I explained. Not that the elderly man was likely to send a messenger to London. But nor did I want news spreading through the neighbourhood of a Mercian force taking boats. "Besides," I went on, "we are Athelhelm's men now, or we are until we start killing them." We had plenty of captured red cloaks, and we had the charred crosses on our shields. I looked up at Whitgar. "So you speak Danish?" That was unusual for a Saxon. He gave me a lopsided grin. "Married to one, lord." He touched the wrinkled scar where his left ear had been. "Her husband did this. He got my ear, I got his woman. A fair exchange." "Indeed," I said. "Did he live?" "Not long, lord." He patted the hilt of his sword. "Fleshmangerer sort of that." I half smiled. Fleshmangerer was a good name for a sword, and the butcher's blade, I thought, would soon be busy in London. It was midday before the ebb started, but even before the tide turned, when it was slack water, we untied the ships, poled them off the wharf, and started downriver. It was another bright summer's day, too hot to wear mail. The sun dazzled from the river's ripples, a lazy west wind stirred the willow leaves, and slowly, we lumbered downstream. We used the oars, but clumsily, because the Mercians were not used to rowing. I had put Gebrut on the second barge, and Beanoth on the third, because they were both Frisian seamen and both knew boats. Their barges lumbered behind ours, the oars splashing and clashing, and mostly it was the river's current and the fall of the quickening tide that took us southwards. We reached the Thames in the late afternoon, and it was there that I discovered the purpose of the 4 great posts buried in the river bed, where the Legan's channels joined the greater river. A hay barge was moored to one of the posts. The crew, just 3 men, were waiting for the tide to turn, and rather than run aground, they were floating, tethered to the post, which meant they did not have to wait for the flood tide to lift them from the mud, but could take advantage of the first strong tidal surge to carry them towards London. We moored with them, then waited again. The sun blazed. There was hardly a breath of wind now, no clouds. Yet, to the west, there was a great dark smear in the sky, ominous as any thunderhead. That was the smoke of London. It was a city, I thought, of darkness. I wondered if the smoke lingered above Bebbanburg, or whether a sea breeze was blowing it inland, and then I touched my new hammer to avert the curse of plague. I closed my eyes and gripped the hammer so tightly that it hurt my fingers. I prayed to Thor. I prayed that my lacerations would heal, that my ribs would stop hurting with every breath, and that my torn shoulder would let me wield a sword. I prayed for Bebbanburg, for Northumbria, for my son, for all the folk at home. I thought of Berg, with his strange cargo of a fugitive queen and her children. I prayed there was no plague.
"You're praying," Finan accused me.
"That the sky stays cloudless," I said, opening my eyes. "You're worrying about rain." "I want moonlight," I said. "We'll be going upriver after sundown." It was still full daylight when the tethered boats swung ponderously to the new tide. We unmoored from the massive posts and used the big oars to take us into the Thames, then let the tide carry us. The sinking sun was hazed by the great smear of smoke as slowly the western sky turned into a furnace. There was little river traffic, just 2 more hay barges and some fishing craft. Our long sweeps creaked in their tholes, giving us just enough speed for the steering oar to bite. The sky slowly darkened, pricked with the first stars, and a half-moon was bright overhead as the sun died in scarlet glory. By now, I thought, Mirwalla's men had swept the enemy out of Totem and had harried them south. The fires would soon be lit on the heaths, telling Athelhelm that an enemy had come. Let him stare north, I prayed. Let him stare north as we crept westwards through the night, towards the city of darkness. We reached the city without going aground, the flooding tide carrying us safely in the deepest channels. We were not alone. 2 ships passed us, close together, their oar blades flashing in the moonlight, and both ships were crammed with men. The leading ship hailed us as she passed, wanting to know where we were from, and Father Oda called back that we were Eelston's men from Herretchester. "Where's Herretchester?" I muttered to him.
"I made it up," he said loftily. "They won't know."
"Let's hope we're not too late," a man from the second ship shouted. "All those Mercian girls just waiting for us." He jerked his hips, and his tired oarsmen managed to cheer. Then the 2 ships were past us and became mere shadows on the moon-glossed river. We could smell the city from miles away.
I gazed north, hoping to see the glow of fires from Mirwalla's men, but saw nothing, nor truly did I expect to. The heaths were far off, but London was coming ever closer. The flood was nearing its end, and we quickened the big oars as we rowed past the city's eastern bastion. A torch burned there, and I saw a dull red cloak and the red reflection of flame from a spear point. The wharves, as ever, were dense with shipping, while a long ship with a high prow on which a cross was mounted was moored to the stone wall where Gisela and I had lived. It was Wayman's ship, I was certain, but no one watched from the stone terrace. A light flickered behind a shutter of the house, then we were past, and I could hear men singing in the Dead Dane tavern. Once past the tavern, I searched the wharves for a place to berth. There was no empty space, so we moored the 3 barges outward of other ships, men jumping from our decks to lash our clumsy craft to the landward hulls. A man crawled from beneath the steering platform of the ship I had chosen. "Who are you?" he asked irritably. "Troops from Herretchester," I said. "Where's Herretchester?" "North of Arsling," I said. "Funny man," he growled. Saw that Vidar was doing no damage to his ship, but merely tying off our lines, and so went back to his bed. There were sentries on the wharves, but none near us, nor did those who had seen us arrive take much notice. One sauntered down the long landward wharf where torches burned feebly in brackets mounted on the river wall. He stared across the intervening ships and saw that our barges were filled with troops, some wearing the distinctive red cloak, and so wandered back to his post. It was evident no one saw anything remarkable in our arrival. We were just the latest of Athelhelm's levies to come from his estates in East Anglia. "I wonder how many troops are here," Father Oda said to me. "Too many." "Full of comfort, aren't you?" he said, making the sign of the cross. "We need to know what's happening." "What's happening," I said, "is that Athelhelm is gathering the biggest army he can possibly muster. 2,000-3,000 men? Maybe more." "He'll find it hard to feed that many," Oda said. That was true. Feeding an army was a much harder task than assembling one. So perhaps he plans to march soon, I guessed, then overwhelm Ethelstan by sheer numbers and so be done with it. "It would be good to know if that's true," the priest said, and without another word, he climbed up onto the next ship. "Where are you going?" I called after him. "To find news, of course." He crossed the 2 ships that lay between our barge and the wharf, and I saw him walk towards the nearest group of sentries. He talked to them for a long time, then made the sign of the cross, presumably giving them a blessing, before walking back. I helped him down onto our deck. "The sentries," he said, "are East Anglians, and they're not happy. Lord Varin is dead." "You sound sorry, too." "I did not dislike Varin," Father Oda said carefully. He brushed his black robe, then sat on the barge's low rail. "He was not a bad man, but he was killed for allowing you to escape. He hardly deserved that fate." "For allowing me to escape? He was put to death." "You sound surprised." "I am." Oda shrugged. "Athelhelm knows you swore an oath to kill him. He fears that oath." "He fears a pagan's oath." "A pagan's oath," Oda said sharply, "has the devil's force, and a man is wise to fear Satan." I looked across the river at the few flickering lights showing in the settlement on the southern bank. "If letting me escape deserves death," I said, "then surely Athelhelm should kill Wearmund, too." Oda shook his head. "Wearmund is beloved of Lord Athelhelm, and Varin was not. Wearmund is a West Saxon, and Varin was not." He paused, and I listened to the water rippling past the hull. We were well downstream of the bridge, but I could still hear the river pouring ceaselessly through the narrow arches. "The boy was allowed to kill him," Oda went on bleakly. Elfweird.
It seems Lord Varin was tied to a post, and the boy was given a sword. It took some time.
He made the sign of the cross.
Men were made to watch, and were told it was the fit punishment for a lack of vigilance. And Lord Varin was not even given a Christian burial. His corpse was thrown to the dogs, and what the dogs left was burned. And to think that Elfweird is a grandson of King Alfred.
He said the last words bitterly, then added almost as an afterthought,
The sentries believe the army will march soon.
Of course it will, I said. Athelhelm had assembled a massive army, and he needed to feed it, and the easiest way to do that was to march into Mercia and steal whatever food could be found. For the moment his troops would be surviving on the supplies they had discovered in London's storehouses, and on what food they had brought with them, but hunger would come soon enough. Doubtless Athelhelm still hoped that Ethelstan would assault London, and that he could slaughter the Mercians beneath the city walls, but if Ethelstan did not oblige him, then he would be forced to leave the city and seek to destroy the enemy in battle. And the West Saxons, I reflected bitterly, must be confident. They had the bigger army, much the bigger army, and that army would march soon.
The signal, Father Oda went on, will be the ringing of the city bells. When they sound, the troops must assemble at the old fort.
Ready to march, I grunted.
Ready to march, Oda confirmed. But it is an unhappy army.
Unhappy?
The East Anglians are treated as serfs by the West Saxons, and the Christians are unhappy too.
I snorted a humourless laugh.
Why? Because the Archbishop, Oda began, then stopped.
Athelm?
They say he's a prisoner in the palace here. An honoured one, perhaps.
He paused, frowning.
But still they dared lay hands on Christ's servant.
I had long suspected that Athelm, the Archbishop of Cornwell, was an opponent of Athelhelm and his family, even though Athelm was himself a distant cousin to the Ealdorman. Perhaps that kinship explained his hostility, an hostility born of knowing Athelhelm and his nephew only too well.
They won't dare kill the Archbishop, I said. Of course they will, Oda said brusquely. They'll say he's sick.
And once again he made the sign of the cross.
Then claim he died of a fever. Who is to know? But it won't happen yet. They need him to place the helmet on the boy's head.
Elfweird would not be properly king until that ceremony was performed. And Athelhelm would surely insist that Archbishop Athelm lifted the gem-encrusted helmet of Wessex. Any lesser bishop would be seen as a poor substitute, calling into question Elfweird's legitimacy. "Has the Witan met?" I asked. Elfweird needed the Witan's approval before he could receive the royal helmet.
Oda shrugged. Who can tell? Maybe. But my suspicion is that Athelhelm is waiting until the Witan of all three kingdoms can meet. He wants to proclaim Elfweird as the king of all Saxons.
He turned, frowning, as sudden loud voices sounded from the sentries, but it was only the arrival of two girls. Whores, I assumed, from one of the river taverns.
Athelhelm has the support of the West Saxon lords, of course, Oda went on, and the East Anglians are too frightened to oppose him, but to get the Mercian support, he needs to crush Ethelstan. Once that's done, he'll kill the Mercian lords who defied him, and appoint new men to their estates. Then Athelhelm's family will rule all England.
"Not Northumbria," I growled.
"And how will you oppose his invasion? You can raise 3,000 warriors?"
"Not even half that number," I admitted.
"And he'll probably come with more than 3,000, Oda said.
And what will you do then? You think your walls at Bebbanburg can defy that army? It won't happen, I said. No? Because tomorrow I kill Athelhelm, I said. Not tonight. Tomorrow, I said firmly. Oda lifted a quizzical eyebrow but said nothing. Tomorrow, I explained, is when Hjorsten's men would have told Athelhelm to expect us. He expects me to try to force an entry through one of the northern gates, so they'll be watching from the northern ramparts. Meaning they'll be awake and alert, Oda pointed out. As they will be tonight, too, I said. Night is when evil stirs, when spirits and shadow walkers haunt the world, and when a man's fear of death is felt most keenly. Athelhelm and Elfweird would be deep in the palace, and their red-cloaked guards would be all around them. No stranger would be permitted through the palace archways, except perhaps those who brought an urgent message, and even they would be disarmed beyond the gates. The corridors and great hall would be full of household warriors, both Athelhelm's and the royal guards. We might just succeed in breaking through one gate, but would then find ourselves in a maze of passages and courtyards swarming with enemies. Come morning, when the dawn chased the evil spirits back to their lairs, the palace gates would open, and Athelhelm would surely want to watch from the northern wall. It was there, I thought, that I would have to find him. "And how will you kill him tomorrow?" Oda asked. "I don't know," I said. Nor did I. In truth, my only plan was to wait for an opportunity, and that was no plan at all. It was not a cold night, but still, thinking of what I had promised to do next day, I shivered. The dawn came early, a summer dawn with another cloudless sky smeared only by the city's smoke. I had slept badly. We had unrolled the barge's sail and laid it on the deck, set sentries, and then I had worried through the short night. My ribs hurt, my shoulders ached, my skin was sore. I must have dozed, but I was still tired when the sunrise brought a freshening southwest wind, and I took that wind as a sign from the gods. Back in Worcester, my plan had seemed possible. Not likely, perhaps, but possible. I'd thought that if Athelhelm's men were watching for me from London's northern wall, we could climb the hill from the river, and then what? I had imagined discovering Athelhelm and his nephew somewhere close to the walls, and that sudden assault would overcome his guards and give us the chance to slaughter both. Their deaths, I had hoped, would be enough to rouse the East Anglians who, once we had opened a gate to let Mirwaller's men into the city, would help chase the West Saxons out of London. Athelhelm ruled by fear, so to remove that fear was to destroy his power. But now, as the sun climbed higher, I felt nothing but despair. London was a city crammed with my enemies, and my feeble hopes depended on persuading some of those enemies to fight for us. It was madness. We were in a city garrisoned by thousands of the enemy, and we were 180 men. Breitwulf and Witgar had walked into the city at dawn. I had not known they were going, and would have stopped them for fear that one of Hjorsten's 6 men might recognize them, but they returned safely to report that there had been frequent fights during the darkness. "West Saxons against East Anglians," Breitwulf said. "Just tavern fights," Witgar said dismissively. "But men died," Breitwulf added. Both men sat on my barge's deck and began to stroke their sword blades with sharpening stones. "Not surprising, is it?" Breitwulf said. "The East Anglians hate the West Saxons. They were enemies not too long ago." It had not been that many years since the West Saxons had invaded East Anglia and defeated the Danish Jarls. Those Jarls had been squabbling, unable to choose their own king after the death of Yorick, who 20 years before Edward's death I had cut down in a ditch. I remembered Yorick as a fat, pig-eyed man who had squealed as we hacked him with our blades, and the squealing had only stopped when Serpent Breath delivered the killing stroke. and so had died the last true Danish king of East Anglia. Yorick had tried to preserve his kingdom by pretending to be a Christian, thus averting the power of Wessex, though I remember his hand desperately clutching the hilt of his broken sword in his death throes so that he would be taken to Valhalla. He had ruled a country of his own people, the Danish settlers, but they were outnumbered by Saxon Christians who should have welcomed King Edward's troops. And many did welcome the West Saxons, until tales of rape, theft, and murder soured the conquest. Now those East Anglians, both Danish and Saxon, were expected to fight for Wessex, for Athelhelm, and for Elfweird.
God-damned West Saxons, Witger snarled, strutting about as if they own the city.
They do own it, Finan said dryly. Finan, Britwulf, and Witgar were talking together while I mostly listened. Britwulf described how he'd been challenged as he returned to the wharf.
Some arrogant bastard said we were going the wrong way. He said we should go to the walls.
And you told him what? I asked.
That we'd go where we damn well liked.
And maybe we should go, I said. Britwulf looked puzzled.
Already? I thought you told Mirwala to wait till past noon.
I did. Witgar glanced at the sky.
Long time till noon, Lord.
I was sitting on the great oak block where the barge's mast would be stepped. We have a westerly wind, I said, and it's brisk. Britwulf glanced at Witgar, who just shrugged as if to say he had no idea what I was talking about.
A westerly?
Britwulf asked. A westerly wind lets us leave the city, I explained. We can steal 3 ships, fast ships, and we sail down river. There was a pause. Then Britwulf spoke with evident disbelief.
Now? We leave now?
Now, I said.
Jesus,
Finan muttered. The other 2 just stared at me.
Father Oda believes there may be 3,000 men in London, I went on, so even if we succeed in opening a gate for Mirwala, we'll be outnumbered by, 5 men to our 1? 6 to 1? The numbers had haunted me through the short summer night.
How many of those are East Anglians? Britwulf asked.
Most of them,
Witgar muttered.
But will they fight against their lords? I asked.
Britwulf had been right when he said that the East Anglians hated the West Saxons, but that did not mean they would lift a sword against Athelhelm's troops. I had sailed to Kent hoping to raise a force of Kentishmen to fight Athelhelm, and that had failed. Now I was pinning my hopes on East Anglians, a hope that seemed as frail as that which had faded in Faversham. If I lead you into the city, I said, and even if we succeed in opening a gate for Mirwala, we all die.
And we just abandon Mirwala?
Britwulf asked indignantly.
Mirwala and his horsemen will retreat north, I said, and Athelhelm won't pursue too far. He'll fear a trap. And besides, he wants to destroy Ethelstan's army, not a handful of horsemen from Worlemchester.
He wants to kill you, Finan said. I ignored that.
If Mirwala sees horsemen coming from the city, he'll retreat. He'll go back to Worlemchester.
I hated abandoning the plans that we had persuaded Mirwala to join, but all night I had brooded, and the dawn had brought me to my senses. It was better we should live than die uselessly.
Mirwala will survive, I finished.
So we just... Britwulf began, then paused. I suspect he was about to say that we would just run away, but he curbed the words.
Then we just go back to Worlemchester.
Serpent breath, Finan muttered to me. I smiled at that. In truth, I was wondering whether the west wind was truly a sign from the gods that I should abandon this reckless adventure, and instead seize 3 good ships and fly in front of the wind to the sea in safety. I remember Raven, the blind poet and father to Ragnar, often telling me that courage was like a horn of ale.
"We begin with a full horn, boy," he had told me, "but we drain it.
Some men drain it fast. Maybe their horn was not full to begin with, and others drain it slowly, but courage lessens as we age. I was trying to persuade myself that it was not a lack of courage that made me want to leave, but rather prudence and an unwillingness to lead good men into a city filled with enemies, even if those good men wanted to fight. Father Oda joined us to sit on the great oak block.
"I said a prayer,"
he announced. You need to, I thought, but stayed silent. A prayer, Father? Finnan asked.
"For success,"
Oda said confidently.
"King Ethelstan is destined to rule over all England, and we today make that possible. God is with us."
I was about to give him a sour answer, about to confess that I doubted our success, but before I could say a word, the first church bell sounded. There was only a handful of bells in London. Perhaps 5 or 6 churches had raised or been given enough silver to buy them. King Alfred, when he had decided to rebuild the old Roman city, had wanted to hang bells at each gate, but the first 2 had been stolen within days, and so he decreed that horns be used instead. Most churches simply hung a metal rod or sheet that could be beaten to summon the faithful to worship, and now, together with the few bells, all of them began to sound, a cacophony that panicked birds into the sky. None of us spoke as the clangor went on. Dogs howled.
"That must—"
Breitwolf broke our silence, paused, then raised his voice so he could be heard.
"That must be Meerwallah."
"It's too early," Whitgar said. "Then Athelhelm is assembling his army," I said, "ready to march. And we're too late."
"What do you mean?"
Father Oda asked indignantly.
"Too late?"
The bells were surely summoning Athelhelm's army, which meant he would be leading that horde out of the city to attack Ethelstan's weaker forces. We were all standing now, gazing north, though there was nothing to be seen there.
"What do you mean?"
Father Oda insisted.
"Why are we too late?"
But before I could say a word in answer, there was a bellow of anger from further down the wharves. The shout was followed by more yelling, by the clash of blades, then by hurried footsteps. A man appeared, running for his life. A spear followed him, and the spear, with deadly aim, struck him in the back. He took a few stumbling steps, then collapsed. He lay for a heartbeat, the spear's shaft wavering above him, then tried to crawl. 2 men in red cloaks appeared. One seized the spear's haft and drove it downwards, the other kicked the wounded man in the ribs. The man jerked, then shuddered. The clangor of the bells was lessening.
"You will go to the walls,"
a voice shouted. More men in red cloaks appeared on the landward wharf. They were evidently searching the ships, rousting out men who had slept on board, then herding them through the gaps in the river wall and so into the city. I assumed the dying man who still shuddered on the wooden planks had defied them. "Do we kill them?" Finnan asked. The red-cloaked men, I could see about 30 of them, had not yet reached our 3 barges. "They're here to stop men leaving," Finnan guessed. And I guessed he was right. I gave him no answer. I was thinking of what Breitwolf had said, how the East Anglians hated the West Saxons. I was thinking of serpent breath. I was thinking of the oath I had given to Ethelstan. I was thinking that Breitwolf despised me for being a coward who wanted to run away. I was thinking that fate was a malevolent and capricious bitch. And I was thinking that we must slaughter the men in red cloaks and steal 3 good ships to make our escape from London.
"You! Who are you?"
A tall man in Athelhelm's red cloak was staring at us from the wharf.
"And why aren't you moving?"
"Who are we?" Breitwolf muttered, looking at me. It was Father Oda who answered. He stood, his pectoral cross bright above his black robes, and shouted back, "We are Lord Aelstan's men from Herretchester." The tall man did not question either name, both of which were Oda's inventions.
"Then what in Christ's name are you doing?"
he snarled.
You're supposed to be on the walls."
"Why did you kill that man?" Oda demanded sternly.
The red-cloaked killer hesitated, plainly offended at being questioned, but Oda's natural authority and the fact that he was a priest made the man reply, if surlily.
"Him and a dozen others. The bastards thought they'd run away. Didn't want to fight. Now for God's sake, move!"
The clamour of the bells, the death of the men on the wharf, and the anger of the man shouting at us seemed an enormous commotion in response to Mirhwala and his 200 men.
"Move where?"
Breitwolf called back.
"We only arrived last night. No one told us what to do." "I'm telling you now, go to the walls."
"What's happening?"
Father Oda shouted.
"Pretty boy has come with his whole army. Seems he wants to die today, so move your East Anglian arses and do some killing. Go that way."
He pointed west.
"Someone will tell you what to do when you get there. Now go! Move!"
We moved. It seemed that the west wind was indeed an omen, because it had brought Ethelstan from the west. He had come to London, so we would fight. Chapter 12.
"Pretty boy?"
Breitwolf asked as he paced beside me.
"He means Ethelstan." "Why pretty boy?"
I shrugged. "Just an insult."
"And he's come to attack London?"
Breitwolf asked, astonished.
"So he said. Who knows?"
I had no answer, unless the garrison had mistaken Mirhwala's 200 men for Ethelstan's army, which seemed unlikely. 2 horsemen in red cloaks spurred past us, going west.
"What's happening?"
Breitwolf shouted at them, but they ignored us. We had gone through one of the gaps in the river wall and were walking west along the street beyond. We passed Gunnell's yard, the gates shut, and I had a sudden image of Benedetta in her cowled gown. If I lived through this day, I thought, I would go to Worlemchester and find her. And that made me think of Edith, and I pushed that uncomfortable thought away, just as we reached the slight bend in the street where it led up to the northern end of the great bridge.
"It has to be Ethelstan,"
Finnan said. He was staring south across the wide river. Mirhwala had sent a messenger to Ethelstan, seeking permission for this madness, but had the message encouraged Ethelstan to join it? I stared at the troops on the opposite bank of the Thames. There were not many in sight, perhaps 40 or 50 showing between the houses of Southwark, which was the settlement built at the bridge's southern end, but those men were plainly there to threaten the high wood-walled fortress that protected the bridge itself. A dozen spearmen were hurrying south across the bridge, presumably to reinforce the fort's garrison. The men among Southwark's houses were too far away for me to make out any symbol on their shields, though I could see they were in mail and wore helmets. If they were Ethelstan's men, then they must have crossed the river above London and marched downstream to surround the Southwark fort. Those men, or at least the ones I could see, were not enough to capture the fort's ramparts, and I could see no ladders, but their very presence was sufficient to draw defenders away from the walls of London. There were a score of men still manning the barricade at the bridge's northern end. They were commanded by a red-cloaked man on horseback, who stood in his stirrups to watch the southern bank, then turned as we drew near.
"Who are you?"
he shouted. Father Oda gave his usual reply, that we were Lord Ailston's men from Hertchester, and again the names provoked no curiosity.
"What are your orders?"
the man asked, and when none of us answered, he scowled.
"So where are you going?"
I nudged Breitwolf. I was too well known to too many men in Wessex, and had no desire to draw attention to myself.
"We don't have orders,"
Breitwolf answered.
"We just got here."
The horseman put 2 fingers between his lips and gave a piercing whistle to draw the attention of the men crossing the bridge.
"How many do you need?"
he shouted.
"Many as you've got,"
a man yelled back.
"Lord who?"
the horseman asked, spurring towards us. "You," I muttered to Breitwolf, who stepped forward.
"I am Ealdorman Ailston." "Then take your men across the bridge now, lord," the man ordered with scant courtesy, "and stop the bastards taking the fort." Breitwolf hesitated. Like me, he had not imagined for a moment that we would go to the southern bank of the Thames. We had come to kill Athelhelm and Elfweird, and those two would be here, on the northern bank, but suddenly I knew that fate had offered me a chance of pure gold. "Over the bridge," I muttered to Breitwolf. "For God's sake, hurry!" the horseman said. "What's happening?" Finan called. "What do you think, Grandpa? The pretty boy is here, now move!" "I'll kill that arsling," Finan muttered. I kept my head down. I was wearing the helmet I had kept on board Spearhavoc, the helmet that had belonged to my father. I had laced together the thick cheek-pieces of boiled leather to hide my face, yet I still feared that one of the West Saxons would recognize me. I had fought alongside them often enough, though on this hot day I was not dressed in my usual fine mail and crested helmet. Finan and I filed through the small gap in the barricade, and the men who guarded it jeered us. "Keep walking, Grandpa." "East Anglians." "Mud babies." "Hope you bastards have learned to fight," another added. "Enough!" The horseman silenced his men. We started across the bridge's uneven planks. The piers had been built by the Romans, and I guessed they would stay solid for 1,000 years, but the roadway was constantly being repaired. The last time I had been on the bridge, it had had a great jagged gap where the Danes had ripped up the timber road. Alfred had repaired the damage, but still some planks were rotten, and others moved alarmingly as we trod on them. There were gaps between the roadway's timbers through which I could see the seething river churning white as it was channeled between the stone piers, and I wondered, as I did so often, how the Romans had built so well. "What in God's name is Ethelstan doing?" Finan asked me. "Capturing London?" I suggested. "How in God's name does he hope to do that?" It was a good question. Athelhelm had sufficient men to defend London's walls, yet Ethelstan had evidently appeared in front of the ramparts, and that could only mean that he meant to make an assault. The last I had heard was that Ethelstan was at Wickham, which lay a long day's march west of London. I stared upriver as we crossed the bridge, but could see no movement beyond the city's wall, where the river Fleet poured the filth of tanneries, slaughter-yards, and sewage into the Thames. The Saxon town, built beyond the valley of the Fleet, showed no sign of an army come to assault the city. But undoubtedly something had caused the city bells and horns to sound the alarm. "He'll never get across those walls," Finan said. "We did." "We got through them," Finan insisted, "and we never tried to cross the ditch and wall. Still, it was a rare fight." I instinctively touched my chest where Thor's hammer was hidden beneath the mail. It had been years since Finan and I, with a small band of men, had used deceit to capture the Roman bastion that guarded Ludsgate, one of London's western gates, and we had defended that bastion against a furious Danish assault. We had held the bastion, and we had returned the city to Saxon rule. Now we had to fight for the city again. "Ethelstan must know the East Anglians are unhappy," I said, "so maybe he's relying on that." "If the East Anglians change sides." Finan sounded dubious. "If," I agreed. "They won't fight unless they see we're losing," Breitwolf put in. "Then we mustn't lose," I said. We had gone around 200 paces, perhaps a third of the way across the long bridge. Father Oda had filed through the barricade last, lingering to talk with the horseman who commanded its guard, and he now hurried to catch up with us. "It seems King Ethelstan is to the northwest of the city," he said. "So he's threatening the fort?" I asked. "They've seen his banners," the priest said, ignoring my question, "and it appears he is here in force." "The fort is the last place I'd assault," I said sourly. "Me too," Breitwolf muttered. He was walking beside me. "And surely," Oda went on, "we'll be of no use to the king if we're south of the river. "I thought you Danes were supposed to be good at warfare," I said.
Oda bridled at that, but decided to take no offence. "It is the fate of England," he said as we neared the southern end of the bridge. "That's what we decide today, Lord, the fate of England." "And that fate," I said, "will be decided here." "How?" So I told him as we walked. We were not hurrying, despite the horseman's last urgent request. As we neared the southern bank, I could see more of the troops who still watched the fort from Southwark's houses, where they were making no apparent effort to assault the strong wooden ramparts. At the bridge's end was a timber gateway with a fighting platform from which Athelhelm's flag with its leaping stag flapped in the brisk wind. Beneath it the gates were open, and a harassed-looking man was beckoning to us. "Hurry!" he called plaintively. "Up to the ramparts!" "Up to the ramparts," I echoed to my men. "Thank God you're here," the harassed man said as we passed. "On to the ramparts!" Breedwolf called. I stepped aside, drawing Finan with me. I beckoned for my 6 men, Oswy, Gebrut, Folkbold, Immer, Beanoth, and Immer to join me, then let the rest of the men pass us by. The fort was not large, but a quick look around the walls showed only about 40 spearmen on the fighting platforms. A dozen guarded the wooden arch above the gate that led south, a gate that probably needed twice that number if it was to be adequately defended. No wonder the harassed man had been pleased to see us. "Who are you?" I asked him. "Hylak Haraldsson," he answered. "And you?" "Osbert," I said, using the name I had been given at birth before the death of my elder brother made my father give me his own name. "East Anglian?" Hylak asked. He was younger than me, but still looked old. He had sunken cheeks because of missing teeth, a short grey beard, grey hair showing beneath his helmet, and deep lines around his eyes and mouth. It was a warm morning, too warm to be wearing leather-lined mail, and his face was running with sweat. "East Anglian," I said. "And you?" "Hamptonshire," he said shortly. "And you command the fort?" "I do." "How many men do you have?" "Till you came, I had 42. We were supposed to have more, but they never came." "We're here now," I said, looking at my troops who were climbing the ladders that led to the timber ramparts, "and if I were you, I'd shut the bridge gates." Hylak frowned at that. "I'm not saying it's likely," I went on, "but a small group of men could sneak around the fort and climb up to the bridge." "I suppose they're better closed," Hylak allowed. He did not sound convinced, but was so relieved that we had arrived to bolster his garrison that he would probably have agreed to fight stark naked if I had suggested it. I told Gebrut and Folkbold to push the great gates shut, so that the men guarding the barricade at the bridge's northern end could see nothing of what happened inside the small fort. "Are all your men West Saxons?" I asked Hylak. "All of them." "So you're one of Lord Athelhelm's tenants?" He seemed surprised to be asked. "I hold land from the abbot at Bassingus," he said, "and he ordered me to bring my men." Which meant that the abbot at Bassingus had received gold from Athelhelm, who had always paid generously for the clergy's support. "Do you know what's happening?" Hylak asked. "Pretty Boy is to the city's northeast," I said. "That's all I know." "Some of them are here, too," Hylak said. "Too many. But you're here, thank God, and they'll not capture us now." I nodded south. "How many are out there?" "Maybe 70, maybe more. They're in the alleys, they're hard to count." "And they haven't attacked?" "Not yet." "Do you have horses?" I asked Hylak. "We left them in the city," he said. "There's a stable there." He nodded towards the smaller of the 2 thatched buildings that lay inside the fort. "If you need it," he added, perhaps thinking we had horsemen following us across the bridge. "We came by boat," I said. Both the buildings looked new, and both were made of stout timbers. I assumed the larger was to house the garrison, which in peacetime would surely not number more than 20 men, just sufficient to stand guard over whoever collected the custom dues from the merchants entering or leaving the city. I nodded towards the larger building. That looks sturdy enough. Sturdy? Helic asked. To keep prisoners, I explained. He grimaced. Lord Athelhelm won't like that. He says we're not to take prisoners. We're to kill them all, every last man. All of them? More land, you see. He says he'll share out Mercian land to us, and give us all of Northumbria, too. All of Northumbria? Helic shrugged. Not sure I want to be part of that war. They're goddamn savages in Northumbria. They are, Finan said fervently. I still need a place to keep prisoners, I said. Lord Athelhelm won't like that, Helic warned me again. You're right, I said, he won't, because you're the prisoners. Me? He was certain he had misheard, or at the least misunderstood. You, I said mildly. I'm giving you a choice, Helic. I spoke softly, reasonably. You can die here, or you can give me your sword. You and your men will be stripped of your mail, your weapons and boots, then put into that building. It's that or death. I smiled. Which is it to be? He stared at me, still trying to understand what I had said. He opened his mouth, revealing 3 crooked yellow teeth, said nothing, and so closed it. I held out my hand. Your sword, Helic? He still seemed dazed. Who are you? Uhtred of Bebbanburg, I said, Lord of the Northumbrian savages. For a moment I thought he was going to piss himself with terror. Your sword, I said politely, and he just gave it to me. It was that easy. A warrior called Rumwald led the Mercians who had threatened Southwark's fort. He was a short man with a round, cheerful face, a straggling grey beard and a brisk manner. He had led 135 men into the fort. You had us worried, Lord, he confessed. Worried? We were about to assault the fort, then your men showed up. I thought we'd never capture the place after that. Yet captured it was, and we now had a little more than 300 men, 10 of whom I would leave to guard Helic's garrison, who was safely imprisoned inside the larger of the 2 buildings. The West Saxons had been surly, resentful, and outnumbered, but they had little choice except to surrender, and once they had been disarmed and shut away, we had opened the fort's southern gates and shouted at the Mercians to join us. Rumwald had been reluctant to let his men approach the fort, fearing a trap, and in the end Breitwulf had walked without shield or sword to persuade his fellow Mercians that we were allies. What were you supposed to do after capturing the fort? I asked Rumwald. I had learned that he and his men had crossed the Thames at Westminster, then walked along the river's southern bank. Tear up the bridge, Lord. Tear up the bridge? I asked. You mean destroy it? Rip up the planks, make sure the bastard couldn't escape. He grinned. So, I said, Ethelstan really means to assault the city. I had half convinced myself that the Mercian army had come merely to scout the city, to unsettle Athelhelm, and then withdraw. God love you, Lord, Rumwald said happily. He plans to assault once you open a gate for him. Once I open, I began, then ran out of words. He got a message, Lord, from Mirwalla, Rumwald explained. It said you would open one of the northern gates, and that's why he's come. He reckons he can take the city if there's an open gate. And he doesn't want half Athelhelm's army to escape, does he? Of course, he doesn't mean this gate. Rumwald saw my confusion. You did mean to open a gate, Lord? Yes, I said, remembering my wish not 2 hours before to flee London. So Ethelstan now expected me to unlock the city for him. Yes, I said again, I do mean to open a gate. Do you have a banner? A banner? Rumwald asked, then nodded. Of course, Lord. We have King Ethelstan's banner. You want me to tear that rag down? He nodded at Athelhelm's banner of the leaping stag that still flew above the fort's northern arch. No, I said. I just want you to bring the flag with us, and keep it hidden till I tell you. So, we're going into the city, Lord? Rumwald asked. He sounded excited. "We're going into the city," I said. I did not want to. The night's dread was still lurking inside me, making me fear that this was the day when the vast boulder of St. Cuthbert's Cave would finally fall on me. I left Rumwold and climbed the ladder that led to the fighting platform above the bridge's entrance, and from there I stared across the river. The city smoke was being blown eastwards, and there was little sign that anything happened beneath that perpetual pall of smoke. There was still a squad of soldiers guarding the barricade at the bridge's northern end, while another score of soldiers guarded the downstream wharves, presumably to stop men from deserting. I could see into Gunnell's slave yard, where the only ship was the wreck, and where no men moved. More usefully, I could see up the hill that climbed from the bridge, and could even see men slumping on benches outside the Red Pig Tavern. If, as Father Oda had said, this was the day that would decide the fate of England, then it all looked peaceful, strangely so. Finnan joined me. He was hot and had taken off his helmet and was wearing his ragged rye straw hat again. 300 of us now, he said. Yes, I answered. Finnan leaned on the wooden parapet. I was searching the sky for an omen, any omen. Rumwold reckons Ethelstan has 1,200 men, Finnan remarked. 1,400 if Mayor Waller has joined him. Should be enough, Finnan said, so long as the East Anglians don't fight too hard. Maybe. Maybe, Finnan repeated, and then, after a pause, horsemen. He pointed, and I saw 2 horsemen riding down the hill towards the far end of the bridge. They paused by the Red Pig, and after a moment, the men lounging on the benches stood, picked up their shields, crossed the street and vanished into the western alleys. The horsemen came on down to the bridge, reining in at the barricade. Those arselings at the barricade aren't doing any good, Finnan said. I suppose they were there to stop men crossing the river to escape the battle, but if any man did try to flee, they would only reach Southwark's fort, which they must assume was still under Athelhelm's control. The small force at the barricade was pointless, and it seemed the horsemen had come to order them away. Pity? Finnan said. Pity? I wanted to slaughter that bastard for calling me Grandpa. Now he's gone. The men had indeed been ordered away from the barricade. The horsemen accompanied them westwards, and we watched till they disappeared up a side street. Nothing to stop us now, Finnan said, and I knew he sensed my reluctance. My ribs hurt, my shoulders hurt. I gazed at the smoke-smeared sky, but saw no omen, good or bad. If we meet Weirmond, Finnan said quietly, I'll fight him. And I knew from those words that he did not just sense my reluctance. He sensed my fear. We must go, I said harshly. Most of Rumwold's troops carried shields that bore Ethelstan's badge of the dragon with its lightning bolt. It was horribly dangerous to show that shield inside the city, but I could not ask men to fight without shields. It was a risk we must take, though I also took care to make sure some men wore the red cloaks we had captured, and for others to carry the shields we had taken from Helak's garrison, which showed a fish and a cross, evidently the badge of the Abbot of Bassingus. I was fearful that when men in the city saw us crossing the bridge, they would realize we were the enemy and would send a force to oppose us. But perhaps the red cloaks and the sight of Athelhelm's banner still flying above Southwark's fort would deceive them. I had known when I first decided to cross to the southern bank that returning over the river would be a dangerous moment, but I had wanted the men besieging the fort to join us. The easy capture of the fort had swollen our numbers, but we were still a pitifully small force. We needed to reach a gate, and if Athelhelm's men suspected that the 300 soldiers crossing the bridge were a threat, then we would end up being slaughtered in London streets. I told the men to straggle, to take their time. Attackers would have hurried, but we walked slowly, and all the while I watched the street beyond the abandoned barricade and watched the men on the wharves. They saw us, but none showed alarm. Rumwald's men had vanished from between the houses across the river, so did those red-cloaked troops think the Mercians had withdrawn, and that we were coming to reinforce Athelhelm? And so 300 men, at least a third of whom displayed Ethelstan's badge, filed through the barricade, which I had ordered left intact in case we needed to retreat. The sun was high and hot, and the city still and silent. Athelhelm's men, I knew, would be on the northern walls, watching Ethelstan's army, while the citizens of London, if they had any sense, would be behind barred doors. It was time to leave the bridge and to climb up into the city. "Keep your men closed up now," I told Breitwulf and Rumwald.
"Should we tear up the bridge roadway, Lord?"
Rumwald asked eagerly. "And trap ourselves on this side of it? Leave it alone." I started climbing the hill, Rumwald keeping pace with me. "Besides," I went on, "if any of Athelhelm's men try to escape across the bridge, they'll have to fight through that closed gate."
"We only left 10 men there, Lord."
Rumwald, for the first time, sounded anxious. 6 men could hold that gate forever," I said dismissively. And how likely was it that we would have a victory that forced Athelhelm's great force to flee in panic? I said nothing of that.
"You think 6 men are enough, Lord?"
Rumwald asked. "I know so."
"Then he'll be king."
Rumwald had regained his optimism.
"By sundown, Lord, Ethelstan will be king of England."
"Not of Northumbria," I growled.
"No, not Northumbria,"
Rumwald agreed, then looked up at me.
"I've always wanted to fight alongside you, Lord. It'll be something to tell my grandchildren, that I fought with the great Lord Uhtred."
The great Lord Uhtred. I felt a vast weight on my heart when I heard those words. Reputation. We seek it, we prize it, and then it turns on us like a cornered wolf. What did Rumwald expect? A miracle? We were 300 in a city of 3,000, and the great Lord Uhtred had a battered body and a fearful heart. Yes, we might open a gate, and we might even hold it long enough to let Ethelstan's men into the city, but what then? We would still be outnumbered. "It's an honour to fight beside you," I told Rumwald, merely saying what he would like to hear. "And we need a horse."
"A horse?"
"If we capture a gate," I said, "we have to send word to King Ethelstan."
"Of course."
And at that moment a horseman appeared. He came from the top of the hill, his grey stallion stepping carefully on the old paving slabs. He turned towards us, and I held up a hand to check our progress, close beside the empty benches outside the Red Pig.
"Who are you?"
the horseman called as he approached.
"Lord Ailston."
Breitwulf came to stand on my right. Finan, who had been walking behind me, stood on my left. The horseman could see red cloaks. He could see the fish symbol on Rumwald's borrowed shield, but he could not see Ethelstan's dragon shields, because we had placed those men at the back. "East Anglians?" The horseman curbed the stallion just in front of us. He was young, his mail was finely made, his horse's trappings were polished leather studded with silver, and his sword was in a silver-coated scabbard. A thin gold chain circled his neck. His horse, a fine stallion, was nervous and stepped sideways, and the rider patted it with a gloved hand, on which 2 rings glittered.
"We're East Anglians and West Saxons," Breitwulf said arrogantly. "And you are?"
"Edo Haddison, Lord," the horseman said, then glanced at me, and for a heartbeat there was a startled look on his face, but it vanished as he looked back to Breitwulf.
"I serve in Lord Athelhelm's household," he explained. "Where's Helek?"
He had evidently recognized the fish shields.
"He stayed at the fort," Breitwulf said. "The pretty boy's troops gave up and walked back westwards, but Helek kept enough men there in case they come back."
"They went westwards?" Ida asked.
"Then that's where we need you, all of you."
He patted his skittish horse's neck again and looked back to me. If he served in Athelhelm's household, then it was likely he had seen me at one of the meetings between King Edward and my son-in-law, Sea-Trigger, but I had always been in my war glory, my arms thick with the rings of silver and gold. Now I wore ragged mail, carried a shield scarred with the cross, and my face, still lacerated from Wehrmann's treatment, was half hidden by the leather cheek-pieces of my rust-touched helmet. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Osbert Osbertson," I said, then nodded at Breitwulf. "I'm his grandfather." "Where do you need us?" Breitwulf asked hurriedly. "You to go west," Edo pointed to a side street. "Follow that street, you'll find men at the far end, join them." "Ethelstan's going to attack there?" Breitwulf asked. "Pretty boy, Christ no. We're going to attack him from there." So Athelhelm planned to attack Ethelstan's army, maybe not in hope of crushing the enemy, but at least to drive him away from London and inflict casualties in the process. I felt in my pouch, took a step closer to Ida's horse and bent down, grunting from the pain in my ribs. I touched the stone of the road, then straightened, holding a silver shilling. "Did you drop this?" I asked Ida, holding the bright coin towards him. For a heartbeat he was tempted to lie, then greed conquered honesty. "I must have," he lied, then reached down for the coin. I dropped the silver, seized his left wrist and pulled hard, sending an agonizing lance of pain through my shoulder. Finnan's sword, Soul-Stealer, was already sliding from its scabbard. The horse, alarmed, stepped away, but that only helped me pull Idor out of the saddle. He shouted in rage or alarm. He was falling, but his left foot was trapped in the stirrup and he was being pulled away. My shoulder, torn from being dragged behind Wehrmann's horse, felt as if a red-hot poker was being thrust into the joint. Then Whitgar seized the stallion's reins. Soul-Stealer sliced down with the sun reflecting bright from her blade, and suddenly there was blood on the road. Ida was on the ground, coughing blood, moaning, and then Soul-Stealer struck again, point first, to pierce mail, leather, and ribs. Ida gave a high-pitched gasp. His left hand seemed to reach towards me, made a clutching motion, then fell. He lay still, his eyes gazing sightless at the cloudless sky. Finnan crouched, snapped the gold chain and tugged it free, unbuckled the rich sword belt with its weapon, then worked the rings off Ida's gloved fingers. "Jesus," Rumwald breathed. "The horse is yours," I told Breitwulf. "You're Lord Ailston, so mount up. Gebrut?" "Lord?" "Drag that thing into an alley." I nudged Ida's corpse with my foot. "No one saw a thing," Rumwald said in amazement. "Of course they did," I said. "They just don't want us to know they saw us." I looked along the windows of the street and could see no one, but I was certain folk were watching us. "Just pray they don't send word to Athelhelm." I turned. "Oswey?" "Lord?" "Take us to the nearest gate to the north, and I want to avoid the palace." "The Cripplegate, Lord," Oswey said, then led us confidently, taking us through a maze of small streets and alleys. The Roman buildings gave way to newer houses, all made of timber with thatched roofs. Then those houses ended, and we were at the top of the city's low eastern hill, and in front of us was a wasteland of ruins, hazel saplings and weeds. I could see the palace a long way to the west. Close to it were the remnants of the amphitheatre, and beyond that ruin, the fort at the city's northwestern corner. And in front of us were the walls. They are extraordinary, those walls. They ring the whole city, are built of dressed stone, and are 3 times the height of a tall man. Towers are built every 200 or 300 paces, and the 7 gates are flanked by great stone bastions. The walls have stood for 300 or 400 years, perhaps longer, and for most of their length the ramparts still stand as the Romans built them. Some gaps have appeared across the years, and many of the towers have lost their roofs, but the gaps have been plugged with great timbers, and the roofs replaced with thatch. There are stone stairs leading up to the ramparts, and where the wall has fallen into the ditch and been repaired in timber, there are wooden fighting platforms. London's wall is a marvel, making me wonder, as so often, how the Romans had ever lost Britain. And in front of us, too, were men. Hundreds of men. Most were on the ramparts, from where they gazed northwards, but some, too many, were behind the gate. From where we stood we could only see one gate, the Crepple-gate, with its two massive bastions looming over the roadway and Athelhelm's banner flying from the nearest tower, while beneath it, amidst tall weeds and the rubble of old walls, were troops. I could not see how many. They were sitting on crumbling walls or resting, but I could see enough to know they were too many.
"They expect Ethelstan to attack here?"
Breitwulf asked. "They probably have forces waiting inside each gate," I said. "How many can you see?" Breitwulf, high in his saddle, could see more than us.
200?
"We outnumber them," Rumwald said excitedly.
"And how many on the gate ramparts?" I asked, ignoring Rumwald.
30?
Again Breitwulf sounded uncertain. "And how far away are Ethelstan's men?" I asked, though I did not ask it of Breitwulf or of anyone else because the question was unanswerable, until we had climbed the ramparts and could see the country to the north.
"So what do we do?"
Breitwulf asked. I touched my mail where it covered the silver hammer. I looked westwards, but knew that the next city gate was built into the walls of the fort, and that would mean first capturing an entrance to the fort. It was this nearest gate, I thought, or else abandon the whole madness. "What we do," I answered Breitwulf, "is what we came to do. Whitgar, take 40 men. You'll climb the stairs to the right of the gate." I looked up at Breitwulf. "I need 30 of your men for the steps to the left. I'll lead them." He nodded, and I turned to Rumwald. "And I'll need your banner. You take every man that's left and follow Breitwulf to the gate. You tell the bastards you've been ordered to make a sally northwards. They probably won't believe you, so you can start killing them, but open the damned gates first. And once the gate is open," I looked up at Breitwulf again, "you will ride like the wind to find Ethelstan."
"And if the king doesn't come in time?" Father Oda asked.
"We die," I said brutally. Oda made the sign of the cross.
"The Lord of Hosts is with us," he said.
"He damned well better be," I said grimly. "So let's move." We moved. The city had seemed deserted as we came up from the river, but now we could see men all along the walls, others waiting just inside the gate, and small groups of men, women, and children watching from the edge of the wasteland. Many of those city folk were accompanied by priests, presumably hoping that the clergyman could protect them if the Mercians invaded the city. They may be right, I thought. Ethelstan was famously as pious as his grandfather Alfred, and would doubtless have given his troops dire warnings against offending his god. We followed a track eastwards until we reached a fine new church, the lower walls of stone, the upper of bright timber, which stood at the edge of the houses. We turned north at the church to follow a road of beaten earth that led to the gate. 2 goats cropped weeds on the verge where Roman stonework was half buried. A woman watched us, made the sign of the cross, and said nothing. The men resting inside the gate stood as we came nearer. Many of their shields were unpainted, just bare wood, while others were decorated with a cross. None showed the leaping stag. "East Anglians?" Finnan muttered to me. "Probably. They looked like the feared to me," Finnan said, meaning they were not household warriors, but ploughmen and carpenters, foresters and masons, dragged from their fields or workshops to fight for their lord. Some had spears or swords, but many carried only an axe or a reaping hook. Breitwulf rode ahead, tall on his stolen horse, pointedly ignoring the first men who stood to question his coming. I trudged behind, sweat trickling down my face, sometimes glancing up at the men on the ramparts. They were watching us too, but not with any alarm, because most of them would have no idea what was happening. They knew Ethelstan's forces were near. They had heard the commotion of the city bells, but ever since that first excitement they would have been told little and understood less. They were hot, they were thirsty, they were bored, and we were just more troops coming to wait in the hot sun for something to happen. "This way!" I called to the men who would follow me. "Up the steps!" I slanted off the road and headed for the stairs leading up to the rampart on the left of the gate. Imo was behind me, carrying Ethelstan's banner that was tightly furled on its pole. "You can't fight holding that thing," I told him, "so stay out of trouble." Hulbert, one of Breitwulf's men, would turn left at the rampart's top, and with 10 men defend our backs as we captured the gate itself. Breitwulf had reached the great archway, where he was challenged by an older man who leaned over the archer's rampart. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm Ealdorman Ealston." Breitwulf curbed his horse and stared up at the man. "And I want the gates opened." "For God's sake, why?" "Because Lord Athelhelm wants it," Breitwulf called. He was keeping both hands on his saddle's pommel. His shield, fire-scarred with the cross, hung at his back. His sword hung low to his left. "I was told not to open the gates to the Lord God Almighty himself," the man answered. "He can't come," Breitwulf said. "So Lord Athelhelm sent me instead." "Why?" The older man had seen me and my men start up the stairs. "Stop!" he shouted at me, holding out a warning hand. I stopped halfway up the time-worn stairs, the shield heavy on my back. The troops on the gate's rampart were not from any feared. They were in good mail and carried spears and swords. "The pretty boy," Breitwulf shouted, "is over there." He pointed vaguely northwest. "We're sending men out of the western gates to give him a spanking, but we need to keep him in place. If he sees another force coming from this gate, he won't know which one to defend against. Of course, you can always go and ask Lord Athelhelm himself." The man had been looking down at Breitwulf, but now glanced at us to see that I had only paused for a heartbeat and then kept climbing, and had now reached the ramparts. He frowned, but I gave him a friendly nod. His shield, showing Athelhelm's leaping stag, was propped against the inner parapet. The men below, I thought, might be from the East Anglian Fyrd, but the shield betrayed that the spearmen on the ramparts were West Saxons, and probably fiercely loyal to Athelhelm. "Hot day," I said to the older man, my voice muffled by the lace cheekpieces, then walked to the outer parapet. I leaned on the sun-warmed stone, and for a moment everything to the north appeared as I remembered it. Beneath the walls was a scum-covered ditch crossed by a stone bridge. A small crowd had gathered beyond the bridge. There were merchants come from the north with pack-horses, folk from the villages with eggs or vegetables to sell, all of them barred from entering the city, but unwilling to leave. Small hovels lined the road, and a graveyard had spread into parched pastureland, beyond which were woods thick with summer leaves. A village lay a mile or so to the north, where smoke rose into the west wind. Then more woods before the land climbed to a bare hilltop. Other villages, betrayed by smoke, lay hidden in the woods to the west. A small child drove a flock of geese across the pasture, and I fancied I could hear her singing, but perhaps that was my imagination. A man, seeing me appear on the wall, shouted that he wanted to bring his pack-horses into the city, but I ignored him, gazing instead into the heat-hazed distance. And then I saw them. I saw horsemen shadowed by trees. Scores of horsemen. "Mirwala?" Finnan suggested. "Ethelstan, I hope," I said fervently. But whoever the far horsemen were, they were just watching. "So will you please open the damned gate?" Breitwulf demanded loudly and angrily from beneath us. 28 men up here," Finnan said, still talking low. He meant 28 men on the gate's parapet, most of them crowded onto the half-circles of the twin bastions that jutted out to the ditch's edge. I nodded. Whitgar and his men had reached the parapet at the far side of the gate. The older man looked at them, frowned, turned back to me, then saw that Immer was carrying the furled banner.
"Is that a banner, boy?" he demanded. "Will you open the gate?" Britwulf called. "Show me the banner, boy."
I turned and held out a hand to Immer. "Give it to me," I said. I took the staff and unrolled a foot or so of the flag, then tossed it at the older man's feet. "Look for yourself," I said. "It's the Dragon of Wessex." And so it would be, I thought, if the gods were with me today. The man leaned down to the staff, and I took a step towards him. Finan put a hand on my arm. "You're still slow, Lord," he said in a very low voice. "Let me." He kept his hand on my arm, watching as the older man took hold of the flag's edge to unroll it. All of his men were watching as he pulled to reveal the dragon's clawed forelegs. He pulled again, about to reveal the lightning bolt in the dragon's grip. Then Finan moved, and it began. Finan was the fastest man I have ever seen in a fight. He was thin, lithe, and moved like a wildcat. I have spent hours practicing sword skill with him, and I reckon he would have killed me 9 times out of 10, and the older man never stood a chance. He was looking up in surprise as Finan reached him. Soul Stealer was already out of her scabbard, but Finan just kicked him under the chin, jerking his head back. Then the blade swung in a savage back cut that threw the man sideways, throat severed and blood spurting high over the inner parapet, and Finan was already threatening the men watching from the bastion. They were not ready, any more than the older man whose life pulsed away into Ethelstan's banner had been ready. They were still lowering their spears as Finan attacked, and my borrowed sword was only halfway out of her scabbard as he thrust Soul Stealer into a man's belly and ripped her sideways. "Open the gate!" I shouted it. "Open it!" I shrugged the shield off my shoulder. Witgar was attacking from the far side of the gate. The fighting had started so fast, so unexpectedly, and our enemy was still confused. Their leader was dead. They were suddenly assailed by swords, and by Folkbold wielding a massive axe. Hulbert and his Mercians were attacking westwards, driving the defenders on the ramparts away from the gate, while I joined Finan in clearing the bastions and the fighting platform above the arch. We were desperate. We had managed to cross an enemy-held city. We had reached this gate without being discovered, and now we were surrounded by enemies, and our only hope of living was to kill. There is pity in war. A dying boy, gutted like a beast and calling for his mother, is pitiable, regardless that a moment before he had been screaming curses and trying to kill me. My borrowed sword was no serpent breath, but she went through the boy's mail and leather easily enough, and I cut off his yelps for his mother with a downward thrust through his left eye. Beside me, Finan, screaming in his Irish tongue, had put 2 men down, and his blade was red to the hilt. Gebrut, bellowing in his native Frisian, was swinging an axe against men who had not been given time to retrieve their shields. We were thrusting the West Saxons back into the half-circle of the bastion, and they were screaming for mercy. Some had not even had time to draw their swords, and they were so packed together that their spearmen could not lower their weapons. "Drop your blades," I bellowed, "and jump into the ditch." All that mattered was to clear the gate's parapet. Witgar, with his Mercians, was savaging the enemy on the eastern side of the archway, and his sword, Fleshmangra, was as red as Finan's Soul Stealer. I ran back to the steps, and saw that Rumwell's men were thrusting the confused East Anglians away from the gate's arch, but Britwulf, his stallion white-eyed and frightened, was still inside the closed gates. One locking bar had been freed from the iron brackets, but the second was high and heavy. "Hurry!" I bellowed, and 4 men used spears to push the bar upwards. It fell with a crash, making Britwulf's horse rear. Then the huge gates were pushed outwards on squealing hinges. "Go!" I called. "Go!" And Britwulf kicked his heels, and the stallion bolted across the bridge. The folk waiting outside scattered. Rumwald had made a shield wall across the road. Behind it were bodies, some moving, most motionless in puddles of their blood. Father Oda was shouting at the East Anglians, telling them their war was over, that God Almighty had sent King Ethelstan to bring peace and plenty. I let him harangue them, and went back to the parapet where terrified West Saxons, relieved of their weapons, were being forced to jump off the high bastion into the filth of the flooded ditch. "The shit will kill them if they don't drown," Finnan said. "We have to barricade the parapet," I said, "both ways." "We will," Finnan said. We had taken the twin bastions and the archers' fighting platform between them, and Rumwald's men, beating swords against shields, were driving back a larger number of East Anglians who seemed reluctant to fight and equally reluctant to surrender. I knew we would be attacked down there soon, but the immediate danger came from the men manning the walls on either side of the gate. For the moment, dazed and confused by our sudden assault, they were holding back, but other men were running along the walls, coming to retake the gate. They were coming because Immer had pulled down the leaping stag and hoisted the blood-drenched banner of King Ethelstan. The dragon and the lightning bolt now flew above the Crepelgate, and revenge for that was coming. The Crepelgate. Under the pitiless midday sun, we had to hold the gate, and I remembered that Alfred, distressed by the number of maimed and blinded folk in London, many of them men he had led into battle, had issued a decree allowing cripples to beg from travellers at this gate. Was that an omen? We had to defend the gate now, and the fight would surely make more cripples. I touched the silver hammer, then cleaned the blood from my borrowed sword and slid her back into her scabbard, and knew she must be drawn again soon. Chapter 13. The enemy's first response was ragged, brave, and ineffectual. The troops manning the long stretches of the wall either side of the captured Crepelgate attacked along the ramparts, but a shield wall of just 4 men could easily defend the width of the fighting platform. A dozen men, arrayed in 3 ranks, would be an even more formidable obstacle, but the day's heat and the undoubted ferocity of the enemy's attacks would wear that small force down fast. So I had men bringing stones from the nearby ruins. We piled them on the fighting platform to make 2 crude barricades, and by the time the wall's defenders to our west had organized a disciplined assault, our makeshift wall was already knee-high. Gebrut and Folkwold led that defence, using the spears we had captured from the West Saxons, and within a short time the knee-high wall was heightened by mail-clad corpses. Whitgar to the east faced less opposition, and his men went on piling stones. Breitwulf had left the city and vanished among the far trees, but neither he nor any of Ethelstan's men had reappeared. Inside the gate the East Anglians had retreated 50 or more paces, and Father Oda was still shouting at them, but they had not dropped their shields nor lowered their banner, which showed a crudely embroidered boar's head. Everything was now happening either very fast or painfully slowly. It was fast on the wall's top, where we piled still more stones as vengeful West Saxons assaulted both crude barricades, but it was slow inside the city, where Rumwald's shield wall stood ready to defend the open gate against an East Anglian force that showed no desire to attack. Yet I knew it was there, on the road between the rubble and weeds of the ruined city, that this fight would be decided. The West Saxons on the eastern reach of the wall had been reluctant to attack at first, and had given Whitgar's men the chance to make their stone barrier chest-high. The enemy there hurled spears over the crude wall, but after the first attackers tried to clamber over the heap of stones and were met by spears thrusting from below, they were more cautious. Yet, to the west, the fighting was far more vicious. The pile of stones was broad there, but only knee-high, and the enemy kept coming, urged on by a black-bearded man in polished mail and wearing a glittering helmet. He shouted his troops forward, though I noted he never joined them as they charged with shields held high and spears levelled. He was screaming at them to kill, to charge faster, and that was a mistake. Men hurried to cross the crude barrier, and their haste made them trip on the stones, and they came to our shield wall raggedly, only to be met by swords, spears, and axes. Their fallen bodies made an ever-growing barrier on top of the first, a new barrier made worse by the men dying in agony, who were trodden underfoot by other men trying to cross the blood-soaked obstacle. "The wall will hold," Finnan told me. We were standing halfway up the steps. He was watching the fight above as I stared west towards London's higher hill. "The men need ale or water," I said. The day was getting hotter. Sweat was stinging my eyes and trickling inside my mail. "There'll be ale in the guardhouse," Finnan said, meaning one of the chambers inside the twin bastions. "I'll have it sent up here." A spear struck the stone between us. The West Saxons on the western wall had seen us, and several had hurled spears, but this was the first to reach us. It skidded off the step and fell down to the road. "Bastards'll give up soon," Finnan said. He was right. The men attacking us along the wall were tired of dying, and had become aware that other men would do the fighting instead, and those men were appearing, heralded by blasts from horns that made us all gaze across the northern stretch of London. Closest to us the land was a ruin of old walls, then it dropped to where the Wheeler Brook flowed towards the Thames. Beyond it the land rose to London's western hill, on which stood the ruins of the amphitheatre, and on the amphitheatre's further side the walls of the old Roman fortress. And a stream of men was coming from that fort. Many were mounted, most were on foot, but all were in mail. And even as Finnan and I watched, a group of horsemen came through the gate, surrounded by standard-bearers, their flags bright in the noonday sun. "Jesus," Finnan said quietly. "We came here to fight," I said. "But how many men does he have?" Finnan asked incredulously, because the procession of mailed warriors seemed unending. I made no answer. Instead, I climbed back to the wall's top and stared across the pastureland to the far woods, where no horsemen were in sight. For now, it seemed, we were alone, and if Ethelstan's men did not come from those distant woods, we would die alone. I sent half the men who had been defending the barricades down to stiffen Grumwald's shield wall, then took one last glance northwards, to see no sign of Ethelstan or his men. "Come," I urged him silently, "if you want a kingdom, come." Then I went down the steps to where a battle must be fought. It would be a battle, I thought bitterly, to decide which royal arse would warm a throne, and what business did I have deciding the throne of Wessex? Yet fate, that callous bitch, had tied my life's threads to King Alfred's dream. Was there really a Christian heaven? If there was, then King Alfred would be gazing down on us even now. And what would he want? Of that I had no doubt. He wanted a Christian country of all the men who spoke the English tongue, and he wanted that country led by a Christian king. He would be praying for Ethelstan. So damn him, I thought. Damn Alfred and his piety, damn his stern face, always so disapproving, damn his righteousness, and damn him for making me fight for his cause a lifetime after his death. Because today, I thought, if Ethelstan did not come, I would die for Alfred's dream. I thought of Bebbanburg and its windswept ramparts. I thought of Edith, of my son, and then of Benedetta, and I wanted to ignore that last regret, and so I shouted at Rumwald's men to get ready. They were in 3 ranks and had made a small half-circle about the open gate. It was a perilously small shield wall, and was about to be attacked by the might of Wessex. It was no longer time to think, to indulge in regrets, or to wonder about the Christian heaven, but time to fight. "You're Mercians!" I shouted. "You've defeated the Danes, you've fought off the Welsh, and now you'll make a new Song of Mercia, a new victory. Your king is coming." I knew I lied, but men facing battle do not want truth. "Your king is coming," I shouted again, "so stay firm. I am Uhtred, and I am proud to fight alongside you." and the poor doomed bastards cheered as Finan and I pushed through the ranks to stand where the shield wall barred the road. "You shouldn't be here," Finan muttered. "I am here." And I hurt still from the beating Wayamund had given me. I hurt all over. I hurt, and I was tired, while the weight of the shield made my left shoulder feel as if an auger was twisting into the joint. I lowered the shield to rest it on the roadway, then looked westwards, but none of the troops coming from the fort had yet appeared out of the Wheeler's shallow valley. "If I die," I began in a very low voice. "Quiet," Finan snarled. Then, much lower, "You shouldn't be here. Go to the rear rank." I gave him no answer, nor did I move. In all my years I had never fought anywhere except the front rank. A man who leads others to death's doorway must lead, not follow. I felt stifled, and so I undid the knot that held the boiled leather cheek-pieces and let them swing free so I could breathe more easily. Father Oda paced in front of our wall, talking now to us and seemingly oblivious of the East Anglians behind him. "God is with us," he called. "God is our strength and our shield. Today we shall strike down the forces of evil. Today we fight for God's country." I stopped paying attention because, not far to the west, the first banners were appearing above the lip of the Wheeler's Valley, and I could hear drums beating. The heartbeat of war was coming nearer. A man a few paces away in our front rank bent over and vomited. "Something I ate," he said, but that was not true. Our shields were propped against legs that trembled. There was bile in our throats. Our stomachs were sour, and our laughter at bad jests was forced. The first men of Wessex appeared from the shallow valley. A line of grey, sparked with spear points. The East Anglians who had faced us so irresolutely began to edge backwards, as if making room for the approaching horde. We had been right, I thought ruefully. The East Anglians did not want to fight, neither for the West Saxons, nor, it seemed, for us either. The enemy who had come from the fort were getting closer. Their banners were bright. Banners with crosses, with saints, with the Dragon of Wessex, with Athelhelm's leaping stag, and, leading all of them, a banner I had never seen before. It was being waved from side to side so we could see it clearly, and it showed a dull grey dragon of Wessex beneath a leaping stag, embroidered in deep scarlet. A small cross showed in the upper corner. "God is with us," Oda shouted, "and your king is coming." I hoped he was right, and dared not leave the shield wall to find out. The gate was open, and we just had to keep it open until Ethelstan arrived. Rumwald stood to my right. He was shaking slightly. "Keep together," he called to his men. "Stand fast." His voice was uncertain. "He is coming, Lord?" he asked me. "Of course he's coming. He won't let us down." He talked on, saying nothing of importance, just talking to cover his fear. The drums became louder. Horsemen rode on the flanks of the approaching West Saxons, and still more footmen came, their spears thick. I could see the leaping stags on the shields now. The front rank, that was ragged because men were stepping over the remnants of walls, numbered about 20, but there were at least 20 ranks behind. It was a daunting mass of household warriors who advanced in front of a group of horsemen, and there were still more ranks behind those mounted men. They had begun shouting, though they were still too far away to hear their insults. I picked up my shield, wincing at the stab of pain, then drew Wasp Sting, and even that short blade felt heavy. I beat her against the shield. "Ethelstan is coming!" I shouted. "Ethelstan is coming!" I remembered the boy I had taught how to kill, a boy who on my command had killed his first man. He had executed a traitor in a ditch where bog myrtles grew. Now that boy was a warrior king, and my life depended on him. "Ethelstan is coming!" I shouted again, and kept clashing Wasp-Sting's blade on the iron-bound boards of willow. Rumwald's men took up the chant and began to beat their swords on shields. The second rank just shouted. They carried spears with shafts axe-hacked to half their length. A spear needs 2 hands, but a short spear can be wielded with 1 hand. They would close up behind us and thrust the spears between our shields. The fighting on the walls had stopped because the enemy there, frustrated by our makeshift barriers, was content to watch as the larger force overwhelmed us. Witgar had brought 20 men down from the ramparts, and now waited with them under the gate's arch, ready to reinforce any part of our shield wall that looked to be fragile. I wished I had Witgar beside me instead of Rumwald, who still chattered needlessly, but Rumwald had provided most of the men for this fight, and I could not deny him his place of honour beside me. Honour was his word, not mine. "It's an honour to stand in a shield wall with you, Lord," he had said more than once. "I shall tell my grandchildren." And that had made me touch the silver hammer that I had pulled out from under my mail. I touched it because my grandchildren were in Yofawick, and we had heard no denials of the rumours of plague in the north. Let them live, I prayed. And I was not the only man praying in that shield wall, nor was I the only one praying to Thor. These men might all call themselves Christians, but many warriors had a lurking fear that the older gods were just as real, and when the enemy is coming near, and the drums of war are beating and the shields are heavy, then men pray to any god and every god. "God is our shield." Father Oda had come inside our half-circle of men, and was now standing on the steps leading to the ramparts. "We must prevail," he shouted hoarsely. And he needed to shout because the West Saxons were very near now. A horseman was leading them across our front, driving the East Anglians still further away. I gazed at our enemy. Good troops, I thought. Their mail, their helmets, and their weapons looked well maintained. "Athelhelm's household warriors?" I muttered to Finan. "Looks like it," he said. It was too hot for men to wear Athelhelm's red cloaks, and besides, a cloak is an encumbrance in battle, but all the shields were painted with a leaping stag. They stopped 40 paces away, too far for a spear's throw, turned towards us, and then began beating swords against their shields. 400 of them? Finan suggested. But they were just the beginning, because still more men came to beat their blades on shields, some painted with a stag and others with the badges of West Saxon noblemen. This was the army of Wessex, forged by Alfred to fight the Danes, and now arrayed against their fellow Saxons, and all led by the men on horseback who, under their gaudy banners, rode to confront us. Athelhelm, wearing a red cloak despite the heat, sat on a magnificent bay stallion. His mail had been cleaned and polished, and on his chest was a cross of gold. His face was hidden by the gold-encrusted cheek-pieces of his helmet, which was crested with a golden stag. The hilt of his sword glittered with gold. His stallion's bridle and girth were decorated with small golden plates, and even his stirrups had golden decorations. His eyes were shadowed by his lavish helmet, but I did not doubt he was looking at us with contempt. On Athelhelm's right, mounted on a tall grey stallion and draped in a white cloak edged with red, was his nephew Elfweird, who alone among the horsemen wore no helmet. He had a vacant, slack-mouthed moon face that now showed excitement. The boy could not wait to see us slaughtered, and doubtless expected to help kill whichever of us survived the coming onslaught. But his lack of a helmet suggested his uncle wanted the boy to take no part in the fighting. He had a coat of shining mail and a long scabbard criss-crossed with golden strips, but what caught the eye was what he wore in place of a helmet. He was wearing King Alfred's crown, the golden crown studded with the emeralds of Wessex. 2 priests mounted on geldings and 6 spearmen on stallions waited behind Athelhelm. The spearmen were plainly guarding Elfweird and his uncle, as was the horseman whose tall stallion stood to Athelhelm's left, a horseman who looked too big for his horse. It was Waymond, a looming and baleful figure, who, in contrast to the other horsemen, was shabby. His mail was dull, his stag-painted shield was deeply scored by blades, and his battered helmet had no cheek-pieces. He was grinning. This was Waymond's delight. He had an enemy shield wall to break and men to kill, and, as if he could not wait for the slaughter to begin, he swung himself out of the saddle, looked at us derisively, and spat. Then he drew his sword. He drew serpent breath. He drew my sword, the whorls on her steel blade reflecting a lance of sunlight to dazzle me. He spat towards us a second time, then turned and swept serpent breath up in a salute to Elfweird.
"Lord King!"
he bellowed. It seemed to me that Elfweird giggled in reply. He was certainly laughing as his troops all shouted the same words. "Lord King! Lord King!" They chanted it, still beating their swords against their shields until Athelhelm held up a leather-gloved hand to silence them and kicked his stallion forward. "He doesn't know you're here," Finan muttered to me. He meant Waymond. My cheek-pieces were open, but I was holding the shield high, half obscuring my face. "He'll find out," I said grimly. "But I fight him," Finan insisted, "not you."
"Men of Mercia!"
Athelhelm shouted, then waited for silence. I saw him glance up to the western walls and gaze intently for an instant, and I realized he was watching for a signal that Ethelstan's forces were coming. He looked back to us, betraying no alarm. "Men of Mercia!" he called again, then beckoned for a standard-bearer to come forward. The man waved his flag slowly, the new flag on which the stag of Athelhelm dominated the dragon of Wessex. Athelhelm had loosened the gold-chased cheek-pieces of his helmet, so that men could see his narrow face. A handsome face, long and commanding, clean-shaven, and with deep-set brown eyes. He pointed to the flag.
"That flag," he called, "is the new flag of England. It is our flag, your flag and my flag, the flag of one country under one king."
"King Athelstan!" a man shouted from our ranks. Athelhelm ignored the shout. I saw him glance again to the walls, then look back to us unperturbed.
"One country," he said,
his voice easily carrying to the men on the ramparts.
"It will be our country, yours and mine. We are not enemies. The enemy are the pagans. And where are the pagans? Where do the hated Northmen rule? In Northumbria. Join me, and I promise that every man here will share in the wealth of that heathen country. You will have land. You will have silver. You will have women."
Elfweird grinned at that, and said something to Waymond, who gave a bark of laughter. He still held serpent breath.
"Your king,"
Athelhelm pointed to his grinning nephew,
"is king of Wessex, king of East Anglia, and he offers you pardon, mercy, and forgiveness. He offers you life."
Again a quick glance at the far walls.
"Together," Athelhelm went on, "we will make one country of all the Saxons."
"Of all Christians," Father Oda called. Athelhelm looked at the priest, and must have recognized him as the man who had fled his service in disgust. But he betrayed no annoyance, just smiled.
"Father Oda is right," he shouted. "We will make a country for all Christian men. And Northumbria is the land of Guthfrith the pagan, and together we shall take his land, and you, the men of Mercia, will be given their steadings, their woodlands, their flocks, their herds, their young women, and their pastures."
Guthfrith. Guthfrith? I stared at Athelhelm in a daze. Guthfrith was Sigtryg's brother, and if he was indeed king, then Sigtrygr, my ally, was dead. And if he was dead, and if it was the plague that had killed him, then who else had died in Jofawick? Sigtryg's heir was my grandson, who was too young to rule, but Guthfrith had taken the throne.
"Lord,"
Finan muttered, nudging me with his sword arm.
"Fight me here," Athelhelm called, "and you fight against God's anointed king. You fight for a bastard born to a whore. But drop your shields and sheathe your swords, and I will grant you the land of our real enemy, the enemy of all Christian England. I will give you Northumbria."
He paused. There was silence, and I realized that Rumwald's men were listening, and that they were almost persuaded that the lies Athelhelm told were the truth.
"I will give you wealth," Athelhelm promised. "I will give you the land of Northumbria."
"It's not yours to give," I snarled. "You faithless bastard! You arseling! You son of a poxed whore! You piece of slug shit! You liar!" Finan tried to restrain me, but I shook him off and stepped forward. "You are slime from a cesspit," I spat at Athelhelm, "and I will give your lands, all of them, to the men of Mercia." He stared at me. Elfweird stared, and Wayman stared, and slowly it dawned on all three that, dishevelled as I was their enemy. And for a heartbeat I swear I saw fear on Athelhelm's face. It came and it went, but he did edge his horse backwards. He said nothing. "I am Uhtred of Bebbanburg." I was talking to the West Saxon shield wall now. "Many of you have fought under my banner. We fought for Alfred, for Edward, for Wessex, and now you would die for that piece of weasel shit." I pointed Wasp-Sting at Elfweird.
"Kill him!"
Elfweird squealed.
"Lord,"
Wayman growled to his master.
"Kill him!"
Athelhelm snapped. I was full of anger. Guthfrith ruled. Grief was thick inside me, threatening to overwhelm me, but I was angry too. Angry that Athelhelm should think to give away my land, that his filthy nephew would be king of Bebbanburg's fields. I just wanted to kill. But Wayman wanted to kill too, and he was the bigger man. And I remembered his speed in a fight. He was skilled too, as skilled as any man with a sword, a spear, or an axe. He was younger. He was taller, he outreached me, and he was probably faster. I might have matched him for speed if my body had not been racked by his horse dragging me across fields, but I was sore, I ached, and I was weary. But I was also angry. It was a cold anger holding grief at bay, an anger that wanted to destroy both Wayman and his reputation that had been made at my expense. He was walking slowly towards me, his heavy boots crunching the gravel of the road leading to the gate, his scarred face grinning. He carried no shield, just my sword. I let my shield drop to the road, put Wasp-Sting into my left hand, and drew the borrowed sword with my right. Finan made one last effort to stop me, coming towards me with an outstretched arm.
"Step back, Irish scum," Wayman growled. "You're next."
"My fight," I told Finan.
"Lord."
"My fight," I said again, louder. It occurred to me as I walked slowly towards my enemy that Athelhelm had made a mistake. Why had he waited? Why had he not tried to overwhelm us and close the gates? And by letting Wayman fight me, he gave Ethelstan more time to reach us. Or perhaps Athelhelm knew more than I did, that the men he had sent to the western gates were already fighting the Mercian army beyond the walls, and that Ethelstan was too busy to come. I saw Athelhelm look again to the walls, but again he showed no alarm.
"Kill him, Wayman," he called.
"Cripple him!"
Elfweird commanded in a high voice.
"I must kill him! Just cripple him for me!"
Wayman had stopped. He beckoned me with his left hand.
"Come,"
he crooned as if I were a child.
"Come and be crippled."
So I stopped and stood still. If Ethelstan was to come, then I must give him as much time as I could. and so I waited. Sweat stung my eyes. The helmet was hot. I hurt.
"Frightened?"
Waymond asked, then laughed.
"He's frightened of me."
He had turned and was shouting to the West Saxons behind Athelhelm.
"That's Uhtred of Bebbanburg, and I've already beaten him once. Dragged him naked at my horse's arse, and this is his sword."
He held serpent breath high.
"It's a good sword."
He turned his dull, cruel, animal eyes to look at me.
"You don't deserve this blade,"
he snarled.
"you gutless turd."
"Kill him!"
Athelhelm called.
"Cripple him!"
Elfweird demanded in his shrill voice.
"Come, old man."
Waymond again beckoned me.
"Come."
Men watched. I did not move. I held my sword low. She did not have a name. Sweat ran down my face. Waymond charged. He charged suddenly, and for a big man he was quick. He held serpent breath in his right hand, his left hand empty. He wanted the fight to be over swiftly, and I was not making it easy by standing still, and so he had decided to charge me, to swing serpent breath in one mighty blow to batter down my parry and then hit me with his full weight, so that I would be thrown to the ground where he could disarm me, then give me to Elfweird's mercy. So do the unexpected, I told myself, and took a half-step to my right, which he did expect, then hurled myself straight at him. I hit him with my left shoulder, and the pain was sudden and fierce. I had hoped Wasp Sting would pierce his mail, but he moved into me at the very last instant, and her lunge slid past his waist as we collided, and I smelled the ale on his breath and the stink of the sweat-soaked leather under his mailcoat. It was like throwing my weight against a bullock, but I had been expecting the impact and was ready for it. Waymond was not. He staggered slightly, but still kept his footing, then turned fast with serpent breath swinging. I parried her with Wasp Sting, saw his left hand reaching for me, but he was still off balance, and I stepped away before he could grasp me. I turned to lunge with the borrowed sword, but he was too quick and had backed away.
"Hurry!"
Athelhelm called. He must have realized that this fight was wasting time he might not have. But he also knew that my death would dispirit the Mercians and make them easier to slaughter, so he would let Waymond finish me.
"Get it done, man,"
he added irritably.
"Piece of northern shit," Waymond said, then sneered. "They're all dead in the north. You will be soon."
He took a half-step towards me, serpent breath raised, but I did not move. I had been watching his eyes and knew it was a feint. He stepped back.
"Good sword, this,"
he said.
"Better than a turd like you deserves."
Then he came for me again, for real this time, lunging serpent breath and again hoping to knock me off my feet with his weight, but I used my longsword to throw serpent breath off to my right and stepped left. He backswung the blade as he turned towards me. I parried with my sword and felt the jolt of steel on steel. Then I stepped to the right, still close to him, stepping into his sword arm, and I kept moving, and as I moved I stabbed Wasp Sting at his belly. I knew at that moment I was making a mistake, that he had fooled me, that I was doing just what he wanted. I suddenly remembered the fight on the terrace above the Thames, and how he had gripped my mailcoat. That was how he fought. He wanted me close so he could grab hold of me and shake me as a terrier shakes a rat. He wanted me close where his height, weight, and strength could overwhelm me, and now I was very close. I was passing him, still going to my right, and I saw his left hand reaching for me, and I almost pulled away, but the thought was too late. I was committed, and so I thrust the seax. I ignored the fiery pain in my left shoulder, and I just rammed Wasp Sting as hard as I could. It hurt, that thrust. It hurt terribly. The effort to drive Wasp Sting deep made me gasp aloud, but I kept thrusting her, ignoring the pain. Waymond had been reaching to grip one of my cheek pieces, but Wasp Sting was quicker. She pierced mail and leather. She broke through thick muscle. She buried half her length in his gut, and his reaching hand fell away as he turned quickly, grimacing, so quickly that he tore Wasp-Sting's hilt from my hand, so that she stayed in his belly, blood just showing in the links she had pierced. I backed away. "You're slow," I said, the first words I had spoken to him.
"Bastard!"
he spat, and, ignoring the sayax in his gut, came for me again. He was angry now. He had been contemptuous before, but now he was nothing but fury, hacking serpent breath in savage short strokes, her blade ringing on my blade as he forced me to retreat by the sheer weight of the blows. But his anger was hot. It made him unthinking, and the blows, though brutally hard, were easy enough to parry. I taunted him, called him a beef-witted piece of shit, said his mother had shat him instead of giving birth, that through all Britain men called him Athelhelm's arse-licker. "You're dying, you maggot," I mocked him. "That blade in your belly is killing you." He knew that was probably true. I have seen men recover from ghastly wounds, but rarely from a gut stroke. "It will be a slow, painful death," I told him, "and men will remember me as the man who killed Athelhelm's arse-licker." "Bastard!" Waymond was almost crying in his fury. He knew he was probably doomed, but at least he could kill me first and so salvage his reputation. He swung again, and I parried serpent breath and felt the force of the blow shudder up my arm. Serpent breath had shattered many a blade, but by a miracle my borrowed sword had not broken from any of his blows. He lunged fast. I twisted away, almost tripped on a loose stone, and Waymond was bellowing now, half rage and half pain. Wasp-Sting was deep in his entrails. She had ripped them open, and the blood at his belly was welling through the mail to drip on the road. He tried to pull her free, but the flesh had closed on the blade, gripping it, and his attempt only hurt him, and he left her there, lunged again, but slower, and I knocked his thrust aside and lunged in turn, aiming for his face, then dropping my blade to strike Wasp-Sting's hilt. That hurt him. I saw it in his eyes. He swayed back, stumbled, and then found a new fury and a new energy. He attacked frantically, driving me back with swing after massive swing, grunting with each huge effort. I parried some blows, stepped away from others, content now to let Wasp-Sting kill him slowly, and so buy us time. Waymond was weakening, but his strength was prodigious, and I was being forced back towards Rumwald's shield wall. The Mercians had cheered when they saw me stab Wasp-Sting into Waymond's gut, but now they were silent, awed by the sight of the giant warrior, a sword hilt sticking from his belly, attacking with such demented anger. He was in pain, he was slowing, but still he tried to hack me down. Then a horn sounded to the west, an urgent horn. It was being blown from the ramparts, and the sound half-checked Waymond. "Now!" Athelhelm bellowed. "Now!" He was telling his shield wall to advance, telling them to kill us, telling them to close the gate. But Waymond had momentarily turned at the sound of his master's voice, and my borrowed sword, with its edges nicked by the violence of Serpent Breath's attacks, slid through his tangled beard and into his throat. Blood jetted into the hot air. He looked back to me, all strength gone, and for a heartbeat he just stared at me in apparent disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but blood spilled from his lips, and then, oddly slowly, he fell to his knees on the dusty gravel that was soaked with his blood. He still looked at me, only now it seemed he was begging for pity, but I had no pity. I struck Wasp-Sting's hilt again, and Waymond whimpered, and then fell sideways. "Kill them all!" Athelhelm bellowed. I just had time to drop the blood-tipped borrowed sword, stoop and pry serpent breath from Waymond's weakening fingers. Then I ran, or at least stumbled, back to the shield wall where Finan handed me my fallen shield. The drums began to beat again. The horn still sounded its urgent warning, and the warriors of Wessex were coming to kill us. They came slowly. The poets tell us that men charge into battle, welcoming the slaughter as eagerly as any lover, but a shield wall is a fearsome thing. The men of Wessex knew they would not break us with a wild charge, but would only reach the gate behind us by keeping their ranks tight and their shields overlapped and firm. And so they walked to us, their faces watchful and grim above the iron rims of their stag-painted shields. Every third man carried a shortened spear, the others came with either a seax or an axe. I had left wasp-sting in Wayman's belly, and I needed her. A long sword is no weapon for a shield wall, but serpent breath was in my hand, and she would have to serve. "Our king is coming!" I shouted. "Hold them!"
Kill them!
Elfweir's high-pitched voice screamed.
Slaughter them!
The West Saxon spears were lowered. I had thought their rear ranks might throw spears, but none came, though Whitker's men hurled spears over our heads. The blades thumped into West Saxon shields. "Break them!" Athelhelm shouted, and they came forward, still cautiously, men stepping around Wayman's massive corpse. Their shields made a constant clatter, edge touching edge. They were close now, so close. They stared into our eyes. We stared into theirs. Men took a breath, steeling themselves for the clash of shields. Harsh voices were ordering them onwards.
Kill them!
Elfweird shouted excitedly. He had drawn a sword, but was staying well back from the fight.
"For God and for the king!"
a West Saxon shouted. And then they came. They screamed. They shouted, they charged the last 2 paces, and our shields met with a thunder of clashing wood. My shield was pressed back. I heaved. An axe hacked at the rim, narrowly missing my face. A warrior with gritted teeth and a badly mended helmet was grimacing at me just inches from my face. He was trying to thread a seax past my shield's edge as the axeman attempted to pull my shield down, but the axe's blade slipped from the rent it had made, and I heaved again, pushing the grimacing man back, and Finnan must have lunged his seax into him, because he sank down, giving me space enough to lunge serpent breath at the axeman. Men were shouting. Blades were clashing. Priests were calling on their god to kill us. A Mercian spearman behind me thrust past my shield. I heard Athelhelm's voice, touched with panic, yelling at his men that they must close the gate. I looked up when he shouted and caught his eye an instant. "Close the gate!" His voice was shrill. I looked away from him as an axe thumped on my shield. I shook the blade off as a Mercian spearman thrust a spear past me. I rammed serpent breath forward, felt her strike wood and lunged again, but my elbow was jarred by Rumwald, who had staggered against me. He was whimpering. Then his shield fell and he sank down. The spearman behind me tried to take his place, but Rumwald was thrashing wildly, suddenly screaming in agony, and so stopped him. A West Saxon spear pierced Rumwald's mail. Then a merciful axe split his helmet, shattered his skull. The spearman lunged at Rumwald's killer, but a West Saxon seized the ash shaft and tugged until serpent breath skewered his armpit.
"Kill them!"
Elfweird screeched.
"Kill them! Kill them! Kill them all!"
"You must close the gate!"
Athelhelm bellowed.
"God is with us!"
Father Oda's voice was hoarse. The men in our rear rank were shouting, encouraging us to kill. Wounded men moaned, the dying screamed. The battle stench of blood and shit filled my nostrils.
"Hold them!"
I bellowed. A spear or a seax scored across my left thigh. Finnan lunged. The spearman from the second rank had stepped across Rumwald's body and his shield touched mine. He lasted maybe long enough to lunge his spear once, then the axe drove into his shoulder, opening him deep, and he fell beside his lord. And the axeman, a fair-haired man with a blood-spattered beard, swung his blade at me, and I raised the shield to block the blow, saw the wood split where the blade struck, swung the shield down, and drove serpent breath at his eyes. He jerked away. Another man had taken the dying Mercian's place, and he stabbed with a shortened spear, driving the blade into the axeman's groin. The axe dropped. The man shrieked in agony, and, like Waymond, fell to his knees. There were dead and dying men between us and the enemy, who had to step on the bodies to reach us and try to stab and lunge and hack their way to the gate. The drums still pounded, shields were splintering, the West Saxons were driving us back by weight of numbers. Then there was a bellow behind me, a cheer, a clatter of hooves, and something slammed into my back, throwing me to my knees, and I looked up to see a horseman thrusting a long spear over my head. More horsemen came. The Mercian cheers grew. I managed to stand. Finan had thrown down his seax and drawn Soul Stealer, because the horsemen were driving the West Saxons back, giving us space for longer blades. "Break them!" another voice shouted, and I had a glimpse of Ethelstan, his helmet a glory of polished steel circled with gold, thrusting his stallion into the West Saxon ranks. The warrior king had come, glorious in gold, ruthless in steel, and he hacked with a longsword, beating down his enemies. His men spurred to join him, spears stabbing, and suddenly the enemy broke. They just broke. The longer spears of the Mercian horsemen had reached deep into the West Saxon ranks, and on another day, on another battlefield, that would not have mattered. Horses are easy to wound, and a panicked horse is no help to his rider. But on that day, by the Gate of Cripples, the horsemen came with a savage fury, led by a king who wanted to fight and who led his men from the front. There was blood on his stallion's chest, but the horse kept plunging, rearing, flailing with heavy hooves, and Ethelstan kept shouting his men onwards. His long sword reddened, and our shield wall, saved from death, found new passion. Our line, so short and so vulnerable, now surged forward. Breitwulf had returned and joined the charge, bellowing at his men to follow. Then Ethelstan's horsemen split the enemy's shield wall, and the West Saxons broke in panic. Because a king had come, and a king now fled. "Sweet Jesus," Finan said. We were sitting on the lowest step of the stairs leading to the ramparts that were rapidly emptying of the enemy. I lifted off my helmet and dropped it on the ground. "It's so damned hot," I said. "Summer," Finan said bleakly. Still more of Ethelstan's men were streaming through the gate. The East Anglians who had first threatened us had dropped their shields and seemed to have no interest in what happened in the city. A few had wandered back to the gate in search of ale, and they took no notice of us, and we took no notice of them. Immer had brought me wasp sting. She lay on the ground in front of me, waiting for a blade to be cleaned, while serpent breath lay on my knees, and I kept touching her blade, scarce able to believe I'd found her again. "You gutted that bastard," Finan said, nodding towards Weyermann's corpse. There were perhaps 40 or 50 other corpses left from Athelhelm's shield wall. The wounded had been helped into the shade where they groaned. "He was fast," I said, "but he was clumsy. I didn't expect that. I thought he was better. Big bastard, though." "Big bastard," I agreed. I looked down at my left thigh. The bleeding had stopped. The wound was shallow, and I started laughing. "What's funny?" Finan asked. "I swore an oath." "You always were an idiot." I nodded agreement. "I swore to kill Athelhelm and Elfweird, and I didn't." "You tried." "I tried to keep the oath," I said. "They're probably dead by now," Finan said, "and they wouldn't be dead if you hadn't taken the gate, so, yes, you kept your oath. And if they're not dead, they soon will be." I stared across the city where the killing continued. "It would be nice to kill them both, though," I said wistfully. "For Christ's sake, you've done enough." "We've done enough," I corrected him. Ethelstan and his men were hunting through the streets and alleys of London, seeking out Athelhelm, Elfweird, and their supporters, and those supporters were few. The East Anglians did not want to fight for them, and many of the West Saxons simply threw down their shields and weapons. Athelhelm's vaunted army, as large an army as had been seen in Britain for many a year, had proved as fragile as an eggshell. Ethelstan was king. And that evening, as the smoke above London glowed red in the light of the sinking sun, the king sent for me. He was king of Wessex now, king of East Anglia, and king of Mercia. "It is all one country," he told me that night. We were in the great hall of London's palace, originally built for the kings of Mercia, then occupied by Alfred of Wessex, then by his son Edward of Wessex, and now the property of Ethelstan. But Ethelstan of what? Of England? I looked into his dark, clever eyes, so like the eyes of his grandfather Alfred, and knew he was thinking of the fourth Saxon kingdom, Northumbria. "You swore an oath, Lord King," I reminded him. "I did indeed," he said, not looking at me, but gazing down the hall where the leaders of his warriors were gathered at two long tables. Finan was there with Breitwulf, as were Witgar and Mirhwala, all drinking ale or wine because this was a feast, a celebration, and the victors were eating the food that had belonged to the defeated. Some of the defeated West Saxons were there too, those who had surrendered quickly and sworn allegiance to their conqueror. Most men still wore their mail, though Ethelstan had stripped off his own armour, and wore a costly black coat, beneath a short cloak dyed a deep and rich blue. The cloak's hems were embroidered with gold thread. He had a gold chain about his neck from which hung a golden cross, and about his head was a simple gold circlet. He was no longer the boy I had protected through the long years when his enemies had tried to destroy him. Now he had the stern face of a warrior king. He looked like a king, too. He was tall, straight-backed and handsome, but that was not why his enemies had called him Fea Knapper. They had used that derisive name because Ethelstan had let his dark hair grow long and then twisted it into a dozen ringlets that were threaded with gold wires. Before the feast, when I had been summoned to share the high table, he had seen me staring at the glittering strands beneath the gold circlet, and he had given me a defiant look. "A king," he said defensively, "must appear kingly." "He must indeed, Lord King," I had said. He had looked at me with those clever eyes, judging whether I mocked him, but before he could say more, I had dropped to one knee. "I take pleasure at your victory, Lord King," I had said humbly. "As I am grateful for all you did," he had said, then raised me up and insisted that I should sit at his right hand where, gazing down at the celebrating warriors, I had just reminded him of the oath he had sworn me. "I did indeed swear an oath," he said. "I swore not to invade Northumbria while you live." He paused and reached for a silver jug that was etched with Athelhelm's stag. "And you can be sure," he went on, "that I am mindful of that oath." His voice was guarded, and still he looked into the hall, but then he turned to me and smiled. "And I thank God that you do live, Lord Uhtred." He poured me wine from the jug. "I am told you rescued Queen Eadgifu." "I did, Lord King." I still found it strange to address him as I had addressed his grandfather. "So far as I know, she's safe at Bebbanburg." "That was well done," he said. "You can send her to Kent and assure her of our protection." "And for her sons, too?" "Of course." He sounded annoyed that I had even asked. "They are my nephews." He sipped wine, his eyes brooding on the tables below us. "And I hear you hold Ethelwulf as a prisoner." "I do, Lord King." "You will send him to me, and release the priest." He did not wait for my assent, but simply assumed I would obey him. "What do you know of Guthfrith?" I had expected the question, because Guthfrith, brother to Sigtrygr, had taken the throne in Ylfrwic. Sigtrygr had died of the plague, and that was almost all the news Ethelstan knew of the north. He had heard that the sickness had ended, and he had ordered the roads to Ylfrwic to be opened again, but of Bebbanburg he could tell me nothing. Nor did he know the fate of his sister, Sihtriga's queen, nor of my grandchildren. "All I know, Lord King," I answered him carefully, "is that Sihtriga wasn't fond of his brother. He's a Norseman, of course, and a pagan," he said, glancing at the silver hammer I still wore. "And some pagans, Lord King," I said sharply, "helped keep the Cripplegate open for you." He just nodded at that, poured the last of the wine into his goblet, then stood and hammered the empty jug on the table to silence the hall. He hammered it at least a dozen times before the noise subsided and the warriors were all looking at him. He raised his goblet. "I have to thank the Lord Uhtred," he turned and inclined his head to me, "who this day gave us London." The warriors cheered, and I had wanted to remind the king that Britwulf had helped, and poor Rumwald had died helping, and so many good men had fought at the Cripplegate, where they had expected to die for him, and some had. But before I could say anything, Ethelstan turned to Father Oda, who sat on his left. I knew he was inviting the Danish priest to serve in his household, an invitation I knew Oda would accept. Athelhelm was dead. He had been caught trying to escape through one of the western gates, and Mirwalla, who had joined Ethelstan's army, had been one of the men who pierced him with a spear. Elfweird had become separated from his uncle, and with just 4 men tried to escape across London's bridge, only to find the fort at the southern end barred to him by the handful of men we had left there. He had begged them to let him pass, had offered them gold, which they accepted, but when he rode through the opened gate, they had hauled him from his horse and taken both his gold and his crown. His 4 men had just watched. Now, after the feast, when men were singing and a harpist playing, Elfweird was brought to Ethelstan. Candles lit the hall, the shadows thrown by their flickering flames leaping about the high rafters. The boy, he was 20 years old, but he looked 6 or 7 years younger, was escorted by 2 warriors. He looked terrified, his moon face crumpled by crying. He no longer wore his fine mail, but was dressed in a grubby shift that hung to his knees. He was pushed up the stairs of the high table's dais, and the harpist stopped playing. The singing died, and Ethelstan stood and walked to the front of the table so that every man in the now silent hall could see this meeting of the half-brothers. One was so tall and commanding, the other looked so pathetic as he dropped to his knees. One of the 2 men guarding Elfweird was holding the crown the boy had worn in the battle, and Ethelstan now held out his hand and took it. He turned it in his hands, so that the emeralds flashed in the candlelight. Then he held it out to Elfweird. "Wear it," he told his half-brother, "and stand." Elfweird looked up but said nothing. His hands were shaking. Ethelstan smiled. "Come, brother," he said, and held out his left hand to help Elfweird to his feet, then gave him the crown. "Wear it proudly. It was our father's gift to you." Elfweird had looked astonished, but now, grinning because he believed he would be king of Wessex still, albeit in submission to Ethelstan, he put the crown on his head. "I will be loyal," he promised his half-brother. "Of course you will," Ethelstan said gently. He looked at one of the guards. "Your sword?" he commanded, and when he had the long blade in his hand, he pointed it at Elfweird. "Now you will swear an oath to me," he said. "Gladly," Elfweird bleated. "Touch the sword, brother," Ethelstan said, still gently, and when Elfweird put a tentative hand on the blade, Ethelstan just lunged. One straight, savage lunge that shattered his half-brother's rib-cage, drove him back with Ethelstan following, and then the sword pierced Elfweird's heart. Some men gasped. A serving girl screamed. Father Oda made the sign of the cross. But Ethelstan just watched his brother die. "Take him to Wintoncester," he said when the last blood had pulsed and the last twitch ended. He tugged the blade free. "Bury him beside his father." The emerald-encrusted crown had rolled under the table where it struck my ankle. I retrieved it and held it for a few heartbeats. This was the crown of Wessex, Alfred's crown, and I remember the dying king telling me it was a crown of thorns. I placed it on the linen cloth that covered the board and looked at Ethelstan. "Your crown, Lord King." "Not until Archbishop Athelm consecrates me," Ethelstan said. The archbishop, who had been held in the palace as a privileged prisoner, sat at the high table. He looked confused, his hands shaking as he ate and drank, but he nodded at Ethelstan's words.
"And you will come to the ceremony, Lord Uhtred?"
Ethelstan demanded, meaning that I should attend the solemn moment when the Archbishop of Cornwell placed the royal helmet of Wessex on the new king's head. "With your permission, Lord King," I said, "I would go home." He hesitated a moment, then nodded abruptly. "You have my permission," he said. I was going home. In time we heard that Ethelstan was crowned. The ceremony was performed at Kynningston on the Thames, where his father had been given the royal helmet of Wessex, but Ethelstan refused the helmet, instead insisting that the archbishop place the emerald crown on his gold-threaded hair. The ealdormen of 3 kingdoms acclaimed the moment, and Alfred's dream of one Christian kingdom thus came one step nearer. And now I sat on Bebbanburg's high rock, the flame-lit hall behind me and the moon-silvered sea before me, and I thought of the dead, of Folkbold, killed by a spear thrust in the shield wall by the Crepple-gate, of Sigtryggr, felled by fever and dying in his bed with a sword in his hand, of his 2 children, my grandchildren, both dead, of Edith, who had gone to Uhtred to care for the children and had caught their plague and was now buried. "Why did she go?" I had asked my son. "She thought you would want her to go." I had said nothing, just felt guilt. The plague had not reached as far north as Bebbanburg. My son had barred the roads, threatening travellers with death if they tried to come onto our land, and so the sickness had ravaged the land from Lincoln to Uhtred, and then spread through the great vale of farms that surrounded the city, but it had been kept from Bebbanburg. The plague had died itself by the time we reached Uhtred on our journey north. And Guthfrith was king there, his election supported by the Danish jarls who still ruled much of Northumbria. I had met him briefly. Like his brother Sigtryggr, he was a thin, fair-haired man with a handsome face, but unlike Sigtryggr, he was sour and suspicious. The night I met him, when he reluctantly feasted me in his great hall, he had demanded my allegiance, had demanded that I swear an oath to him, but he had not demanded it instantly, suggesting that when the feast was over, there would be time enough for that brief ceremony. Then he had drunk mead and ale, had demanded more mead, then cheered raucously when one of his men bent a serving girl over the table.
"Bring her here," he shouted. "Bring the bitch here."
But by the time the girl had been dragged to the platform where we ate, Guthfrith was vomiting into the rushes and he slept soon after. We left in the morning, mounted on horses taken from Athelhelm's beaten army, and I had sworn no oath. I had ridden home with my men, with Finan, an Irishman, with Gebrut, a Frisian, with Immer, a Dane, with Vidar, a Norseman, and with Beanoth and Oswy, both Saxons. We were 7 warriors, but we were brothers too, and with us rode the children we had rescued in London, a dozen of the slaves we had freed from Gunnald's ship, and Benedetta. And Edith was dead, and I was home at last, where the sea wind swept across the rock and where I thought of the dead, where I thought of the future, and where I thought of the 3 kingdoms that were now one and wanted a 4th. Benedetta sat beside me. Elena, as ever, was near her. The child crouched, watching as Benedetta took my hand. I gripped hers, maybe too hard, yet she did not complain or take it away.
"You did not want her dead," she said.
"But I did," I spoke softly and bleakly.
"Then God will forgive you," she said,
and leaned her head on my shoulder.
"He made us," she added, "so he must take us as we are. That is his fate."
I had come home.
Afterward, by Bernard Cornwell. Edward the Elder, as he is now known, died in July 924. He had reigned for 25 years, succeeding his father, Alfred, as King of Wessex in 899. In the regnal lists he is usually followed by Ethelstan, but there is plenty of evidence that Alfred, the younger half-brother to Ethelstan, ruled Wessex for about a month following his father's death. If that is true, and for fictional purposes I have plainly assumed it is, then Alfred's death was extremely convenient for Athelstan, who thereby became the king of the 3 southern kingdoms of Saxon Britain, Wessex, East Anglia, and Mercia. Much of the novel is fictional. We do not know how Alfred died, and his death probably took place at Oxford rather than London, and it took another month before the West Saxons accepted Athelstan as their new king. He was crowned at Kingston-on-Thames that same year, and was the first king to insist on being invested with the crown rather than with a helmet. Much of the reluctance to accept Athelstan as king surely rose from the rumour that Edward had not married his mother, that he was, indeed, a bastard. Edward's reign left much of southern England free of the Viking scourge. King Alfred's strategy of building boroughs, which are heavily fortified towns, had been adopted by Edward and by his sister Ethelflaed in Mercia. East Anglia, that had been a Danish kingdom, was conquered and its towns fortified. Edward built more boroughs along the Welsh border and in the north of Mercia to deter raids from western Northumbria, where there were powerful Norse settlements. Sigtryggr, a Norseman, was king of Northumbria, ruling from York, and for purely fictional purposes I have brought his death forward by 2 or 3 years. King Alfred undoubtedly dreamed of a united England, or Englerland as he would have called it, which would be one realm of everyone who spoke the Anglisk tongue. That sounds simple, though in truth an inhabitant of Kent would have found the English speech of a Northumbrian difficult to comprehend, and vice versa, but nevertheless it was the same language. Nor was that ambition restricted to language. Alfred was famously pious, a man dedicated to the Church, and all Christian folk, whether Saxon, Dane, or Norse, were included in his dream. Conversion was just as important as conquest. Athelstan, when he assumed the throne of Edward, his father, inherited a much wider realm, a kingdom that included most English speakers, but there was still that awkward kingdom to the north, a kingdom that was part Christian and part pagan, part Saxon and part settled by Danes and Norsemen, the kingdom of Northumbria. That country's fate must wait for another novel. Athelstan ruled for 15 years and completed the unification of the English-speaking peoples. He never married and so left no heirs, and was succeeded first by Edmund, the eldest son of Edward and Eadgifu, then by Edmund's younger brother Uhtred, both of them, of course, half-brothers of his. I have set the battle at the end of the novel at the Cripplegate, and though that name does stretch back to Saxon times, I invented Alfred's decree allowing the severely handicapped the right to beg at that gate. Sword of Kings is fiction, yet I hope it echoes a process that is little known, the creation of a country called England. Its birth is still some time off and will prove bloody, but Uhtred will live to see it.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Sword of Kings, a novel by Bernard Cornwell. Presented by HarperCollins and Harper Audio. Executive Producer Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright 2019 by Bernard Cornwell. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers Limited. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.